Translators note this abridgment contains two kinds of omission, cuts of varying length in the pieces translated and one essay omitted in its entirety. The former are marked in the text, while other, similar indications are in the original. By far the greatest number and longest omissions of this kind, some extending to several pages, occur in Part 2. The essay omitted, along with shorter passages which make reference to it, is from Part 1. It is den Forskjerleid, Listspel I in Act AF Scribe, Oversat AF J. L. Heiberg, First Love, Comedy in One Act by Scribe, translated by J. L. Heiberg. For comments on both kinds of omission, see the introduction. Paragraph divisions have been added to the original text where appropriate. The original contains often very long paragraphs, sometimes stretching over several pages. Personal and place names have largely been left as in the original. I am deeply grateful to my editor, Christine Collins, for suggesting many stylistic improvements. Introduction. Like the unfortunate man who says he'll climb down into Dovrefjell to blow up the whole world with a syllogism, what was needed was someone who could, to everyone's knowledge, climb really deep down into the whole world of mediation, mediocrity, and spiritlessness to plant there, for all to see, the explosive either-or. When Kierkegaard wrote these words in 1852, 9 years after the publication of Either-or, he was looking back on his working life as a deed on behalf of Christian awakening. By then his targets had become the Danish clergy, servants of Christianity who, in the prevailing tendency to idolize mediocrity, had shrewdly exploited the pagan optimism which made Christianity commensurable with all things finite, and managed to reap the benefits of both, and which made being a Christian just another item on the list. Either-or had no such clear-cut target. It was written still some time before the notion of a leap into a distinctively Christian point of view crystallized in Kierkegaard's writings. The motivation for the work was probably a combination of two things: the fateful choice Kierkegaard had just made in his own life by breaking off an engagement, and his confrontation with the philosophy of Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, from whose lectures in Berlin he sought a philosophical answer to Hegelianism. Schelling was presenting reality as a free action of a personal God, instead of as the outcome of historical or spiritual necessity. Though at first enthusiastic, Kierkegaard soon saw that Schelling's was not the promised radical criticism of Hegelian philosophy he had hoped for. What was needed was a double-edged little dagger with which he could assassinate the whole of reality, either-or. In March 1842, after 4 months in Berlin, Kierkegaard returned to Copenhagen. Either-or was published on February 20 the following year. According to Kierkegaard himself, it took 11 months to write. Part 2 was written first, and already completed while he was in Berlin. Most of Part 1 was written after his return. The editor's preface, written last, was ready in November 1842. The official chronology gives approximately December 7, 1841 as the date of completion of the second of the two main sections of Part 2. So, assuming he wrote the sections consecutively and in Berlin, as he must have if 11 months is an accurate estimate, that is a truly astonishing achievement, all the more so in view of the fact that he was at the same time attending lectures at the university. The completion dates of the essays in Part 1 indicate that these two were written in a different order from that in which they eventually appeared. Thus the concluding Seducer's Diary was completed before the first main essay on the immediate erotic stages. This suggests that the writing itself may not have followed any conscious plan or strategy discernible in the work as we now have it. This is part of the fascination of Either-or. True to its title, Kierkegaard's classic places many choices in its would-be reader's path, and almost as many temptations mostly, as hinted here, of interpretation. But there are also practical choices and temptations to consider, the first prompted by the work's sheer size. Must I really read the whole thing? The standard 2-volume format invites a rather handy answer to that question by offering a prior choice. Do I have to buy both volumes? Vain searches for the first volume among shelves full of copies of the second quickly revealed the outcome of that short-lived choice. Although what this particular preference very likely indicates is the continuing reputation of Kierkegaard's portrayals of the aesthetic way of life, rather than penury, say, or normal human postponement, the author himself would hardly approve. Commenting on the work's critics, Kierkegaard says, if someone starts by saying, Either and doesn't conceal from the listener that the first clause is going to be a very long one. You owe it to him either to ask him not to begin or to listen also to his or dot. An advantage of the single-volume version offered here is that it ensures that would-be readers give themselves the chance also to read Kierkegaard's or. Against that, however, we are offering an abridgment, which surely deprives readers of a choice the author would definitely wish them to retain. Indeed, Kierkegaard says one should either read the whole or not read it at all. So what justification is there for not merely defying the author's express wishes here, but also for disallowing a privilege any reader of a classic is surely entitled to, namely to read such a work in its entirety? The original 1843 edition, to whose reception Kierkegaard was reacting, was also in 2 volumes. Perhaps in view of his comments a second edition, of 1849, appeared in a single volume. But later editions, encumbered with an increasingly demanding annotational apparatus, have been forced into the 2-volume format by plain bulk. The most obvious justification for an abridgment, therefore, is the making available once more of a portable single-volume edition able nevertheless to incorporate at least a minimum of annotational material and an introduction. Naturally, if the cuts involve a serious loss of meaning, that is not a satisfactory reason. Since, however, a lengthy discussion of this question would be self-defeating in the present context, we must let the following clarifications and comments suffice. Besides the omission of a few diapsalmata, one shorter essay, The First Love, is omitted in its entirety from Part 1. A commentary on a one-act comedy by the French dramatist A.E. Scribe. This was the outcome of an essay Kierkegaard had apparently begun before forming any clear idea of the later project. The comedy was familiar to Copenhagen theatergoers, who would also be among Kierkegaard's readers, and they would be in an excellent position to appreciate this illustration of an important idea in the work. But the commentary undoubtedly loses something in narrative coherence to readers lacking that familiarity, and since the idea itself is discussed copiously elsewhere in the work, it was decided to omit this essay in preference to others. The omissions from Part 2 are of a different kind. Although conveniently contributing to the provision of a slimmer volume, the cuts here are designed primarily to bring the line of Wilhelm's argument into greater relief and thus to help it make a more immediate impact upon the reader. Whatever the purist's misgivings, the result is at least better than the far more drastic abridgments usually resorted to, patched out of passages quoted out of context in textbooks. As for Kierkegaard's own insistence that the work be read in its entirety, or not at all, that too should be read in context. Kierkegaard is complaining that although they have been provided with both an either and an or, his critics have shown interest only in neither, some only in the seducer's diary. By saying read it all or not at all, Kierkegaard means first of all read at least both my either and my or. With these practical decisions behind us and a firm reader's commitment to a qualified both and, there remain the choices and temptations of interpretation. The situation is less straightforward than it can seem. That is, one cannot immediately assume that the point or significance of either or is adequately put by saying that the work provides readers with the opportunity to ask themselves which of the 2 points of view represented they themselves prefer. Many questions intervene. Just how distinct are the 2 points of view? Why can't they be combined? What if we don't feel like assenting to either? And isn't it really obvious that we are supposed to assent in the end to the ethical point of view anyway? But then what if I don't feel like doing that? Must I conclude that I've missed something, or is it because something is missing in me? Later generations are sometimes said to be better placed to make sense of a significant work of literature than its contemporaries. That is claimed particularly in the case of a significantly innovative work, a category to which either or clearly belongs. The reason offered is that the contemporary lacks the perspective needed for seeing the work's real significance, and lacks it necessarily since the perspective and its distance are not yet in place. That may well be true, but time can complicate the picture as much as clarify it. There are 2 mutually reinforcing factors why this should be especially true of either or. One factor is a general truth about literary classics. They become parts of traditions which they help to sustain but also to change. Readings of them can therefore reflect 2 quite different points of view, that of their origin and that of their destination. No doubt it is also true that what makes a work a classic is in part its ability to perform these functions at the propitious time. Since this factor is bound up in Kierkegaard's case with his reputation as the father of existentialism, there is a not unnatural tendency to read either-or as an expression of such modern existentialist notions as that of radical commitment, of which more in a moment. This perspective obscures the fact that either-or is Kierkegaard's first main work, and therefore also the possibility that one can read it in a more historical light. There is also the fact, though one might well choose to ignore it, believing an author's works once completed to be self-sufficient of Kierkegaard's own changing attitudes to the work. Compounding this confusion is the second factor, the author's notorious practice of concealing himself behind a barrage of pseudonyms. Either-or is exemplary in this respect, wrapped as it is in several layers of pseudonymity. The two main parts are assigned to two fictitious authors, the first part containing what is at least made to look like a diary by a third author, and the second containing a sermon by a fourth. On top of that, the work is as a whole presented by a pseudonymous editor in a fictitious preface. Why such subterfuge? Well, of course it wasn't really subterfuge on Kierkegaard's part. Nobody was taken in, at least not for long, and given the pseudonyms Kierkegaard chose, it would be ludicrous to suppose he intended that they should be. At most he may have hoped to spread uncertainty for a while as to whether it was he or someone else lurking behind the strange Latinized pseudonyms. But then again, these pseudonyms are not just means of concealment. Literal translations can disclose their special signatures in the form of a variety of points of departure, positions, or perspectives. Thus Johannes de Silentio, the author of Fear and Trembling, writes about something of which he himself says one cannot intelligibly speak, namely that Abraham's intention to sacrifice Isaac should be an act of faith. Of either-or, Kierkegaard later wrote that when writing the work he was already in a cloister, which thought is hidden in the pseudonym, Victor Eremita. What does that tell us? Kierkegaard says in the same passage that when writing the book he had long given up the thought of a comfortingly marital solution to life. Although it is not clear whether he means life in general or his own, the remark at least indicates that he himself was not prepared to follow Wilhelm's advice. Yet that hardly justifies the inference that Kierkegaard himself thought the advice should not be followed. Nor does it justify our saying of Victor Eremita, as does one commentator, that he is no more taken in by the aesthete's paean to enjoyment than he is by the judge's vision of marriage. Yet that is surely an interesting possibility. It would mean that, at least from the fictitious editor's point of view, the proper conclusion to draw from reading either-or is either-nor. So although the fact that Eremita is looking at things from the coolness of a cloister doesn't indeed force us to assume that he occupies some vantage point superior to the two he presents, the ultimate significance of either-or even in Kierkegaard's mind might still be that he does occupy that position, and that we should therefore somehow seek in deficiencies of both views the basis of a third. But then, whether we place Eremita above, below, or behind his two protagonists, we are still one layer away from Kierkegaard himself. So we can still think of him as occupying another position. Or none. This latter is a useful idea. One way of looking at the pseudonymity is to note how it enables Kierkegaard to disown authority for what he writes. It scrambles the author-reader link in a way that allows the writings to enjoy a genuinely independent existence, letting them become considerations in the mind of the reader, to do their whatever work they have it in themselves to do. Moreover, if dissolving the semblance or pretense of authority inherent in acknowledged authorship is one advantage of pseudonymity, another, the opposite side of the same coin, is that it also absolves a writer of personal responsibility for the views expressed, thus freeing him of the potential restrictions on movement imposed by an accumulating authorial past. Time can not only make the search for a literary work's meaning complicated, it can positively distort that meaning. This factor is important in assessing a quite common reaction to Part 2. Judge Wilhelm strikes many as a hopeless bore and hypocrite. And there can be no doubt that our modern climate of opinion makes his defense of marriage look very like a classic case of male chauvinism. In deference to the author, those who see Wilhelm in this light may then suppose that this is what Kierkegaard intended. But then there are also other negative responses that conflict with this one. Some see in Wilhelm a fantast, a romantic, playing the same kind of game as his young friend the aesthete, but with his dreams being played out in social and family forms. Both these responses may be due to a cultural cleft. Thus we might surmise that our modern age has lost certain kinds of background attitudes necessary for taking Wilhelm's seriousness as seriously as he himself takes it, and as seriously as he would like the aesthete to take it. If that hypothesis were true, we would then have to ask whether the modern positions or perspectives from which we make such judgments are in some universally valid sense superior to those envisioned for his readers by Kierkegaard. But the possibility would also have to be faced that we have lapsed into a position already envisioned by Kierkegaard, indeed into something Wilhelm himself might feel justified in calling despair. Might not the conclusion we reach after reading either or, then, be that we, or most of us, are mere aesthetes? Thus, apart from the possibility of an either-nor reading, a crucial question which awaits the person who decides against that reading, and assumes therefore that Kierkegaard definitely intends one of the two views presented to be life-affirming, is which? We must be careful to separate that question from another, namely, which, if either, do I take to be life-affirming? Whether due to the cultural cleft, or just to a significant shift in climate, it is of course quite plausible that a reader's response to either or should be quite different from Kierkegaard's own. But that raises another question that must be answered before the two questions can be taken to be as different as may at first be supposed. That question is, in writing either or, did Kierkegaard believe it more important that readers decide for themselves which life view is life-affirming than that they should see the matter as he did? But even there we haven't reached rock bottom. We can also wonder whether Kierkegaard, had he suspected that Wilhelm's case might lose its appeal, could have approved of attempts to update his portrait of the ethical in order to restore that appeal, for example by making Wilhelm a feminist. Alternatively, in order to escape this plethora of options, the reader may choose another, totally ignoring what Kierkegaard might have meant and simply reading the work as though first published today, and reading it in an altogether open-minded way just to see where the portrait fits, and to find out how far the choices can affect one's value horizon. Consistently with a negative evaluation of Wilhelm's case for the ethical goes a typically modern predilection for his aesthetic counterpart. Indeed, it could be said that the less conviction Wilhelm's portrayal of the supposedly fulfilling life of the ethicist carries, the more plausibly his young friend appears to us in the guise of the modern hero, richly egocentric, tragically melancholic, excitingly nihilistic, daringly imaginative. There is indeed a cultural stereotype of the aesthete that fits well with Kierkegaard's portrait. It is amply represented in both 19th and 20th century literature, no better perhaps than in the one-act plays of the Austrian writer Arthur Schnitzler. Looking at the work in this light, favoring as it does a monocular focusing on Kierkegaard's either, we can simply choose to ignore whatever evidence there is that Kierkegaard is conducting a campaign on behalf of his ethical or. We prize instead his contribution to a progressive aesthetic culture. Perhaps we can even broaden the perspective in a binocular direction just enough to reveal the ethicist as representative of a powerful but oppressive tradition unfriendly to life and ready for replacement by some aesthetic alternative, even ripe for some sabotage from the aesthetic camp itself. The fact that it would not be wholly perverse to choose to look at either or in this way is an indication of the work's immense cultural resources. But it also helps us to see more clearly just what kind of war Kierkegaard thought he was waging, against whom, and with what victory in mind. The target, or enemy, was philosophy. That in itself dictates that the weapons with which he was committed to prosecuting his campaign were literary rather than philosophical. It was the spirit of philosophy itself, incarnate in Hegel, that Kierkegaard was out to destroy, and in order to break with Hegel he could not resort to the discursive and systematic methods of the Hegelians themselves. Kierkegaard had to appeal to his readers' sensibilities. Hegel was to be destroyed in subsequent works mainly by appeal to the reader's sense of the ridiculous. But the most important point to be clear about is that the victory Kierkegaard had in mind was not merely the destruction of Hegel, it was the retrieval from philosophy of legitimate human goals which he believed philosophy had usurped and dreadfully distorted. This positive appeal, then, had to be first of all to our senses of fulfillment in life, in pleasure or a sense of beauty, from which alone the ethically crucial sense of a want of fulfillment could then be elicited in the reader. Kierkegaard was thus able to put his native literary talent to the edifying task of regenerating ethics in the ordinary life situations that make up a human life. The means he created are the books of his pseudonymous authorship. In an important comment on Either Or, leaked by another of his pseudonyms, Kierkegaard gives us to understand that the work's special purpose was to exhibit the existential relationship between the aesthetic and the ethical in an existing individual, the motive behind this being the need to remind people what it means to exist, and what inwardness signifies. This was something that, because of the great increase of knowledge, his age had forgotten. Knowledge here is an ironic reference to Hegelian philosophy, a system of thought which accords no ultimate value to subjectivity, sensibility, or inwardness. Of the German philosopher Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, criticized for subordinating the realm of knowledge to that of feeling and faith, this other pseudonym, Johannes Climacus, says, "Poor Jacobi. Whether anyone visits your grave I do not know, but I know that the paragraph plow digs all your eloquence, all your inwardness under, while a few scant words are registered in the system as what you amount to." It says of him that he represented feeling with enthusiasm. A reference like that makes fun of both feeling and enthusiasm, whose secret is precisely that they cannot be reported at second hand. Whatever the ethical view of life has to offer, then, it can only direct its appeal to individual sensibility. But that of course means directing it to where the aesthetic view of life also makes its appeal. So aesthetics is where one inevitably has to begin, and that applies equally to the religious view of life, not portrayed in this work but glimpsed in the sermon appended as a last word to Judge Wilhelm's second letter. In the same passage Climacus comments on the absence of a distinctively religious perspective in Either Or, but says that the fact that his age had forgotten what it is to exist religiously implied also that people had first of all forgotten what it was to exist as human beings. Either Or is the required reminder, a necessary prolegomenon to the reminders to come, about what it is to lead, first, a religious existence and then, secondly, a specifically Christian existence. We now find ourselves face to face with one final interpretational Either Or. As we noted earlier, reading Kierkegaard from within the perspective of modern existentialism, some people interpret the choice between an aesthetic and an ethical view of life in terms of a radical choice. In place of radical, the term criterionless is sometimes used. A choice made according to some criterion not exclusively part of the view itself would not be criterionless, and the choice would therefore not be radical enough to cover the transition from the aesthetic to the ethical point of view. Each Kierkegaardian stage or sphere of existence in effect represents an atomically distinctive answer to the question, what is it essentially to be a human being? The radical nature of the choice lies in the fact that in choosing one of the stages you are also choosing the kinds of reason available to you for defending the choice. The peculiarly modern touch to this is the belief that the notion of a criterionless choice is a way of expressing an insight the gaining of which marks the coming of age of our culture. It involves recognizing an irreducible multiplicity of cultural traditions, irreducible in the sense that there is no general basic principle for deciding between them. If we have to conclude from this, as well we might, that values in general are no more than expressions of habitual and basically arbitrary preferences, we may look on this positively as a release from bad philosophical habits, or else negatively as a cultural nightmare. But some people advocate an Aristotelian solution which would let values grow in specific cultures. Here the notion of radicalness would apply only in the sense that given cultural contexts were what provided values with their roots. Those who advocate such a solution see existentialists with their radical choices as engaged in a hopeless task, trying with the mere choosing to confer on the choice that substantial quality it can only acquire within a culture to which the chooser also belongs. If one considers briefly what this idea of a radical choice implies, the criticism seems justified. It means that the chooser stands outside the options offered, so whichever one is picked is selected as arbitrarily as one picks a chocolate from a box not knowing what kind of center it has, though here one is not even supposed to care. Since there are no operative preferences upon which the selection is based, they all belong to the alternatives on offer. It would be appropriate to describe this as a case of picking rather than choosing. By the same token, there can be no interstage or intersphere dialogue. Naturally, there can be dialogue in the sense of conversations about matters of shared interest, swapping of information and so on, as well as disputes about things on which there is disagreement. But there can be no way of settling basic disputes, no shared basis of considerations to which, say, an ethicist can appeal to try to win over an aesthete. So if Wilhelm offers arguments to his friend, these will have no effect if they are arguments sincerely offered in defense of the ethical way of life. If they are to have any effect, either his friend must already have taken leave of the aesthetic world and be able and willing to see the point of arguments based on ethical criteria, or else Wilhelm will have to deliberately phrase his arguments in terms of aesthetic values to which he himself does not subscribe. He will then have to lure his friend into the ethical with arguments that, if he really stood by them, would place him in the aesthetic world alongside his friend. Yet, however radically the views presented in either or differ, it is hard not to see the work as having the character of a dialogue. Part 1 contains implicit arguments against the ethical life view, which are then rebutted in Part 2. There are also such arguments in Part 2, in the form of objections to ethical ideals that Wilhelm recalls his young friend having voiced and to which he replies. Further, it would be hard to read the two main sections in Part 2 otherwise than as a sustained argument in favor of the ethical life view, which is also continually underpinned by arguments against the aesthetic life view. So either there is a great deal of indirect persuasion and subterfuge, hardly a good advertisement at least for a supposedly ethical life view, or the radical choice reading is mistaken. But since dialogues do nevertheless aim at agreement, if only on some position that turns out to be either of the original alternatives, and since agreement surely requires some kind of choice on the part of at least one of the participants, there should still be room for an either-or and so for a choice. There are, however, a number of quite different ways in which we might think of a choice occurring in conclusion of a dialogue. One would be where one party convinces the other by making him see how what he says stands to reason. There would, however, be no appeal to inwardness here. The dialogue might be said to occur only at a paragraph plowing level. Another way, that did appeal to inwardness and sensibility, could be one in which the convinced party simply goes over to the new position as a matter of course in the light of certain appeals to which he was already attuned but about whose relevance to the case in hand he had not been clear. The function of the dialogue would be to bring about that clarity, and the result might still, though only just, be called a kind of choice. Neither of these captures the sense of choice required by Wilhelm of his young friends entering upon the ethical life. That choice, as the reader discovers, is said to be of oneself, and part of what that means is precisely that one no longer regards oneself as a being who, as in the second case, moves from one position to another simply from the weight or pressure of argument or circumstance. The ethical life involves rejecting any idea of oneself as just a passive accumulator, or in the case of the mature aesthete also imaginative manipulator, of life's contingent blessings. It requires acceptance of the quite different idea that one is a responsible agent. The choice of oneself is therefore one that cuts short the passivity and imaginative manipulation. It requires, first, that one acknowledge a peculiarly human ability, indeed a need, to ask what it is essentially to be a human being. Second, it requires that one take this ability at its face value, as a genuine freedom to stake out one's own future according to a view of life. And third, it requires that the view of life one adopts be one in which one is revealed in a context of familial and social responsibilities. Revelation here does not mean the disclosure of a self that was previously hidden. A hidden self is precisely not a self in Wilhelm's sense. The choice of oneself is the choice of visible selfhood, placing the chooser firmly within the area of public morality, and amenable for the first time to the ethical categories of good and bad, praise and blame. This choice is clearly still a radical one. And its radicalness still lies in the total redefining of the values of a human life. It is important to realize the compass of the redefinition. It isn't a matter simply of turning over a new leaf. The choice of oneself means rewriting the whole book. In choosing oneself, as Wilhelm says, one takes responsibility for one's past and repents for not having taken on this responsibility earlier. The ethicist's task, as Wilhelm sees it, then, is to persuade the aesthete of the urgency of the choice. But this task is made the easier by the fact that the mature aesthete's life has already taken a form which an ethical redefinition of values can be seen to fit, as easily in principle as a glove fits a hand, the actual practice requiring only the will to put it on. His aestheticism is driving him out of the world in which his pleasure is sought. It has driven him into a corner from where he has to rely on his ingenuity and imagination to keep things going, on his ability to enjoy things in reflection, to enjoy the idea of things rather than the things themselves. He should be well disposed in principle at least, then, to seeing what Wilhelm is getting at when he describes the aesthete's life as one of despair. But he should be able also to see the point of Wilhelm's advice to choose despair rather than, say, some occupation or marrying, where these would be undertaken as expedients for just the kinds of reasons that an aesthete must give. Finally, then, if that is the case, he might also be able to see how both getting a job and marrying might be radically reconceived as vehicles of human fulfillment instead of as expedients. Getting a job and marrying were things Kierkegaard himself conspicuously failed to do. The background to that fact and a short account of the events in Kierkegaard's life prior and subsequent to the publication of Either Or may help to put its subject matter in perspective, as well as providing the reader unfamiliar with the details of Kierkegaard's life with the benefit of a brief portrait. The sequence of events which turned Søren by Kierkegaard to full-time authorship began in 1837 when he met Regine Olsen, daughter of a Copenhagen dignitary. Regine was then 14 years old. The following year Kierkegaard's father died, aged 81. Kierkegaard's father had exercised a largely oppressive influence on his son from early childhood, and Kierkegaard later said that he had never enjoyed a proper childhood. 2 years before the meeting with Regine, he had been describing Christianity, associated with his father, as a debilitating influence, and, looking about him for some other idea to live or die for, he gave up his studies and led outwardly the life of an aesthete and wit. Entries in his journal tell a different story. Kierkegaard was undergoing a period of deep and even occasionally suicidal depression. But the year before his father died came the first meeting with Regine, and Kierkegaard effected a reconciliation with his father shortly before the latter's death. Just 1 month later Kierkegaard published his first book, From the Papers of One Still Living, though the title derives not from his father's death but the death in the same year of Søren's teacher and friend, Poul Martin Mahler. A little over 2 years later Kierkegaard became engaged to Regine. He underwent practical training for a career in the state church and in 1841 published and publicly defended his doctoral thesis, The Concept of Irony with Constant Reference to Socrates. Since he had already preached his first sermon, all seemed set for a life of conventional civic virtue. But well before the end of that year Kierkegaard had returned Regine's engagement ring. The reasons for this turn of events are much disputed. The crux, however, seems to have been Kierkegaard's sense of his inability to reveal himself as civic life, and in particular the life of a husband and father, required. By November, soon after the defense of his thesis, the break had become final and Kierkegaard was on his way to Berlin, the first of 4 visits which were his only journeys outside Denmark. It was from this first visit, ostensibly for the purpose of attending Schelling's lectures, that Kierkegaard brought back the manuscripts containing Judge Wilhelm's defense of romantic love and marriage. The publication of Either Or in February 1843 was followed in October by 2 slimmer volumes, Repetition and Fear and Trembling. All these works deal with the problem of entering society. The same theme was pursued in the Substantial Stages on Life's Way, published in April 1845, though now with a distinctive religious aspect more in evidence. But almost a year previously, in June 1844, there had appeared 2 books introducing new topics. Philosophical Fragments sought, in subtle and spare language, to offer a Christian alternative to Hegelian philosophy, though without mentioning the latter. The theme was elaborated more explicitly, at great length, and with much irony and humor, almost 2 years later in concluding unscientific postscript to the Philosophical Fragments. Within a few days of Philosophical Fragments, however, there had also appeared The Concept of Dread, an examination of the psychological background to the experience of sin. Alongside this already impressive production, Kierkegaard also published 21 edifying and Christian discourses under his own name, some of them published on the same days as works under pseudonyms. As its title shows, concluding unscientific postscript was supposed to mark the end of Kierkegaard's work as a writer. A few days before the manuscript was delivered to the printer, Kierkegaard provoked a feud with a satiric weekly called Corsair. In a volume of essays by a well-known literary figure in St. P. L. Mahler, he had chanced upon a biting criticism of his own latest work at the time, Stages on Life's Way. Not altogether coincidentally, Mahler was the reputed model for Johannes, the pseudonymous author of The Seducer's Diary. Kierkegaard, who knew that Mahler sustained a connection with Corsair which he nevertheless wished to keep secret so as not to spoil his prospects for a chair at the university, divulged the connection in a newspaper article under a pseudonym from the work criticized, at the same time wondering why the pseudonyms had been singled out for the dubious honor of being spared Corsair's abuse. Corsair's response was immediate. The weekly began mercilessly to pillory, not the pseudonyms, but Kierkegaard in person. 3 weeks before postscript was to be published, and while the Corsair business was at its height, Kierkegaard wrote in his journal that he felt his time as an author was over, and even before the feud it appears he had given thought once more to the priesthood. There remained only one more literary chore, the proofreading of a review of a book called 2 Ages, a review in which he may have felt that he had properly rounded off his work by spelling out its social and political implications. By the beginning of the following year, however, Kierkegaard was dismissing these plans as a lapse of nerve and the author was again in full spate. The same year he published edifying discourses in different spirits, and the substantial works of love, followed in the spring of 1848 by Christian Discourses and in 1849 by the Lilies of the Field and the Birds of the Air and 3 discourses at Communion on Fridays. There then followed 2 works under a new pseudonym, Anticlimacus, The Sickness unto Death and Practice in Christianity. These later works display a new stringency. Perhaps the Corsair affair, which left Kierkegaard an object of public ridicule, enforced a polarization between him and his society. His own suffering for truth was set off against the complacency of a bourgeois public which manifested its self-contentment not least in the manner of its religious observances, and whose religious leaders, formerly close associates of Kierkegaard and friends of his family, struck him as exemplars of self-seeking worldliness. Thus, in a way, the social and political criticism that emerged in what might have been Kierkegaard's final work, the Review of 2 Ages, was a seed that developed in the atmosphere created by the feud with Corsair to become a general condemnation of the age in which he lived. The Sickness unto Death diagnoses the problem as despair, but as the preface to that work says, this time as the sickness and not, as Wilhelm has it in Either or, the remedy. In the next few years Kierkegaard wrote little until he unleashed a vitriolic attack on the state church, which he now saw clearly as the real root and bastion of spiritual complacency and compromise. During these years he lived in increasingly straitened circumstances, and the remainder of his inheritance, and the modest proceeds of his authorship went to financing the final assault, amongst other things through the publication of his own broadsheet, The Instant. This went through 9 issues before Kierkegaard fell ill, collapsed in the street, and died in hospital some 6 weeks later, probably of a lung infection. He was 42 years old. On his sickbed he confided to Emil Boesen, his friend from boyhood, indeed by that time his only friend, now a pastor, and the only member of the church he would see, that his life had been a great and to others unknown and incomprehensible suffering, which looked like pride and vanity but wasn't. Kierkegaard regretted he hadn't married and taken on an official position. His funeral was the occasion of what may have been one of the first student demonstrations, led by his nephew, an early supporter, who protested at the church's insistence on officiating at the committal proceedings, contrary to the deceased's wishes. We remarked earlier that since Either or was an early work we might ask ourselves what Kierkegaard thought about it later. But it was also suggested that this question could quite properly be ignored. Once a literary or a philosophical work has been launched on the world, readers are no more obliged to concern themselves with than to share in whatever embarrassments it may have caused its author. On the other hand, Kierkegaard's deathbed regrets about not having married or occupied an official position kindle one's curiosity. And we still don't really know what Kierkegaard ever thought of Wilhelm. Our comments here, now that we are focusing on the author and not the work, can be treated initially as nothing but an appendix to the biography. One question relates to selfhood. In a note from the year Either Or was published, Kierkegaard tells us that the reason Part 2 begins with the defense of marriage is that marriage is life's deepest form of revelation. Might then the later Kierkegaard wish to allow that emerging from the cover of his pseudonyms to conduct a public campaign against the established church also counted as a form of revelation? Or does his regret at not having married amount to a belief that he remained incompletely revealed and therefore that he failed to attain true selfhood? On the other hand, the later pseudonym Anticlimacus added a direct God relationship to Wilhelm's specification of selfhood. So here Kierkegaard may have felt he had the better of Wilhelm in spite of conspicuously failing to live up to the latter's ideal of the ethical. Much of Kierkegaard's working life was spent worrying whether what it accomplished justified his being an exception. One way of putting the problem would be to ask whether there was a selfhood reserved for martyrs. The deeper question would then be whether he deserved that status. One way of construing the Corsair affair is to see it as an attempt to hasten the necessary trial by ordeal before it was too late to run the course. There is also the problem of Wilhelm's portrayal of the relation between the sexes in marriage, and whether the limitations in it so apparent to us today are expressions of Kierkegaard's own views at the time, and if so whether these ever changed. The year before his death he wrote that what Wilhelm says about the woman is what you could expect from a husband defending marriage with ethical enthusiasm. Kierkegaard seems to suggest the ethical enthusiasm is somehow false. He says that although man has a lust for life, left to himself he finds no way to awaken it. When the woman, however, in whom this lust is already alive, appears before him she awakens his unspecified lust and specifies it. So Wilhelm's marriage is really no more than an expression of his own shortcomings and needs, and Wilhelm himself really as much of an egoist as his friend the aesthete. So far so good, but this is where Kierkegaard stops. Or rather, he says that man is constitutionally spirit, which as readers of the Sickness unto Death will recognize, means that he is fated to exercise what was referred to here earlier as the human ability to ask what it is essentially to be a human being. Two things follow. First, that the exercise of this ability deprives man of his lust for life, and second, that the only way for him to supplement this loss is for woman to lack this peculiarly human ability. An unholy combination if ever there was one. Wilhelm's stolid chauvinism gives way to a cynical symbioticism. Does Kierkegaard have any better defense of marriage to offer than that of an enthusiastic ethicist? Our motto, the reader will recall, has Kierkegaard using his either-or to drive out mediocrity and spiritlessness, along with the pagan optimism which made Christianity just one more item on the agenda of finitude. Here the either-or makes a clear separation between the finite life we lead, and would like to have a lust for, and the world of spirit for which life as we generally led it is trivial and not lust-worthy. Drop all this egoistic trifling which people usually fill their lives with, doing business, marrying, begetting children, being something in the world. Drop it, cut it all out, let your life be dedicated to loving God and devotion to humanity. The 1854 either-or spans an unbridgeable divide between petty bourgeois self-seeking and a life of unspecified self-effacement on behalf of the good. Just where the things Wilhelm prizes find a place in a world defined by these stark alternatives is unclear, as indeed what it could be about them that gave us any sense of their value. The appeal of our 1841 to either-or is that its either is precisely not a life of mediocrity or spiritlessness. How Kierkegaard could have handled a spiritless life view poetically is hard to conceive anyway. Such a life has no appeal. Nor does it lead anywhere. An aesthetic either is one that its or can sympathize with because that is where it can have come from, and it has the imagination and depth needed to grasp the force of appeals made to it to choose the or. Preface. Perhaps it has sometimes occurred to you, dear reader, to doubt the correctness of the familiar philosophical proposition that the outward is the inward the outward. Too, you yourself have perhaps nursed a secret which, in its joy or pain, you felt was too precious for you to be able to initiate others into it. Your life has perhaps brought you into touch with people of whom you suspected something of the kind, yet without being able to wrest their secret from them by force or guile. Perhaps either case applies to you in your life, and yet you are not a stranger to that doubt. It has slipped before your mind now and then like a fleeting shadow. Such a doubt comes and goes, and no one knows where it comes from or to where it hurries on. I, for my part, have always been of a somewhat heretical temper on this point of philosophy and have therefore early accustomed myself to undertaking, as best I may, observations and investigations of my own. I have sought guidance from the authors whose views in this respect I shared. In short, I have done everything in my power to fill the gap left by the philosophical literature. Little by little, hearing became my favorite sense, for just as it is the voice that reveals the inwardness which is incommensurable with the outer, so the ear is the instrument whereby that inwardness is grasped, hearing the sense by which it is appropriated. Whenever I found a contradiction between what I saw and what I heard, I found my doubt corroborated, and my passion for observation increased. A father confessor is separated from the penitent by a grille. He does not see, he only hears. Gradually, as he listens, he forms a corresponding exterior. Consequently, he avoids contradiction. It is otherwise, however, when you see and hear at the same time, and yet perceive a grille between yourself and the speaker. As far as results go, my observational efforts in this direction have met with very varied success. Sometimes I have had fortune with me, sometimes not, and any returns along this road always depend on good fortune. However, I have never lost the desire to continue my investigations. Whenever I have been on the point of ruining my perseverance, my efforts have been crowned by an unexpected stroke of luck. It was an unexpected stroke of good luck of this kind that, in a most curious way, put me in possession of the papers I hereby have the honor of presenting to the reading public. These papers have given me the opportunity to gain an insight into the lives of two men which corroborated my suspicion that the outward was not, after all, the inward. This applies particularly to one of them. His exterior has been in complete contradiction to his interior. To some extent it is also true of the other inasmuch as he concealed a rather significant interior beneath a somewhat ordinary exterior. Still, for the record I had better explain how these papers came into my possession. It is now about 7 years since, at a second-hand dealer's here in town, I noticed an escritoire. It caught my attention the moment I saw it. It was not of modern workmanship and rather well used, yet it captivated me. I cannot possibly explain the reason for this impression, but most people have experienced something similar in their lives. My daily path took me past the dealer and his escritoire, and never a day passed but I fastened my eyes on it as I went by. Gradually that escritoire acquired a history for me. Seeing it became a necessity for me, and to that end I thought nothing of going out of my way for its sake when an unaccustomed route called for that. The more I saw it the more I wanted to possess it. I was quite aware that this was a curious desire, seeing I had no use for this piece of furniture, that procuring it was an extravagance on my part. Yet, as we all know, desire is very sophistical. I found some pretext for going into the dealer's, asked about other things, and as I was about to leave, casually made a very low offer for the escritoire. I thought the dealer might possibly have accepted. Then it would have fallen into my hands by chance. Certainly it wasn't for the sake of the money that I behaved in this way, but for the sake of my conscience. The plan failed. The dealer was uncommonly firm. For some time again I went by every day, and looked with loving eyes upon my escritoire. You must make up your mind, I thought, for suppose it is sold, then it's too late. Even if you succeeded in getting hold of it again, you would never have the same feeling for it. My heart pounded when I went into the dealer's. It was bought and paid for. This has to be the last time, I thought, that you are so extravagant. Yes, in fact it is lucky you have bought it, for every time you look at it you will think how extravagant you were. With the escritoire a new period of your life is to begin. Alas, desire is very eloquent and good resolutions are always at hand. So the escritoire was set up in my apartment, and as my pleasure in the first period of my enamorement had been to look upon it from the street, so now I walked by it at home. Gradually I became familiar with all its rich content, its many drawers and recesses, and I was pleased in every way with the escritoire. But it was not to remain thus. In the summer of 1836 my affairs permitted me a week's trip to the country. The postilion was ordered for 5 o'clock in the morning. The luggage I needed had been packed the evening before. Everything was prepared. I awoke at 4, but the picture of the beautiful district I was to visit had such an intoxicating effect upon me that I fell asleep again, or to dreaming. It seems my servant thought he should allow me all the sleep I could get, for it was not until 5:30 that he called me. The postilion was already blowing his horn, and although I am not usually inclined to follow the orders of others, I have nevertheless always made an exception of the postilion and his evocative leitmotif. I was speedily dressed. I was already at the door when it occurred to me, "Have you enough money in your pocket-book?" There wasn't much. I unlocked the escritoire to pull out my money drawer and take with me what the house could afford. What do you think? The drawer wouldn't budge. All expedients were in vain. It was all as unfortunate as could be. To stumble just at that moment, when my ears were still ringing with the postilion's inviting tones, on such difficulties. The blood rose to my head, I became indignant. As Xerxes had the sea whipped, I resolved to take a terrible revenge. 3 A hatchet was fetched. With it I dealt the escritoire a tremendous blow. Whether in my wrath I missed or the drawer was as obstinate as I, the effect was not the one intended. The drawer was closed, and the drawer remained closed. But something else happened. Whether my blow fell just on that point, or the overall shock to the whole framework of the escritoire was what did it, I don't know, but what I do know is that there sprang open a secret door which I had never noticed before. This enclosed a recess which naturally I hadn't discovered either. Here, to my great surprise, I found a mass of papers, the papers that formed the content of the present work. My resolve remained unaltered. At the first station I would take out a loan. In the greatest haste, a mahogany case in which there usually lay a pair of pistols was emptied, and the papers placed in it. Pleasure had triumphed and gained an unexpected increase. In my heart I begged the escritoire forgiveness for the harsh treatment, while my mind found its doubt corroborated that the outward after all is not the inward, and my empirical proposition confirmed that luck is needed to make such discoveries. I arrived at Hillerod in the middle of the forenoon, put my finances in order, and let the magnificent countryside make its general impact. Immediately the following morning I began my excursions, which now took on a quite other character than I had intended. My servant followed me with the mahogany case. I sought out a romantic spot in the forest where I was as safe as possible from surprise, and then took out the documents. My host, who was not unaware of these frequent peregrinations with the mahogany case, ventured the remark that I was perhaps practicing at shooting with my pistols. For this remark I was much obliged to him and left him undisturbed in his belief. A cursory glance at the new-found papers immediately revealed that they formed two oeuvres which differed markedly also in externals. One of them was written on a kind of letter vellum in quarto, with a fairly wide margin. The handwriting was legible, sometimes even a little elegant, just once in a while careless. The other was written on full sheets of foolscap divided into columns, in the way that legal documents and the like are written. The handwriting was clear, rather extended, uniform, and even. It looked as though it belonged to a businessman. The contents, too, proved straightaway to be dissimilar. The one part contained a number of aesthetic essays of varying length, the other consisted of 2 long inquiries and 1 shorter, all ethical in content, as it seemed, and in the form of letters. On closer examination this difference proved fully corroborated, for the latter compilation consisted of letters written to the author of the first. But I must find some briefer way of designating the 2 authors. To that end I have scrutinized the papers very carefully, but have found nothing, or as good as nothing. Regarding the first author, the aestheticist, there is no information at all. As for the other, the letter writer, one learns that he was called Wilhelm, had been a judge, but of what court is not specified. If I were to go strictly by the historical facts, and call him Wilhelm, I would lack a corresponding appellation for the first author, and have to give him some arbitrary name. I have therefore preferred to call the first author A, the second B. In addition to the longer essays there were, among the papers, some slips on which were written aphorisms, lyrical effusions, reflections. The handwriting alone indicated that they belonged to A. The contents confirmed this. The papers themselves I then tried to arrange as best I could. With B's papers that was fairly easily done. One of the letters presupposes the other. In the second letter there is a quotation from the first. The third letter presupposes the two previous ones. Arranging A's papers was not such an easy matter. I have therefore let chance determine the order, that is to say, I have left them in the order in which I found them, of course without being able to decide whether this order has any chronological value or notional significance. The scraps of paper lay loose in the hiding place. These I have had to assign a place. I have let them come first because I thought they could best be regarded as preliminary glimpses of what the longer essays develop more connectedly. I have called them DIAPSALMATA, for and added as a kind of motto at se ipsum. 5 This title and this motto are in a way mine and yet not mine. They are mine in so far as they apply to the whole collection. On the other hand, they belong to A himself, for the word DIAPSALMATA was written on one of the scraps, and on two of them the words at se ipsum. Also a little French verse, which appeared above one of the aphorisms, I have had printed on the reverse of the title page, in a way A himself has frequently done. Since the majority of these aphorisms have a lyrical character, I have thought it quite suitable to use the word diapsalma in the main title. If the reader should think this infelicitous, then truth demands that I acknowledge it as my own invention and affirm that it was surely good taste on A's part to use it for the aphorism over which it was found. In the arrangement of the individual aphorisms I have let chance prevail. That the individual expressions often contradict one another I found quite in order, for it belongs essentially to the mood. I did not find it worth the trouble adopting an arrangement that made these contradictions less conspicuous. I followed chance, and it is also chance that has drawn my attention to the fact that the first and the last aphorism in a way correspond to one another, and that the one as it were reverberates with the pain of being a poet, while the other savors the satisfaction of always having the laughter on one's side. As for A's aesthetic essays, I have nothing to remark in their regard. They were all ready for printing, and so far as they contain difficulties I must let these speak for themselves. The last of A's papers is a story entitled The Seducer's Diary. Here there are new difficulties, since A does not acknowledge himself as its author, but only as editor. This is an old short story writer's trick, to which I should not object further did it not contribute to making my own position so complicated, because it presents the one author as lying inside the other, as in a Chinese box puzzle. Here is not the place to go further into what confirms me in my opinion. I shall only note that the dominant mood of A's preface in a way betrays the writer. It is really as if A himself had become afraid of his work which, like a restless dream, still continued to frighten him while it was being told. If these were actual events to which he had been witness, it seems strange that the preface bears no stamp of A's joy at seeing the realization of the idea that had often hovered before his mind. This idea of the seducers is suggested in the essay on the immediate erotic as well as in Shadowgraphs, namely the idea that the analogue of Don Juan must be a reflected seducer who works within the category of the interesting, where the thing is therefore not how many he seduces but how he does it. I find no trace of such a joy in the preface but rather, as noted, a trembling, a certain horror, which is no doubt due to his poetical relation to this idea. Nor does it surprise me that it has affected A in this way, for I, too, who have nothing at all to do with this tale and am indeed twice removed from the original author, even I have at times felt quite uncomfortable while busying myself with these papers in the still of the night. It was as if the seducer moved like a shadow over my floor, as if he threw a glance at the papers, as if he fastened his demonic eye on me and said, "So, you mean to publish my papers? That is in any case indefensible of you. You will cause anxiety in the little dears. But then, of course, you think in return to make me and my sort harmless. There you are wrong. I shall simply change my method and then I am even better placed. What flocks of young girls will run straight into my arms when they hear that seductive name, a seducer? Give me half a year and I shall provide a story more interesting than everything I have experienced up to now. I imagine a young, vigorous girl with a sharp turn of mind getting the remarkable idea of avenging her sex on me. She thinks she can coerce me, give me a taste of the pangs of unrequited love. That's a girl for me. If she doesn't make a good enough job of it herself, I shall come to her aid. I shall ride like the mole's people 0.6, and when I have brought her to that point, she is mine. But perhaps I have abused my position already as editor by burdening the readers with my reflections. The occasion must speak for my pardon, for it was on the occasion of the awkwardness of my position due to A's presenting himself only as editor of this story, and not as author, that I let myself be carried away. What more I have to add about this story I can only do in my capacity as editor, for I believe I can find in it some clue to the time of its action. Here and there in the diary is a date. What is missing is the year. That makes it look as though I should get no further. However, by examining the individual dates more closely I think I have found a clue. For although every year has a 7th of April, a 3rd of July, a 2nd of August, etc., it by no means follows that the 7th of April falls each year on a Monday. So I calculated accordingly and discovered that this combination fits the year 1834.7. Whether A has thought of that I cannot determine. I hardly believe so, for otherwise he would surely not have employed as much caution as is his custom. Nor does the diary read Monday, April 7th, etc., it says simply April 7th. Indeed, the entry itself for that date begins, on Monday then, which precisely points your mind in the wrong direction. But reading through the entry under that date, one sees that it must have been a Monday. In the case of this story, then, I have a definite date. But all attempts I have made until now with its help to determine the times of the other essays have been unsuccessful. I could just as well have placed this story third, but, as I said above, I have preferred to let chance prevail and everything remains in the order in which I found it. As for B's papers, these fall easily and naturally into place. In their case, however, I have made an alteration inasmuch as I have allowed myself to furnish them with titles, seeing the letter form has prevented the author himself from giving these inquiries a title. Should the reader, therefore, having become acquainted with the contents, find that the titles were not happily chosen, I am always willing to reconcile myself to the pain attached to doing badly what one wanted to do well. As for B's manuscript, there I have permitted myself absolutely no changes but have looked upon it scrupulously as a document. I might perhaps have removed the occasional carelessness, which is understandable enough when one considers that he is only a letter writer. I didn't want to do that, because I was afraid I might go too far. The point I have now arrived at is the one I had already reached 5 years ago. I had arranged the papers in their present order, had made up my mind to publish them, but then thought it best after all to wait a while. I considered 5 years to be an appropriate space of time. Those 5 years have now elapsed and I am beginning where I left off. Presumably it is unnecessary to reassure the reader that I have left no stone unturned in my efforts to trace the authors. The dealer kept no books. As everyone knows, the practice is rare among second-hand dealers. He did not know from whom he had bought that piece. He seemed to recall that it had been purchased at a general auction. I shall not venture to narrate to the reader the many fruitless attempts that have consumed so much of my time, the less so seeing their recollection is so unpleasant to myself. I can at least in all brevity let the reader in on the result, for the result was absolutely nil. As I was about to carry out my resolve to publish the papers, a single misgiving awoke in me. The reader will perhaps permit me to speak quite frankly. It struck me that I might be guilty of an indiscretion towards the unknown authors. However, the more familiar I became with the papers, the more that misgiving diminished. The papers were of such a nature that, for all my painstaking investigations, they yielded no information. So much less likely in that case that a reader should find any, since I dare measure myself with any reader, not indeed in taste and sympathy and insight, but in industry and tirelessness. Assuming therefore that the unknown authors still existed, that they lived here in town, that they came to make this unexpected acquaintance with their works, then, if they themselves remained silent nothing would come of their publication, for it is true in the strictest sense of these papers what one usually says anyway of all printed matter, they hold their peace. One other misgiving I had was in itself of less importance, fairly easy to dispel, and has indeed been overcome even more easily than I had thought. It occurred to me that these papers might become a financial proposition. Although it seemed proper that I should receive a small fee for my troubles as editor, an author's fee I had to consider much too excessive. As the honest Scottish farmers in the White Lady 8 decide to buy the estate, cultivate it, and then make a present of it to the Counts of Avenel should they ever return, I decided to place the entire fee at interest, so that if the authors should ever turn up I would be able to give them the whole thing with compound interest. If my complete ineptitude has not already convinced the reader that I am no author or scholar who makes publishing his profession, then the naivety of this reasoning should put the matter beyond all doubt. This misgiving was also overcome in a much easier way, since in Denmark even an author's fee is no manor house, and the unknown authors would have had to stay away for a long time for their fee, even with compound interest, to become a financial proposition. There remained merely to give these papers a title. I could have called them papers, posthumous papers, found papers, lost papers, etc. There are many and various possibilities, as we all know. But none of these titles satisfied me. In deciding on a title I have therefore allowed myself a liberty, a deception, which I shall endeavor to answer for. During my constant occupation with these papers it dawned upon me that they could yield a new aspect if regarded as the work of one man. I am quite aware of all that can be objected to in this view, that it is unhistorical, improbable, preposterous that one person should be the author of both parts. Notwithstanding, the reader might well fall for the conceit that once you have said A you must also say B. However, I have still been unable to give up the idea. Then it would have been someone who had lived through both kinds of experience, or had deliberated on both. For A's papers contain a variety of attempts at an aesthetic view of life. To convey a unified aesthetic life view is scarcely possible. B's papers contain an ethical life view. As I let this thought influence my soul, it became clear to me that I might let this guide me into determining the title. This is just what the title I have chosen expresses. If there be any loss in this to the reader, it cannot be much, for he can just as well forget the title while reading the book. Once he has read it he may perhaps then think of the tide. Doing so will free him from every finite question as to whether A was actually persuaded and repented, whether B won the day, or whether, perhaps, it ended by B's going over to A's point of view. For in this respect these papers are without an ending. If one thinks this isn't as it should be, it would be unwarranted to say it was mistaken, for one might just as well call it unfortunate. I, for my part, consider it a piece of good fortune. One occasionally comes across novelettes where opposite life views are expressed through particular persons. It usually ends with one of them convincing the other. Rather than insisting on the views speaking for itself, the reader is enriched with the historical result that the other party was convinced. I consider it a piece of good fortune that these papers provide no information in that regard. Whether A wrote his aesthetic essays after receiving B's letters, whether his soul has continued since then to riot in wild abandon or has calmed down, of this I cannot see myself in a position to pass on a single piece of information since the papers contain none. Nor do they contain any clues as to how things have gone with B, whether he had the strength to stick to his view or not. Once the book has been read, A and B are forgotten, only the views confront each other, and await no final decision in particular persons. I have no further comment to make except that it has occurred to me that the honorable authors, if they were aware of my project, might possibly wish to accompany their papers with a word to the reader. I shall therefore add a few words under their hands' guidance. I would surely have no objection to the publication of the papers. To the reader he would presumably cry out, "Read them or don't read them, you will regret both." It is harder to determine what B would say. He might perhaps direct one or another reproach at me, especially regarding the publication of A's papers. He would let me feel that he himself had no part in it, that he could wash his hands of it. Having done that he might perhaps turn to the book with these words, "Go out into the world, then, avoid if possible the attention of the critics, call on a single reader in a favorable moment, and should you stumble upon a lady reader, I would say, 'My fair reader, in this book you will find something you ought perhaps not to know, and something else you might well profit from knowing, so read the first something in such a way that you who have read it can be as though one who has not read it. The other in such a way that you who have read it can be as though one who has not forgotten what has been read.' 9. As editor I will only append the wish that the book meets the reader in a favorable hour, and that the fair lady reader succeeds in scrupulously following B's well-intentioned advice. November 1842. The Editor. One diapsalmata ad se ipsum grandeur, savoir, renam, amity, plaisir et bien, tout ne que vent, que fumée, pour mieux dire, tout ne rien. 1 What is a poet? An unhappy man who hides deep anguish in his heart, but whose lips are so formed that when the sigh and cry pass through them, it sounds like lovely music. His fate is like that of those unfortunates who were slowly tortured by a gentle fire in Phalaris's bull. Their cries could not reach the tyrant's ears to cause him dismay. To him they sounded like sweet music. 2 And people flock around the poet and say, "Sing again soon, that is. May new sufferings torment your soul, but your lips be fashioned as before. For the cry would only frighten us, but the music, that is blissful." And the critics come forward and say, "That's the way, that's how the rules of aesthetics say it should be done." Of course, a critic resembles a poet to a hair, except he has no anguish in his heart, no music on his lips. So I tell you, I would rather be a swineherd at Amagerbro and be understood by the swine than a poet and misunderstood by people. I prefer talking with children. With them one can still hope they may become rational beings. But those who have become that, Lord save us! Aren't people absurd? They never use the freedoms they do have but demand those they don't have. They have freedom of thought, they demand freedom of speech. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to ride, the motion is too violent. I can't be bothered to walk, it's strenuous. I can't be bothered to lie down, for either I'd have to stay lying down and that I can't be bothered with, or I'd have to get up again, and I can't be bothered with that either. In short, I just can't be bothered. As everyone knows, there are insects which die in the moment of fertilization. Thus it is with all joy. Life's supreme and most voluptuous moment of pleasure is attended by death. This is the main defect with everything human, that it is only through opposition that the object of desire is possessed. I shan't speak of the various syndromes that can keep the psychologist busy. The melancholic has the best developed sense of humor, the most extravagant person is often the one most prone to the picturesque, the dissolute one often the most moral, the doubter often the most religious. But simply recall that it is through sin that one first catches sight of salvation. Besides my other numerous circle of acquaintances, I have one more intimate confidant, my melancholy. In the midst of my joy, in the midst of my work, he waves to me, calls me to one side, even though physically I stay put. My melancholy is the most faithful mistress I have known. What wonder, then, that I love her in return? Old age realizes the dreams of youth. Look at Swift. In his youth he built an asylum, in his old age he himself entered it. 3 It should worry one to see with what hypochondriac profundity a former generation of Englishmen have discovered the ambiguity at the bottom of laughter. Thus Dr. Hartley Fore has remarked, when laughter first manifests itself in the infant, it is an incipient cry, excited by pain, or by a feeling of pain suddenly inhibited, and recurring at brief intervals. What if everything in the world were a misunderstanding? What if laughter were really tears? There are times when one can be so infinitely pained on seeing someone all alone in the world. Thus the other day I saw a poor girl walking all alone to church to be confirmed. I say of my sorrow what the Englishman says of his home, my sorrow is my castle. Many consider sorrow one of life's comforts. I feel as a chessman must when the opponent says of it, that piece cannot be moved. I'm stunted as a Shiva, weak and unaspirated as a Dage Shlena. 5 I feel like a letter written back to front in the line, yet rampant as a three-tailed pasha. 6 jealous of myself and my thoughts as the bank is of its printing plates, and generally as self-reflected as any reflexive pronoun. If only it went with misfortune and sorrow as with conscious good deeds, where those who do them have their reward taken away. 7 If that were true of sorrows, I'd be the happiest of men, for I take all my troubles in advance, and still they all stay behind. The tremendous poetic power of folk literature finds expression in, among other ways, its having the strength to desire. Compared to it, the desire of our own time is both sinful and boring because what it covets is the neighbor's. That other desire knows very well that the neighbor no more than itself has what it seeks. And when its desire is sinful it is on such a titanic scale as to make man tremble. It won't let its price be beaten down by the cold probabilities of a sober reason. Don Juan still strides over the stage with his 1003 mistresses. Out of deference to the tradition, no one dares smile. If a writer ventured the like in our own time, he would be ridiculed. Alas, the door of fortune does not open inwards so that one can force it by charging at it. It opens outwards, and so there is nothing one can do. I think I have the courage to doubt everything. I think I have the courage to fight everything. But I do not have the courage to know anything, nor to possess, to own anything. Most people complain that the world is so prosaic, that life isn't like a romantic novel where opportunities are always so favorable. What I complain of is that life is not like a novel where there are hard-hearted fathers, and goblins and trolls to fight with, enchanted princesses to free. What are all such enemies taken together compared to the pallid, bloodless, glutinous nocturnal shapes with which I fight and to which I myself give life and being? How barren is my soul and thought, and yet incessantly tormented by vacuous, rapturous and agonizing birth pangs. Is my spirit to be forever tongue-tied? Must I always babble? What I need is a voice as penetrating as the glance of Lynceus, terrifying as the sigh of the giants, persistent as a sound of nature, mocking as a frost-chilled gust of wind, malicious as echo's callous scorn, ate with a compass from the deepest bass to the most melting chest notes, modulating from the whisper of gentle holiness to the violent fury of rage. That is what I need to get air, to give expression to what is on my mind, to stir the bowels of my wrath and of my sympathy. But me voice is only hoarse like the cry of a gull, or dying away like the blessing upon the lips of the dumb. What is to come? What does the future hold? I don't know, I have no idea. When from a fixed point a spider plunges down as is its nature, it sees always before it an empty space in which it cannot find a footing however much it flounders. That is how it is with me, always an empty space before me. What drives me on is a result that lies behind me. This life is back to front and terrible, unendurable. After all, it is the best time of one's life, the first period of falling in love, when with every meeting, every glance, one brings home something new to rejoice over. My reflection on life altogether lacks meaning. I take it some evil spirit has put a pair of spectacles on my nose, one glass of which magnifies to an enormous degree, while the other reduces to the same degree. Of all ridiculous things in the world, what strikes me as the most ridiculous of all is being busy in the world, to be a man quick to his meals and quick to his work. So when, at the crucial moment, I see a fly settle on such a businessman's nose, or he is bespattered by a carriage which passes him by in even greater haste, or the drawbridge is raised, or a tile falls from the roof and strikes him dead, I laugh from the bottom of my heart. And who could help laughing? For what do they achieve, these busy botchers? Are they not like the housewife who, in confusion at the fire in her house, saved the fire tongs? What else do they salvage from the great fire of life? I lack altogether patience to live. I cannot see the grass grow, but since I cannot, I don't feel at all inclined to. My views are the fleeting observations of a traveling scholar nigh rushing through life in the greatest haste. People say the good Lord fills the stomach before the eyes. I haven't noticed. My eyes have had enough and I am weary of everything, and yet I hunger. Ask any questions you will, just don't ask me for reasons. A young girl is excused for not being able to give reasons. They say she lives in her feelings. It is different with me. Generally, I have so many and usually mutually contradictory reasons that, for that reason, it is impossible for me to give reasons. Also, cause and effect don't seem to hang properly together. At one time, huge and powerful causes give rise to tiny and unimpressive little effects, occasionally to none at all. At another, a brisk little cause gives birth to a colossal effect. Life has become a bitter drink to me, and yet it must be taken in drops, counted one by one. No one comes back from the dead, no one has entered the world without crying, no one is asked when he wishes to enter life, nor when he wishes to leave. Time passes, life is a stream, people say, and so on. I haven't noticed it. Time stands still and I with it. All the plans I form fly straight back at me, when I want to spit in my own face. When I get up in the morning I go straight back to bed again. I feel best in the evening, the moment I douse the candle, pull the eiderdown over my head. I raise myself up once more, look about the room with an indescribable peace of mind, and then it's good night, down under the eiderdown, What am I good for? For nothing or everything. That is an unusual capability. I wonder if the world will appreciate it? God knows if the girls get jobs who look for positions as maids of all work, or, failing that, as anything at all. One should be an enigma not just to others but to oneself too. I study myself. When I'm tired of that, I light a cigar to pass the time, and think, God only knows what the good Lord really meant with me, or what he meant to make of me. The sorcerer Virgil had himself chopped in pieces and placed in a cauldron to be cooked for 8 days, thus to become rejuvenated. 10 He had someone watch out that no intruder peeped into the cauldron. The watchman was unable, however, to resist the temptation. It was too soon. Virgil disappeared with a cry, like a little child. I, too, have probably looked too early into the cauldron of life and its historical development, and no doubt will never manage to be more than a child. Let others complain that our age is evil. My complaint is that it is paltry. For it is without passion. People's thoughts are thin and flimsy as lace, they themselves are as pitiable as lace makers. The thoughts in their hearts are too paltry to be sinful. For a worm it might be considered a sin to harbor such thoughts, but not for the human being shaped in the image of God. Their desires are stodgy and sluggish, their passions sleepy. They do their duty, these hucksters, but like the Jews, they let themselves clip the coin just a little. They think that however well the good Lord keeps his books, they can still get away with cheating him a little. Fie upon them! That's why my soul always reverts to the Old Testament and to Shakespeare. There at least one feels that it's human beings talking. Their people hate, people love, people murder their enemy and curse his descendants through all generations, their people sin. I divide my time thus: half the time I sleep, the other half I dream. When I sleep I never dream, that would be a pity, for sleeping is the height of genius. Being a perfect human being is after all the highest goal. Now I have corns, that's always a help. The best proof adduced of the wretchedness of life is that derived from contemplating its glory. Most people are in such a rush to enjoy themselves that they hurry right past it. They are like the dwarf who kept guard over an abducted princess in his castle. One day he took an after-dinner nap. When he woke up an hour later she was gone. Quickly he pulled on his 7-league boots and with one step he had far outstripped her. My soul is so heavy that no longer can any thought sustain it, no wing beat lift it up into the ether. If it moves, it only sweeps along the ground like the low flight of birds when a thunderstorm is brewing. How empty life is and without meaning. We bury a man, we follow him to the grave, we throw 3 spades of earth on him, we ride out in a coach, we ride home in a coach, we take comfort in the thought that a long life awaits us. But how long is 80 years and 10? Why not finish it at once? Why not stay out there and step down into the grave with him, and draw lots for who should have the misfortune to be the last alive to throw the last 3 spades of earth on the last of the dead? Wretched fate! In vain you paint your furrowed face like an old harlot, in vain you make a racket with your fool's bells. You bore me, it's always the same, an Edom per Edom. 11 No variation, always a rehash. Come, sleep and death, you promise nothing, you keep everything. A fire broke out backstage in a theater. The clown came out to warn the public. They thought it was a joke and applauded. He repeated it. The acclaim was even greater. I think that's just how the world will come to an end, to general applause from wits who believe it's a joke. Whatever can be the meaning of this life? If we divide mankind into 2 large classes, we can say that one works for a living, the other has no need to. But working for one's living can't be the meaning of life. To suppose that constantly procuring the conditions of life should be the answer to the question of the meaning of what they make possible is a contradiction. Usually the lives of the other class have no meaning either, beyond that of consuming the said conditions. To say that the meaning of life is to die seems again to be a contradiction. The real pleasure consists not in what one takes pleasure in but in the mind. If I had in my service a humble spirit who, when I asked for a glass of water, brought me all the world's most expensive wines nicely blended in a goblet, I would dismiss him until he learned that the pleasure consists not in what I enjoy but in having my way. So it isn't I who am master of my life, I am just one of the threads to be woven into life's calico. Well then, even if I cannot spin, I can at least cut the thread in two. I seem destined to suffer every possible mood, to gain experience in all directions. I lie every moment like a child learning how to swim, out in the middle of the sea. I scream, for although I have a harness around my waist, I cannot see the pole that is to hold me up. It is a fearful way to gain experience. It's rather remarkable, one acquires a conception of the eternal from the two most appalling opposites. If I think of that unhappy bookkeeper who lost his mind in despair at ruining a merchant house through saying that 7 and 6 make 14, if I think of him repeating 7 and 6 are 14 to himself, day in and day out, unmindful of all else, I have an image of eternity. If I imagine a voluptuously beautiful woman in a harem, reclining on a sofa in all her allure, not caring for anything in the world, I have another image for eternity. What the philosophers say about reality is often as deceptive as when you see a sign in a second-hand store that reads, "Pressing done here." If you went in with your clothes to have them pressed, you would be fooled. The sign is for sale. For me, nothing is more dangerous than recollection. Once I have recalled some life situation, it ceases to exist. People say that separation helps to revive love. That is quite true, but it revives it in a purely poetic way. A life in recollection is the most perfect imaginable. Memory gives you your fill more abundantly than all of reality, and has a security which no reality possesses. A life situation recalled has already passed into eternity, and has no more temporal interest. If anyone should keep a diary, it's me, to aid my memory a little. After a while it often happens that I completely forget what reasons motivated me to do this or that, not just in bagatelles, but also in taking the most decisive steps. Should the reason then occur to me, sometimes it seems so strange that I myself refuse to believe it was the reason. This doubt would be removed if I had something written to refer to. In any case, a reason is a curious thing. If I concentrate all my passion on it, it grows into a huge necessity that can move heaven and earth. If I lack passion, I look down on it with scorn. Have speculated for some time as to the real reason why I resigned my post as secondary school teacher. Thinking it over now, it occurs to me that such a position was the very thing for me. Today it dawned on me, that was precisely the reason. I had to consider myself absolutely fitted for the job. So if I'd continued in it, I had everything to lose, nothing to gain. Wherefore I thought it proper to resign my post and seek employment with a traveling theatre. The reason being that I had no talent, and so everything to gain. The social striving and the exquisite sympathy that goes with it is becoming more and more widespread. In Leipzig a committee has been formed which, out of sympathy for the sad end of old horses, has decided to eat them. I have only one friend, Echo. And why is Echo my friend? Because I love my sorrow, and Echo does not take it away from me. I have only one confidant, the silence of the night. And why is it my confidant? Because it is silent. As it happened to Parmeniscus in the legend, who in the cave of Trophonius lost the ability to laugh but got it back on Delos at the sight of the shapeless block which was supposed to be the image of the goddess Leto, so too with me. 12 When I was very young I forgot in the cave of Trophonius how to laugh. When I became older, when I opened my eyes and saw reality, I started to laugh and haven't stopped since. I saw the meaning of life was getting a livelihood, its goal acquiring a titular office. 13 That love's rich desire was getting hold of a well-to-do girl, that the blessedness of friendship was to help one another in financial embarrassment, that wisdom was what the majority assumed it to be, that enthusiasm was to make a speech, that courage was to risk losing $10, that cordiality consisted in saying you're welcome after a dinner, that fear of God was to go to communion once a year. That's what I saw, and I laughed. What is it that binds me? Of what was the fetter that bound the Fenris wolf formed? 14 It was wrought of the noise of the cat's paws as it walks on the ground, of women's beards, of the roots of rocks, the sinews of the bear, the breath of fish, and the spittle of birds. So, too, am I bound by a fetter formed of dark fancies, of disturbing dreams, of restless thoughts, of dire misgivings, of inexplicable anxieties. This chain is very supple, soft as silk, resilient to the strongest tensions, and cannot be torn in 2. 15 It's rather strange, The same thing preoccupies us at every age in life, and we always get just so far, or rather we go backwards. At 15, when I was in grammar school, I wrote with much unction about the proofs of God's existence and the immortality of the soul, about the concept of faith, about the significance of the miracle. For my examen artium I wrote an essay on the immortality of the soul, for which I was awarded praeceteris. Later I won a prize for an essay on this subject. Who would believe, after such a solid and very promising start, that in my 25th year I should have reached the point where I cannot produce a single proof of the immortality of the soul? I remember particularly from my school days that an essay of mine on the immortality of the soul received exceptional praise from the teacher, and was read out by him, as much for the beauty of the style as for the content. Alas! I threw that essay away long ago. How unfortunate! Perhaps my doubting soul would have been captivated by it, as much for the content as for the beauty of the style. So my advice to parents, guardians and teachers is to warn children entrusted to them to set aside the Danish essays written at the age of 15. Giving this advice is the only thing I can do for the good of mankind. How true to form human nature runs! With what native genius a small child often shows us a living image of the larger situation. I was greatly amused today at little Ludwig. He sat in his little chair and looked about him with visible pleasure. Then the nanny, Mary, went through the room. Mary. Yes, little Ludwig, she answered with her usual friendliness, and came over to him. He leaned his large head slightly to one side, fastened his immense eyes upon her with a touch of roguishness, and then said quite phlegmatically, "Not this Mary, it was the other Mary." What do we older people do? We cry out to the whole world, and when it makes a friendly approach, we say, "It wasn't this Mary." My life is like an eternal night. When at last I die, I can say with Achilles, "Du bist vollbracht." Nachtweid means Dacians. 16 I am like the Lüneburger pig. 17 My thinking is a passion. I am very good at rooting out truffles for others. I myself take no pleasure in them. I root out the problems with my snout, but all I can do with them is toss them back over my head. I struggle in vain. My foot slips. My life is still a poet's existence. What could be more unhappy? I am chosen. Fate laughs at me when it suddenly shows me how everything I do to resist becomes an element in such an existence. I depict hope so vividly that every hopeful individual will recognize himself in my portrayal, and yet it is a fake, for while I depict it I am thinking of recollection. How terrible is tedium, how terribly tedious! I know no stronger expression, none truer, for like is all that like knows. If only there were a higher expression, a stronger one, then at least there would still be some movement. I lie stretched out inert. All I see is emptiness, all I live on is emptiness, all I move in is emptiness. I do not even suffer pain. At least the vulture kept on pecking at Prometheus's liver, and Loki had the poison constantly dripping down on him. At least there was an interruption, however monotonous. But even pain has lost its power to refresh me. Were I offered all the world's glories or all its torments, they would affect me indifferently. I would not turn over on the other side either to reach for or to escape them. I die death itself. 18 Is there anything that could divert me? Yes, if I caught sight of a fidelity that stood every trial, an enthusiasm that sustained everything, a faith that moved mountains. If I came by a thought that bound together the finite and the infinite. But my soul's poisonous doubt is all-consuming. My soul is like the Dead Sea, over which no bird can fly. When it gets halfway, it sinks down spent to its death and destruction. Tautology nevertheless is and remains the supreme principle, the highest law of thought. 19 So no wonder that most people use it. It's not all that impoverished either, and might well fill out a whole life. It has its playful, witty, entertaining form in the infinite judgments. 20 This is the paradoxical and transcendental kind of tautology. It has its serious, scientific and edifying form. The formula for this is, when each of two magnitudes are equal to one and the same third magnitude, they are equal to each other. This is a quantitative inference. This kind of tautology is especially useful for rostrums and pulpits, where one is expected to say something significant. The disproportion in my build is that my forelegs are too short. Like the Australian kangaroo, I have quite short forelegs but infinitely long hind legs. As a rule, I sit quite still, but whenever I move, I make a huge leap, to the horror of all those to whom I am bound by the tender bonds of kinship and friendship. Either or an ecstatic lecture: if you marry, you will regret it; if you do not marry, you will also regret it. If you marry or if you do not marry, you will regret both. Whether you marry or you do not marry, you will regret both. Laugh at the world's follies, you will regret it. Weep over them, you will also regret it. If you laugh at the world's follies or if you weep over them, you will regret both. Whether you laugh at the world's follies or you weep over them, you will regret both. Believe a girl, you will regret it. If you do not believe her, you will also regret it. If you believe a girl or you do not believe her, you will regret both. Whether you believe a girl or you do not believe her, you will regret both. If you hang yourself, you will regret it. If you do not hang yourself, you will regret it. If you hang yourself or you do not hang yourself, you will regret both. Whether you hang yourself or you do not hang yourself, you will regret both. This, gentlemen, is the sum of all practical wisdom. It isn't just in single moments that I view everything eterno modo, as Spinoza says. I am constantly eterno modo. Many people think that's what they are too when, having done the one or the other, they combine or mediate these opposites. But this is a misunderstanding, for the true eternity lies not behind either or but ahead of it. So their eternity will also be in a painful succession of moments in time, since they will have the double regret to live on. My practical wisdom is easy to understand, for I have only one principle, which is not even my starting point. One must distinguish between the successive dialectic in either or and the eternal dialectic touched on here. In saying that I do not start out from my principle, the opposite of this is not a starting out from it, but simply the negative expression of my principle, the expression for its grasping itself as in opposition to a starting out or a not starting out from it. I do not start out from my principle, for were I to do so, I would regret it. If I were not to start out from it, I would also regret it. Therefore, if it seemed to any of my highly esteemed hearers that there was something in what I was saying, he would only prove that his mind was unsuited to philosophy. If he thought there was movement in what was said, that would prove the same. On the other hand, for those hearers capable of following me, in spite of my not making any movement, I will now unfold the eternal truth whereby this philosophy remains in itself and admits of nothing higher. For if I started out from my principle, I would be unable to stop again. If I didn't stop, I would regret it. If I stopped, I would also regret it, etc. Since I never start, however, I can always stop, for my eternal starting is my eternal stopping. Experience has shown that it isn't at all difficult for philosophy to begin. Far from it. It begins with nothing and can accordingly always begin. Point 21. What seems so difficult to philosophy and the philosophers is to stop. This difficulty, too, I have avoided. For if anyone believe that in stopping at this point I am really stopping, he proves he has no speculative insight. For I do not stop. I stopped that time I began. My philosophy has, therefore, the advantage of brevity and irrefutability. For if anyone were to contradict it, I would surely be justified in pronouncing him and saying, philosophy, then, is constantly idemo modo and does not have, like blessed St. Annis, 22 just single hours which are lived for eternity. Why wasn't I born in Nybotter? Why didn't I die as a small child? Then my father would have laid me in a little coffin, taken me under his arm, carried me out one Sunday morning to the grave, thrown the earth upon the coffin himself, said a few words half aloud that only he could understand. It could only occur to the unhappy days of old to let small children weep in Elysium because they had died so young. Point 23. My misfortune is this: an angel of death always walks by my side, and it is not the doors of the elect that I am to sprinkle with blood, as a sign that he is to pass them by. 24. No, it is precisely their doors that he enters, for only the love that lives in memory is happy. Wine no longer gladdens my heart. A little of it makes me sad, much, melancholic. My soul is faint and powerless. I dig the spur of pleasure in vain into its flank, it can no more, it no longer rises up in its royal prance. I have lost all my illusions. In vain I try to abandon myself to the infinity of joy. It cannot raise me up, or rather, I cannot raise myself up. Once it had only to beckon and I rose light of foot, sound in body, and bold. When I rode slowly through the forest, it was as though I flew. Now when the hoarfrost's ready to drop, it feels as though I do not budge. I am alone, as I have always been, abandoned not by men, that would not pain me, but by the happy spirits of joy who in countless hosts encircled me, who met everywhere with their kind, pointed everywhere to an opportunity. As an intoxicated man gathers youth's wanton swarm around him, so they flocked about me, the elves of joy, and my smile was due to them. My soul has lost possibility. Were I to wish for anything, I would not wish for wealth and power, but for the passion of the possible, that which everywhere, ever young, ever burning, sees possibility. Pleasure disappoints, not possibility. And what wine is so sparkling, what so fragrant, so intoxicating? My sorrow is my night's castle, which lies like an eagle's eyrie high up upon the mountain peaks among the clouds. No one can take it by storm. From it I fly down into reality and seize my prey. But I do not remain down there, I bring my prey home, and this prey is a picture I weave into the tapestries in my palace. Then I live as one dead. In the baptism of forgetfulness I plunge everything experienced into the eternity of remembrance. Everything finite and contingent is forgotten and erased. Then I sit thoughtful like an old man, gray-headed, and in a low voice, almost a whisper, explain the pictures, and by my side a child sits and listens, even though he remembers everything before I tell it. The sun shines into my room so beautiful and bright. In the next room the window is open. In the street everything is quiet, it is Sunday afternoon. I hear clearly a lark, warbling outside a window in one of the neighboring buildings, outside the window where the pretty girl lives. Far away, from a distant street, I hear a man crying shrimps. The air is so warm, yet the whole city seems dead. Then I am reminded of my youth and my first love. I longed then, now I only long for my first longing. What is youth? A dream. What is love? The dream's content. Something wonderful happened to me. I was transported into the seventh heaven. All the gods sat there in assembly. By special grace I was accorded the favor of a wish. Will you, said Mercury, have youth, or beauty, or power, or a long life, or the prettiest girl, or any other of the many splendors we have in our chest of knickknacks? So choose, but just one thing. For a moment I was at a loss. Then I addressed myself to the gods as follows: Esteemed contemporaries, I choose one thing, always to have the laughter on my side. Not a single word did one god offer in answer, on the contrary they all began to laugh. From this I concluded that my prayer was fulfilled and that the gods knew how to express themselves with taste, for it would hardly have been fitting gravely to answer, "It has been granted you." To the immediate erotic stages or the musical erotic platitudinous introduction from the moment my soul was first overwhelmed in wonder at Mozart's music, and bowed down to it in humble admiration, it has often been my cherished and rewarding pastime to reflect upon how that happy Greek view that calls the world a cosmos, because it manifests itself as an orderly whole. A tasteful and transparent adornment of the spirit that works upon and in it, upon how that happy view repeats itself in a higher order of things, in the world of ideals, how it may be a ruling wisdom there too, mainly to be admired for joining together those things that belong with one another, Axel with Valborg, Homer with the Trojan War, Raphael with Catholicism, Mozart with Don Juan. A wretched unbelief exists which seems to contain much healing power. It thinks such a connection fortuitous, and sees in it no more than a lucky concurrence of the different forces at play in life. It thinks it an accident that the lovers get each other, an accident that they love each other. There were 100 other girls he could have been just as happy with, whom he could have loved just as deeply. It thinks many a poet has existed who would have been just as immortal as Homer had that marvelous material not been seized on by him, many a composer just as immortal as Mozart had only the opportunity offered. Now this wisdom contains much solace and comfort for all mediocre minds, since it lets them and like-minded spirits fancy that the reason they are not as celebrated as the celebrities is some confusion of fate, a mistake on the part of the world. This produces a most convenient optimism. But to every high-minded soul, to every optimate one who does not feel bound to save himself in such a pitiable manner as by losing himself in contemplation of the great, it is of course repugnant, while his soul delights, and it is his holy joy to see united those things that belong together. This is what fortune is, not in the fortuitous sense, and so it presupposes two factors, whereas the fortuitous consists in the inarticulate interjections of fate. This is what historical fortune consists in, the divine conjuncture of historical forces, the heyday of historical time. The fortuitous has just one factor, the accident that the most remarkable epic theme imaginable fell to Homer's lot in the shape of the history of the Trojan Wars. In good fortune there are two, that the most remarkable epic material came to the lot of Homer. The accent lies here on Homer as much as on the material. In this lies the profound harmony that resounds in every work of art we call classic. And so too with Mozart. It is a piece of good fortune that what in a deeper sense is perhaps the only true musical subject was granted to Mozart. With his Don Giovanni, Mozart enters that small, immortal band of men whose names, whose works, time will not forget, for they are remembered in eternity. And although, once having entered, it is a matter of indifference whether one is placed highest or lowest, because in a sense they are equally, because infinitely, high, and although it is childish to argue over the highest and the lowest place here, as if for one's place in line at confirmation, I am still far too much a child, or rather, I am like a young girl in love with Mozart and must have him placed highest whatever the cost. And I shall appeal to the deacon and the priest and the dean and the bishop and the entire consistory, and I shall beg and beseech them to grant my prayer, and I shall implore the whole congregation for the same, and if they refuse to hear my prayer, if they refuse to grant my childish wish, I shall retire from the congregation and renounce its ways of thinking. I shall form a sect that not only places Mozart highest but simply refuses to accept anyone besides Mozart. And I shall beg Mozart to forgive me because his music did not inspire me to great deeds but made a fool of me, I, who through him lost the last grain of reason I possessed, and now spend most of my time in quiet sadness humming what I do not understand, haunting like a ghost what I cannot enter into. Immortal Mozart! You, to whom I owe everything, to whom I owe the loss of my reason, the wonder that overwhelmed my soul, the fear that gripped my inmost being, you, who are the reason I did not go through life without there being something that could make me tremble, you, whom I thank for the fact that I shall not have died without having loved, even though my love was unhappy. What wonder then that I should be more jealous of his glorification than of the happiest moment of my own life, more jealous of his immortality than of my own existence. Yes, to take him away, to efface his name, would be to overturn the only pillar that hitherto has prevented everything collapsing for me into a boundless chaos, into a fearful nothingness. Though I have no fear that any age will deny him a place in that kingdom of the gods, I must be prepared for people to think it childish of me to insist that he have the first place. And though I by no means intend to be ashamed of my childishness, although for me that will always be more meaningful and have more worth than any exhaustive meditation precisely because it can be exhausted, I shall nevertheless attempt a considered proof of his legal title. The happy feature of the classic work, what constitutes its classic nature and immortality, is the way in which the two forces absolutely cohere. This cohesion is so absolute that a later reflective age can hardly separate, even in thought, what is so intimately united without risk of giving rise to or entertaining a misunderstanding. Thus, its being said that it is Homer's good fortune to have acquired the most remarkable epic theme can make us forget that it is always in Homer's grasp of it that this topic comes down to us, and that its seeming to be the most perfect epic subject matter is clear to us only in and through the transubstantiation that is due to Homer. If, on the other hand, one puts the emphasis on the poetic activity with which Homer penetrated the material, one is in danger of forgetting that the poem would never have become what it is unless the thought with which Homer penetrated it was its own thought, unless the form was that of the matter itself. The poet wants his material, but wanting is no art, as one says quite rightly and with much truth in the case of a host of impotent poetic wants. To want rightly, on the other hand, is a great art, or rather, it is a gift. It is what is inexplicable and mysterious about genius, just like the divining rod, to which it never occurs to want except in the presence of what it wants. Here, then, Wanting is far more profoundly significant than usual. Yes, to the abstract understanding it may seem ridiculous, since the latter really thinks of wanting in respect of what is not in respect of what is. There was a school of aesthetics which by one-sidedly stressing the importance of form can be accused of occasioning the opposite misunderstanding. It has often seemed strange to me that these aestheticians unquestioningly adhered to the Hegelian philosophy, seeing that even a general familiarity with Hegel, and not specifically with his aesthetics, makes it clear that above all he places great emphasis in aesthetic respects on the importance of the subject matter. However, both go essentially together, and to show this it is enough to point to a single fact, since otherwise nothing of the kind would be thinkable. It is usually only a single work, or a single set of works, that stamps the individual poet or artist, etc. as a classic. The same individual may have produced many different things which stand in no relation to this. Thus Homer has also written a Batrachomiomachia, 3, but has not become a classic or immortal on that account. To say that is due to the insignificance of the subject is foolish indeed, for it is the balance that makes a work a classic. If what made it a classic lay only in the individual artist, then everything he produced would have to be a classic, in a similar though higher sense as that in which the bee always produces a certain type of cell. Were one then to reply that the reason is that he has been luckier with the one than with the other, one would really not have replied at all. This is in part just a superior tautology, of the kind that all too often enjoy the honor of being taken for answers. In part, considered as an answer, it is the answer given inside another relativity than the one in which the question is posed. For it tells us nothing about the relation between matter and form, and could at best come into consideration when it is a question of the formative activity alone. Now Mozart's case is similar. There is one work alone of his which makes him a classic composer and absolutely immortal. That work is Don Giovanni. Whatever else he has produced may cause pleasure and delight, arouse our admiration, enrich the soul, satisfy the ear, gladden the heart, but it does him and his immortality no service to lump everything together and make everything equally great. Don Giovanni is his acceptance piece. For with Don Giovanni he enters that eternity which lies not outside time but within it, which no curtain conceals from human eyes, into which the immortals are admitted not once and for all but are constantly discovered as one generation passes and turns its gaze towards them, is happy in its contemplation of them, goes to the grave, and the next generation passes in its turn and is transfigured in its contemplation. Through his Don Giovanni he enters the ranks of those immortals, of those visibly transfigured ones, whom no cloud ever carried away from the eyes of man. 5 Through Don Giovanni he ranks highest among them. It was this, as was said above, that I would try to prove. All classic works, as earlier remarked, rank equally high because each one ranks infinitely high. Nevertheless, if one tries to introduce some order into this procession, it is evident that one can base it on nothing essential, for if one could, it would follow that there was an essential difference, and from that it would follow in turn that the word classic was incorrectly predicated of them collectively. Thus, to ground a classification on the different nature of the subject matter would immediately involve one in a misunderstanding which in its wider implications would end in the rescinding of the whole concept of the classic. The subject matter is an essential factor to the extent that it is one of the factors, but it is not the absolute, since it is indeed just one factor. One could point out that certain kinds of classic in a sense have no subject matter, whereas with others the subject matter plays such an important part. The first would be the case with the works we admire as classics in architecture, sculpture, music and painting, especially the first three, and even with painting so far as the subject matter enters into it, for its importance is really only in providing the occasion. The second would apply to poetry, taking that word in its widest sense to designate all artistic production based on language and the historical consciousness. In itself this observation is quite correct, but if one tries to base a classification on it by seeing the absence of subject matter or its presence as a help or a hindrance to the productive subject, one goes adrift. Strictly speaking, one would be urging the opposite of what one really intended, as always happens when one operates abstractly in dialectical categories, where it isn't just that we say one thing and mean another but we say the other. We say not what we think we are saying but the opposite. So it is when we make the subject matter the principle of classification. In talking about this, we talk about something quite different, namely the formative activity. Point 6. If, on the other hand, we proceed from the formative activity and stress only that, we suffer the same fate. By trying to call on the difference, and thus stress that in some directions the formative activity is creative to the degree that it also creates the subject matter while in others it receives it, here again, even though we think we are talking about the formative activity, we are really talking about the subject matter and in fact using that as the basis of our classification. Exactly the same applies to the formative activity as a point of departure as to the subject matter. It is never possible, therefore, to use just one of them as an ordering principle. It will always be too essential to provide sufficient contingency, too accidental to provide an essential ordering. But this absolute mutual penetration, which implies, if we are to speak plainly, that we can just as well say that the matter penetrates the form as that the form penetrates the matter, this mutual penetration, this like for like in the immortal friendship of the classic, may serve to throw light on a new side of the classic and confine it so that it does not become too ample. For those aestheticians who one-sidedly press the case of poetic activity so broad in this concept as to enrich, indeed overburden, that pantheon with classic knickknacks and trifles, so much so that the natural conception of a cool hall of great figures of individual distinction disappeared altogether, and the pantheon became a junk room instead. According to this aesthetics, every pretty little piece of artistic perfection is a classic work assured of absolute immortality. In this hocus-pocus admittance indeed was given above all to small trifles of this kind. Although otherwise hating paradox, no one feared the paradox that the least was really art. The error consists in one-sidedly highlighting the formal activity. So an aesthetics of this kind could only sustain itself for a definite time, that is, for as long as no one was aware that time mocked it, and its classic works. This view was, in the field of aesthetics, a form of the radicalism that has manifested itself similarly in so many spheres. It was an expression of the unbridled subject in its equally unbridled emptiness. This effort, however, like so many, found its suppressor in Hegel. It is, in general, a sad fact with regard to the Hegelian philosophy that it hasn't at all acquired the importance, either for a previous or a present age, that it would have had if the previous one had not been so busy scaring people into it, but on the contrary had given them a little more calm in which to appropriate it, and the present one had not been so tirelessly active in hustling people beyond it. Hegel brought back the subject matter, the idea in its proper right, and thereby banished all these ephemeral classics, these insubstantial beings, dusk moths from the vaults of classicality. It is far from our intention to deny these works their due value. The point is to ensure that the language here is not confused, the concepts impoverished, as happens in so many other places. A certain eternity one may gladly accord them, and this they deserve. Yet this eternity is really only the eternal instant which every true work of art possesses, not that full-bodied eternity in the midst of the vicissitudes of the times. What these products lacked was ideas, and the greater their formal perfection, the more quickly they burnt themselves out. The more their technical proficiency was developed to the highest degree of virtuosity, the more transient this virtuosity became, and it had neither courage and strength nor poise to withstand the blows of time, while with an increasingly superior air making ever greater claims to be the most rarefied of spirits. Only where the idea is brought to rest transparently in a definite form can we talk of a classic work, but then it will also be able to stand up to the times. This unity, this inward mutuality, is possessed by every classic work, and thus one easily sees that any attempt at classifying the different classics based on a separation of matter and form, or of idea and form, is by virtue of that very fact a failure. One might conceive another approach. One could make the object of consideration the medium in which the idea is manifested, and noting how one medium was richer, another poorer, base the classification on the fact that one sees help or hindrance in variations of richness or poverty of the medium. But the medium stands in far too necessary a relation to the whole work for a classification based on it not to get entangled, after a step or two, in the difficulties stressed above. On the other hand, I believe the following observations will open the way for a classification which will have validity precisely because it is altogether contingent. the more abstract and hence impoverished the idea is, and the more abstract and hence impoverished the medium, the greater the probability that no repetition is conceivable, the greater the probability that having found its expression it has acquired it once and for all. On the other hand, the more concrete and hence richer the idea, and similarly with the medium, the greater the probability of a repetition. If I now arrange all the different classics side by side and, without putting them in any order, am amazed precisely to find that they all rank equally high, then one section may still easily prove to contain more works than another, or if not there is the possibility of its doing so, while such a possibility seems less likely in the case of the other. This is something I wish to develop in a little more detail. The more abstract the idea, the less the probability. But how does the idea become concrete? By being permeated with the historical. The more concrete the idea, the greater the probability. The more abstract the medium, the less the probability, the more concrete the greater. But what does it mean to say that the medium is concrete except that it either does or is seen to approximate to language? For language is the most concrete of all media. The idea which manifests itself in sculpture is entirely abstract. It bears no relation to the historical, and the medium in which it manifests itself is similarly abstract. Accordingly, the probability that the section of classics embracing sculpture will contain only a few works is large. In this I have all the testimony of time and the assent of experience. If, on the other hand, I take a concrete idea and a concrete medium, it proves otherwise. Thus Homer, indeed, is a classic epic poet, but precisely because the idea which comes to light in the epic is a concrete idea, and because the medium is language, the section of classic works embracing the epic can be thought to contain several works all equally classic, since history is continually giving us new epic material. In this, too, I have the testimony of history and the assent of experience. Seeing that my classification is based on this complete contingency, its own contingency can hardly be denied. But if that was what I were to be criticized for, my reply would be that the criticism is misplaced, because that is just how it should be. It is a contingent fact that the one section contains, or can contain, a greater number than the other. But because this is a contingency, one could clearly just as well place that class highest which does or might have the highest number. I could stick to my previous reasoning at this point, and quite evenly reply that this was perfectly correct, but that one should only praise my consistency all the more for placing the opposite class highest altogether contingently. However, I shall not do that, but appeal on the contrary to something which speaks in my favor, namely that the sections which embrace the concrete ideas are not complete, and do not allow of such completion. For that reason it is more natural to place the others first, and hold the double doors constantly open for the latter. But if it were objected that it was an imperfection, a deficiency on the part of that first class, then the objector would be plowing outside the furrows of my own thought, and I cannot heed his speech however profound it may be, for the fixed point is indeed that, seen essentially, everything is equally perfect. But what is the most abstract idea? Our concern here, of course, is only with an idea that can become the object of an artistic treatment, not with ideas that lend themselves to scientific presentation. Which is the most abstract medium? I shall answer the latter first. The medium farthest removed from language. Before proceeding to the first question, however, I would call the reader's attention to something that affects the final solution to my problem. It is not always the case that the most abstract medium has as its object the most abstract idea. Thus, although the medium used by the architect is the most abstract, the ideas brought to light in architecture are not at all the most abstract. Architecture bears a much closer relation to history than does, for example, sculpture. Yet another choice now presents itself. In our order of ranking, I can place in the first class those works whose medium is the most abstract, or those whose idea is the most abstract. Here I select the idea, not the medium. Of course, abstract media are the prerogative of sculpture and painting and music as well as architecture. This is not the place to pursue that question. The most abstract idea conceivable is the spirit of sensuality. 7 But in what medium can it be represented? Only in music. It cannot be represented in sculpture, for in itself it is a kind of quality of inwardness. It cannot be painted, for it cannot be grasped in fixed contours. It is an energy, a storm, impatience, passion, and so on, in all their lyrical quality, existing not in a single moment but in a succession of moments, for if it existed in a single moment it could be portrayed or painted. Its existing in a succession of moments indicates its epic character, yet in a stricter sense it is not an epic, for it has not reached the level of words. It moves constantly in an immediacy. Nor can it be represented, therefore, in poetry. The only medium that can represent it is music. For music has an element of time in it, yet it does not lapse in time except in an unimportant sense. What it cannot express is the historical in time. We have the perfect unity of this idea and its corresponding form in Mozart's Don Giovanni. But just because the idea is so immensely abstract, so too is the medium abstract, and therefore there is no probability of Mozart's ever having a competitor. Mozart's good fortune was to get hold of a subject that is in itself absolutely musical, and were any other composer to vie with Mozart, all he could do would be to compose Don Giovanni over again. Homer found a perfect epic subject, but one can imagine many epic poems because history has more epic material to offer. That is not the case with Don Giovanni. What I really mean by this can perhaps best be grasped by pointing to the difference with a related idea. Goethe's Faust is a genuine classic, the idea is an historical one, and so every significant historical age will have its Faust. Faust has language as its medium, and the fact that language is a far more concrete medium is another reason why several works of the same kind can be imagined. Don Giovanni, on the other hand, is and will remain the only one of its kind, just as the classic sculptures of Greece. But since the idea in Don Giovanni is far more abstract even than that underlying sculpture, one sees easily why we have just one work in music but several in sculpture. One can indeed imagine many more musical classics, yet there still remains just one work of which it can be said that its idea is absolutely musical, so that the music does not enter as an accompaniment, but, in bringing the idea to light, reveals its own innermost being. Therefore Mozart with his Don Giovanni stands highest among the immortals. But now I shall abandon this whole inquiry. It is written only for those in love. And just as it takes little to please a child, everyone knows how the most curious things can bring pleasure to people in love. It is like a heated lovers' quarrel over nothing, which nevertheless has its worth for the lovers. Although the above remarks have tried in every possible way, conceivable and inconceivable, to secure acknowledgment of Mozart's Don Giovanni as first among all classics, virtually no attempt has been made to prove that it is indeed a classic. I admit that to do that would be a very appropriate introduction to the real inquiry, but it could never occur to me to undertake that task, however easily it might come to me. But since I shall all the time be assuming the matter to be beyond question, the sequel will offer many opportunities for, and ways of, shedding light on Don Giovanni in this respect, just as what has gone before held several hints. The task this inquiry has really set itself is to show the significance of the musical erotic, and to that end to indicate in turn the different stages which, all sharing the property of being immediately erotic, agree also in all being essentially musical. What I have to say on this score I owe to Mozart alone. So should anyone be civil enough to concede that I am right in what I say, but have some doubts as to how far what I say relates to Mozart's music, or to what I read into it, I can assure him that he will find in the music not only the little that I contrive to present here but infinitely more. Indeed, I can assure him that this is precisely the thought that makes me so bold as to hazard an explanation of particular features of Mozart's music. What someone has loved with the infatuation and admired with the enthusiasm of youth, what someone has kept up a clandestine and enigmatic commerce within his innermost soul, what someone has hidden away in his heart, that is something the like of which one always approaches with a certain shyness, with mixed feelings, when one knows that the intention is to try to understand it. What you have learned to know bit by bit, like a bird gathering every little straw, happier over each small piece than over all the rest of the world, what the loving ear has absorbed, solitary in the great multitude, unremarked in its secret place of hiding. What the greedy ear has snatched up, never gratified, the miserly ear hidden, never secure, that whose softest echo has never deceived the searching ear's sleepless vigil, what you have lived by day, relived by night, what has banished sleep and made it troubled, what you have dreamt of in sleep, what you have woken up to dream of again when awake, what caused you to leap up in the middle of the night for fear of forgetting it. What has come to you in your moments of greatest rapture, what like a woman's embroidery you keep constantly beside you, what has followed you on the clear moonlit nights, in lonely forests by the shores, in the gloomy streets, in the dead of night, at break of day, what has ridden with you on horseback, accompanied you in the carriage, what permeates your home, what your chamber has been witness to, what has echoed in your ear, resounded through your soul, what your soul has spun into its finest web that now reveals itself to thought. As those mysterious beings in ancient tales rise from the ocean bed invested in seaweed, so it now rises up from the sea of remembrance interwoven with memories. The soul becomes sad and the heart soft, for it is as though one bade it farewell, were parting from it never to meet again, either in time or eternity. One feels as though unfaithful, that one has broken one's covenant. One feels one is no longer the same, not as young, not as childlike. One fears for oneself in case one loses what has made one glad and happy and rich. One fears for what one loves lest it suffer with this change, perhaps prove less perfect, that possibly it will be at a loss for answers to the many questions. And then, alas! All is lost, the spell is gone, and never more can it be evoked. As regards Mozart's music, my soul knows no fear, my confidence no bounds. In part this is because what I have understood so far is so very little and there will always be enough left over hiding in the shadows of presentiment, partly because I am convinced that if Mozart ever became wholly comprehensible to me, he would for the first time become wholly incomprehensible to me. To maintain that Christianity has brought sensuality into the world seems boldly venturesome. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, as the saying is, and that goes here too, as will be apparent when one considers that in positing something one indirectly posits the other thing which one excludes. Since sensuality in general is what is negated, it first comes into view, is first posited, through the act that excludes it by positing the opposite, positive principle. As a principle, a power, a system in itself, sensuality was first posited with Christianity, and to that extent Christianity has introduced sensuality to the world. However, if one wishes properly to understand the proposition that Christianity has introduced sensuality to the world, it must be understood identically with its opposite, that it is Christianity that has chased sensuality out, kept it out of the world. As a principle, a power, a system in itself, sensuality was first posited with Christianity. I could add a further qualification which perhaps makes my meaning most clear. It was Christianity that first posited sensuality under the category of spirit. That is quite natural, for Christianity is spirit, and spirit the positive principle it has introduced to the world. But when sensuality is considered under the category of spirit, one sees that its significance is that it is to be excluded, but it is precisely by the fact that it is to be excluded that it is defined as a principle, as a power, for what spirit, itself a principle, is to exclude must be something appearing in the form of a principle even though it only appears as a principle the moment it is excluded. That sensuality has existed before Christianity would naturally be a very foolish objection, for it is self-evident that what is to be excluded always pre-exists what excludes it, even if in another sense it first comes into existence through its exclusion. This is due, again, to its coming into existence in another sense, and that is why I said at the start, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Sensuality has indeed existed previously, but not defined spiritually. In what manner then has it existed? It has existed under the category of soul. That is how it existed in paganism, and if one is looking for the most perfect expression of it, that is how it existed in Greece. But under the category of soul, sensuality is not opposition, exclusion, but harmony and accord. Precisely because sensuality is posited under the category of harmony, however, it is not posited as a principle but as an assonant enclitic point. 8. The importance of this consideration is to cast light on the different forms assumed by the erotic in the different steps in the development of the world consciousness, and so to lead us towards a definition of the immediate erotic as identical with the musical erotic. In the Greek consciousness, sensuality was under control in the beautiful individual, or more properly, it was not under control, for it was not indeed an enemy that had to be subdued, a dangerous rebel to be kept in check. It was given freedom of life and joy in the beautiful individual. Sensuality, consequently, was not posited as a principle. The quality of soul that constituted the beautiful individual was inconceivable without the sensual. For that reason neither was sensually based eroticism posited as a principle. Sensual love was everywhere as an element, and present elementally in the beautiful individual. The gods knew its power no less than men. The gods no less than men knew their happy and unhappy love affairs. In none of them, however, is love present as a principle. In so far as it existed in them, in the individual, it was present as an element of love's universal power, which however was present nowhere, and therefore not even for the Greek conception or in the Greek consciousness. It might be objected that Eros was, after all, the god of love, so it must be possible to imagine love present as a principle at least in him. But apart from the fact that here again love does not depend on the erotic, in the sense of deriving from the sensual alone, but on qualities of the soul, there is another factor to note which I shall now go into more closely. Eros was the god of love but was not in love himself. In so far as the other gods and men sensed the power of love in themselves, they attributed this to Eros, referred it to him, but Eros was not himself in love, and the fact that it did happen to him once must be considered an exception. In spite of being the god of love, he lagged far behind the other gods in the number of his adventures, and far behind men. Indeed, that he did fall in love amounts to saying that he too yielded to the universal power of love, which became in a way a power outside him, and which, being turned away from him, had no place of its own where one could seek it. And his love is not based on sensuality but on qualities of soul. It is a genuinely Greek thought that the god of love is not himself in love while all others owe it to him that they are. Were I to imagine a god or a goddess of longing, it would be genuinely Greek to suppose that while all who felt the sweet unrest or pain of longing referred it to this being itself had no feeling of longing. I know no better way of describing the remarkable nature of this relation than by saying that it is the converse of representation. In the relation of representation, all the energy is gathered in a single individual, and the particular individuals share in him to the extent that they share in his particular movements. I might also say, this relation is the converse of that upon which the incarnation is based. In the incarnation, the individual has the whole of life's fullness within him, and the other individuals only have access to this from beholding it in the incarnated individual. In the Greek relationship, the opposite is the case. What makes for the power of the god is not in the god but in all the other individuals who refer it to him. It is as though he himself were powerless, impotent, because he communicates his energy to all the rest of the world. The incarnated individual as it were sucks in the energy from all the others, and the fullness is then in him, and only for the others to the extent that they behold it in that individual. This will have consequences for what follows, just as it is important in itself with regard to the categories which the world consciousness uses in different epochs. Sensuality as a principle is not to be found in the Greek consciousness, nor do we find the erotic as a principle based on the principle of the sensual. And even if we had found that, we still see, and this is of the greatest importance for this inquiry, that the Greek consciousness lacks the strength to concentrate the whole in a single individual but lets the whole radiate to all the others from a point which lacks it. So that really this constitutive point is to be identified by its being the only point which lacks what it gives to all others. Sensuality as a principle, then, is posited with Christianity, and similarly the sensual erotic as a principle. The idea of representation was introduced to the world by Christianity. If I imagine the sensual erotic as a principle, as a power, as a realm characterized by spirit, that is to say characterized by being excluded by spirit, if I imagine it concentrated in a single individual, then I have the concept of the spirit of the sensual erotic. This is an idea which the Greeks did not have, which Christianity first introduced to the world, if only in an indirect sense. If this spirit of the sensual erotic in all its immediacy demands expression, the question is, what medium lends itself to that? What must be especially borne in mind here is that it demands expression and representation in its immediacy. In its mediate state and its reflection in something else, it comes under language and becomes subject to ethical categories. In its immediacy it can only be expressed in music. On this score I must ask the reader to recall what was said about this in the platitudinous introduction. This is where the significance of music is revealed in its full validity, and in a stricter sense it also reveals itself as a Christian art, or rather as the art which Christianity posits by shutting it out, as the medium for what Christianity shuts out and thereby posits. In other words, music is the demonic point 10 in the erotic sensual genius. Music has its absolute object. This of course by no means implies that music cannot express other things, but this is nevertheless its proper object. Similarly, the art of sculpture can represent much more than human beauty, and yet this is its absolute object. Painting can represent much more than celestially transfigured beauty, and still this is its absolute object. The important thing in this respect is to be able to see the concept in each art, and not let oneself be put off by what it can do besides. Man's concept is spirit, and we must not allow ourselves to be put off by the fact that he is also able to walk on two legs. Language's concept is thought, and we must not let ourselves be put off by the view of certain sensitive people that its greatest significance is to produce inarticulate sounds. Here I beg to be allowed a little platitudinous interlude. Praeterea Censeo 11 that Mozart is the greatest among classical composers, and that his Don Giovanni deserves the highest place among all classic works of art. Now regarding the nature of music as a medium, this will naturally always be a very interesting problem. Whether I am able to say anything adequate on the matter is another question. I am well aware that I have no understanding of music. I freely admit that I am a layman. I do not hide the fact that I am not one of those select people who possess musical expertise, that I am at most a proselyte of the gate, 12 whom a strangely irresistible impulse carried from afar to this point but no further. And yet it could be that the little I have to say contains some particular remark which, if it met with favor and indulgence, might be found to contain some truth, even if it concealed itself under a shabby coat. I stand outside music, and from this standpoint I observe it. That this standpoint is very imperfect I freely admit, that I am able to see very little in comparison with those fortunate people who stand inside I do not deny. But I still continue to hope that from my standpoint I too may be able to impart some odd piece of enlightenment on the subject, although the initiated could do it much better, yes, to some extent even understand what I say better than I do myself. If I were to imagine two countries bordering on each other, with one of which I was fairly familiar and with the other was quite unfamiliar, and I was not allowed to enter that unknown realm however much I wanted to, I should still be able to form some conception of it. I would travel to the boundaries of the kingdom I knew and follow them constantly, and as I did so my movements would describe the contours of that unknown land. In this way I would form a general idea of it even though I had never set foot in it. And if this was a task that greatly occupied me, and if I was indefatigable in my accuracy, it would no doubt sometimes happen that, as I stood sadly at my own country's boundary and looked longingly into that unknown land which was so near me and yet so far, some little revelation might fall to my lot. And although I feel that music is an art which requires experience to a high degree to justify one's having an opinion about it, still I comfort myself again, as so often, with the paradox that there is experience to be gained in presentiment and in ignorance. I comfort myself by remembering that Diana, who had not herself given birth, nevertheless came to the assistance of the childbearing woman. Indeed that she had this as a native gift from childhood, so that she came to Latona's assistance in her labor when she herself was born. The country known to me, to whose furthest boundaries I intend to go in order to discover music, is language. If one wants to arrange the different media according to a definite order of development, one must place music and language next to each other. For which reason it has also been said that music is a language, which is more than just a brilliant remark. If one liked indulging in brilliance, one could say that sculpture and painting, too, are a kind of language, in so far as every way of expressing an idea is always a language, since language is the essence of the idea. Brilliant people talk, therefore, of the language of nature, and maudlin clergymen now and then open up the book of nature for us to read something which either they nor their hearers understand. If the remark that music is a language was in no better shape than this, I should not question it but let it pass and count for what it is. But that is not how it is. It is only when spirit is posited that language comes into its rights. but when spirit is posited, everything that is not spirit is excluded. But this exclusion is a qualification of spirit, and to the degree, then, that what is excluded is to assert itself, it needs a spiritually qualified medium, and this is music. But a medium which is spiritually determined is essentially language. Then, since music is spiritually determined, it has justly been called a language. As a medium, language is the one absolutely spiritually qualified medium. It is therefore the proper medium for the idea. To elaborate this point in more detail goes beyond both my competence and the scope of this little inquiry. Just one remark, however, which again brings me back to music. In language the sensual is, as medium, reduced to the level of mere instrument, and constantly negated. Such is not the case with the other media. Neither in sculpture nor in painting is the sensual a mere instrument but an integral part, nor is it constantly negated, for it must continually be part of what is seen. It would be a peculiarly perverted way of looking at a statue or a painting to ignore the sensual aspect, thus completely rescinding its beauty. In sculpture, architecture, painting, the idea is bound up with the medium. But this fact that the idea either reduces the medium to the level of mere instrument, nor constantly negates it, is as it were an expression of the fact that that medium cannot speak. So too with nature. Therefore we rightly say that nature is dumb, and architecture and sculpture and painting, we say it rightly in spite of all those fine-tuned, sensitive ears that can hear them speak. It is therefore idiocy to say that nature is a language, as it is inept to say that the mute is vocal, since it is not even a language in the sense in which sign language is. But with language it is different. The sensual is reduced to mere instrument, and thus rescinded. If when a man spoke one heard the movements of his tongue, etc., he would speak badly. If when he heard the air vibrations instead of the words, he would hear badly. If when reading a book one constantly saw the individual letters, one would read badly. Language becomes a perfect medium just at the moment when everything sensual is negated in it. So also with music, what should really be heard constantly emancipates itself from the sensual. That music, as a medium, does not stand as high as language has already been pointed out, and that is also why I said that only in a certain sense was music a language. Language makes its appeal to the ear. No other medium does that. The ear is the most spiritually determined of the senses. This I believe most people will admit. Should anyone wish further information on this point, I refer him to the preface of Caricaturen de Heiligsten by Stephens. Point 13. Beside language, music is the only medium that addresses the ear. In this we have yet another analogy and testimony to the way in which music is a language. There is much in nature which addresses itself to the ear, but what affects the ear is the purely sensual, and therefore nature is dumb. And it is a ridiculous fancy that one hears something because one hears a cow moo or, what has perhaps a larger claim in this respect, a nightingale sing. It is mere imagination to think that one hears something, mere imagination that the one is worth more than the other, for it's all 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Language has time as its element. All other media have space as their element. Only music also takes place in time, but the fact that it takes place in time is again a negation of the sensual. With products of the other arts, their sensual character indicates precisely that they have their existence in space. Now, of course, again there is much in nature that takes place in time. Thus when a brook murmurs and continues to murmur it seems to have the character of time. However, that is not so, and were one to insist that there was this character of time, one would have to say that although it was there, it was present in a spatialized way. Music exists only in the moment of its performance, for however skillful one may be at reading notes, and however lively one's imagination, it cannot be denied that it is only in an unreal sense that the music exists when read. It exists really only when it is performed. This might seem to be an imperfection in this art as compared with the others, whose works constantly endure because they have their existence in the sensual. Yet that is not so. Rather it is a proof that music is a higher, a more spiritual art. If I begin with language, in order, by moving through it, to as it were hear my way towards music, the matter appears to be roughly as follows. If I assume that prose is the language form farthest removed from music, then I detect already in the oratorical style of delivery, in the sonorous structure of periods, a suggestion of the musical which comes more and more strongly to the fore through different levels in the poetic style, in the structure of the verse, in the rhyme, until at last the musical has developed so strongly that language ceases and everything becomes music. This latter is indeed a favorite expression of the poets, who use it to indicate that in a way they disown the idea drops out of their view, everything ends in music. This might seem to indicate that music is an even more perfect medium than language. However, that is one of those mawkish misunderstandings which originate only in empty heads. That it is a misunderstanding will be shown later. Here I would only draw attention to the remarkable circumstance that by moving through language in the opposite direction I again come up against music. That is, when I proceed downward from concept-permeated prose until I land in interjections which again are musical, just as the child's first babbling is musical. Here, however, it could hardly be said that music is a more perfect medium than language, or that music is a richer medium than language, unless one takes saying ugh to be worth more than a whole thought. But what follows from this that wherever language comes to an end, I run into the musical? Surely it is the most perfect expression of the idea that music always sets limits to language. One sees in addition how this is connected with the misunderstanding that music is a richer medium than language. In saying that when language stops, music begins, and in saying, as people do, that everything is musical, we are not going onwards but back. That is why I have never had any sympathy, and here perhaps even the experts will agree with me, for that purified music which thinks it can do without words. For as a rule it thinks of itself as being above the word, in spite of being its inferior. Now one might object as follows: if it is true that language is a richer medium than music, it is incomprehensible why it should be so hard to give an aesthetic account of the musical. Incomprehensible that language should always prove in this connection a poorer medium than music. However, it is neither incomprehensible nor beyond explanation. For music always expresses the immediate in its immediacy. That is also why in relation to language music comes first and last. But from this one also sees it is a misunderstanding to say that music is a more perfect medium. In language there is reflection, and therefore language cannot express the immediate. Reflection kills the immediate, and that is why it is impossible to express the musical in language. But this apparent poverty of language is precisely its wealth. For the immediate is the indeterminable, and so language cannot apprehend it. But the fact that it is indeterminable is not its perfection but a defect. This is indirectly acknowledged in many ways. Thus, to cite but one example, we say, I can't really explain why I do this or that, in this way or that. I do it by ear. In connection with things bearing no relation to music we frequently use a word taken from music, but what we indicate by its use is the obscure, the unaccountable, the immediate. Now if the immediate, qualified spiritually, is what is properly expressed in music, one may ask again. More explicitly, what species of the immediate is essentially music's object? The immediate, qualified spiritually, can be specified as falling either within the sphere of the spiritual or outside it. When the immediate, qualified spiritually, is specified as falling within the sphere of the spiritual, it can well find its expression in the musical. But this immediacy cannot be music's absolute object, for so specifying it as to include it within the spiritual suggests that music is in a sphere foreign to it. It forms a constantly cancelled prelude. But if the immediate, qualified spiritually, is so specified as to fall outside the spiritual, we have then music's absolute object. For the former species of the immediate it is not essential that it be expressed in music but essential for it to become spirit, and accordingly to be expressed in language. For the latter it is, on the contrary, essential that it be expressed in music. It cannot be expressed other than in music, it cannot be expressed in language, since spiritually it is so specified as to fall outside the spiritual and accordingly outside language. But the immediacy thus excluded by the spirit is sensual immediacy. This belongs to Christianity. In music it has its absolute medium, and from this can also be explained the fact that music was not properly developed in antiquity but belongs to the Christian era. Music is, then, the medium for that species of the immediate which, qualified spiritually, is specified as lying outside spirit. Naturally, music can express much else, but this is its absolute object. It is also easy to see that music is a more sensual medium than language, much more stress being placed here on the sensual sound than in language. Sensual genius is thus music's absolute object. Sensual genius is absolutely lyrical, and in music it breaks out in all its lyrical impatience, for it is qualified spiritually and is therefore power, life, movement, constant unrest, continual succession. But this unrest, this succession, does not enrich it, its spirit remains always the same, it does not develop but rages on uninterrupted as if in a single breath. Were I to characterize this lyrical quality with a single predicate, I might say, it sounds. And that takes me back once more to the spirit of sensuality, as what manifests itself immediately in music. I realize that even I could say considerably more on this point. I acknowledge that it would be an easy matter for the experts to make a much better job of clarifying it. But since no one, as far as I know, has made the attempt or even a show of doing so, since they all continue to repeat that Mozart's Don Giovanni is the crown of all operas but without elaborating on what they mean by that, although they all say it in a way that clearly shows they mean to say more than just that Don Giovanni is the best opera, that there is a qualitative difference between it and all other operas which is nevertheless not to be found in the absolute relation between idea, form, subject matter and medium. Since I say, that is so, then I have broken the silence. Maybe I have been a little too hasty, maybe I would have succeeded in saying it better had I waited yet a while. I do not know. But what I do know is that I have not hurried in order to have the pleasure of speaking, not hurried because I was afraid in case someone more expert might steal a march on me, but because I feared that if I too kept silent, the stones would take to speaking in Mozart's honor, to the shame of every human being to whom it was given to speak. What has been said so far I assume is just about enough for this little inquiry, since its main purpose here is to serve to clear the way for the characterization of the immediate erotic stages, as we get to know them in Mozart. Before going on to that, however, I would cite a further fact which lets us see the absolute relation between the spirit of sensuality and the musical from another angle. Music, as we know, has always been subject to suspicion on the part of religious zealots. Whether they are right or not does not concern us here, since that has only a religious interest. On the other hand, it is not unimportant to consider what has brought this about. If I follow the course of religious zealotry in this regard, I can characterize it quite generally in the following way: the stronger the religiosity, the more one renounces music and stresses the word. The different stages in this respect are represented in world history. The final stage excludes music entirely, and abides by the word alone. I could deck out this statement with a multitude of particular observations. I will not do that, but simply cite a few words from a Presbyterian in one of Joachim von Arnim's stories. We Presbyterians regard the organ as the devil's bagpipes which lulls serious reflection to sleep, just as dance benumbs good intentions. 14. This must be considered an exemplary remark. But what reason can one have for excluding music and giving absolute sway to the word? All intelligent sects will admit that, when misused, the word can confuse the emotions just as much as music. So there must be some difference in kind. But what religious zeal wants to give expression to is spirit. So it requires language, which is spirit's proper medium, and rejects music, which, for it, is a sensual medium and so far always an imperfect medium for the expression of spirit. Whether religious zeal is right in excluding music is, as I said, another question. Its view of the relation of music to language, on the other hand, may be perfectly correct. Music, therefore, need not be excluded, but we have to realize that in the spiritual realm it is an imperfect medium, and that therefore, specified as spirit, music cannot have its absolute object in the immediately spiritual. From this it by no means follows that one must look upon it as the work of the devil, even if our age provides much fearful evidence of the demonic power with which music can seize hold of an individual, and of how this individual can in turn arouse and captivate the masses, particularly women, in the seductive snares of dread with all the titillation of voluptuous delight. It by no means follows from this that one must regard it as the work of the devil, even if one notes with a secret horror how terribly this art, above all others, often lacerates its votaries, a phenomenon which oddly enough seems to have escaped the attention of psychologists and the multitude, except when they are startled now and then by a despairing individual's shriek of terror. However, one cannot fail to notice that in the folk legends, and thus in the popular consciousness these express, the musical is again the demonic. As an example, I can mention the Irish March of the Elves. 15. As for the immediate erotic stages, I owe anything at all I have to say on this subject to Mozart alone, to whom I owe everything. Since, however, the comparisons I shall try to make here are based on combinations other than his and so can only indirectly be ascribed to him, before going to work I have put myself and the comparisons to the test to find out if I might in any way disturb the pleasure I and my reader derive from admiring Mozart's immortal works. Anyone who wants to see Mozart in his true immortal greatness must turn his gaze upon Don Giovanni. Compared with that, everything else is accidental, unessential. But then if we look at Don Giovanni in such a way as to see particular things from Mozart's other operas from the same point of view, I am convinced that we shall either belittle him nor do any harm to ourselves or our neighbor. We shall then have the chance to rejoice in the fact that music's real potential is exhausted in the music of Mozart. I should add that in using the word stages in the above, and in continuing to use it in what follows, the idea must not be taken in such a literal way as to imply that each stage exists independently, the one outside the other. I might perhaps more pertinently use the word metamorphoses. The different stages taken together constitute the immediate stage, and this shows that the individual stages are more like disclosures of predicates, so that all the predicates tumble down into the wealth of the last stage, since this is the real stage. The other stages have no independent existence. In themselves they exist only in concept, and from this one may see their contingent character as against the last stage. Since, however, they have found separate expression in Mozart's music, I shall discuss them separately. Above all, however, one must avoid thinking of them as different levels of consciousness, since even the last stage has not yet arrived at consciousness. I am all the time concerned only with the immediate in its sheer immediacy. Of course, the difficulties always encountered when one considers music aesthetically are not to be avoided here either. The difficulty in the foregoing lay chiefly in the fact that while I wanted to prove through a process of thought that sensual genius is the proper object of music, really this can only be proved with music, just as it is only through music itself that I myself have come to an appreciation of music. The difficulty the following must contend with is really that since what the music under discussion expresses is essentially music's proper object, this music expresses it far more perfectly than does language, which makes a very poor showing in comparison. Of course, if I had been concerned with different levels of consciousness, the advantage would be on my side and that of language, but that is not the case here. So what remains to be explained can only have meaning for the person who has listened and who continues constantly to listen. For him it may perhaps contain a suggestion or two that may move him to listen once more. First stage. The first stage is suggested by the page in Figaro. Of course we should not see in the page a particular individual, as we are so easily tempted to when in imagination or reality we see him represented by a person. For then it would be difficult to avoid, as is also partly true of the page in the play, the intrusion of something accidental, something not relevant to the idea, his becoming more than he should be. For in a sense that is what he does as soon as he becomes an individual. But in becoming more he becomes less, he ceases to be the idea. For that reason no spoken lines can be given to him, music is the only adequate expression. And one notes accordingly that Figaro as well as Don Giovanni, as they have come from Mozart's hand, belong to opera seria. 16. But if we look on the page as a mythical figure we shall find what is characteristic of the first stage expressed in the music. The sensual awakens, though not to movement but to motionless rest, not to joy and gladness but to deep melancholy. Desire is not yet awake, it is moodily hinted at. In desire there is always the desired, which rises out of it and comes to view in a bewildering twilight. So it is for the sensual. Shadows and mists take the object away, yet its reflections in these bring it nearer. Desire possesses what will become its object but does so without having desired it, and in that way does not possess it. That is the painful, but in its sweetness, also captivating and fascinating contradiction which resounds with its sadness, its melancholy, through this stage. for the pain of it lies not in there being too little but too much. The desire is a quiet desire, the longing a quiet longing, the infatuation a quiet infatuation, in which the object dawns and is so close to it as to be in it. Desire's object hovers over the desire, sinks down into it, yet without this movement occurring through desire's own power of attraction, or because it is desired. The object of desire does not fade away. It does not extricate itself from desire's embrace, for that would mean that desire was awake. It is desired without being present to desire, which therefore becomes melancholy precisely because it cannot reach the point of desiring. As soon as desire awakens, or rather in and with its awakening, desire and its object are separated. Now desire breathes freely and soundly where previously it could not live and breathe for the desired. When desire is not awake, the object of desire enchants and entices, yes, almost frightens it. Desire must have air, it must break out. That happens with their separation. The object of desire flees blushingly, bashful as a woman. A separation occurs between them, the desired object disappears et apparet sublimis, 17 or in any case outside the desire. If one paints the ceiling of a room so that it is entirely covered with figures, such a ceiling presses down on us, as the painter says. If, lightly and quickly, one puts just a single figure on it, this ceiling seems higher. Such is the relation between desire and the desired at a first and at a later stage. Accordingly, the desire, which at this stage is only there in a presentiment of itself, is motionless, without disturbance, rocked gently only by an inexplicable inner motion. As the life of the plant is confined to the earth, so is desire lost in the present in a quiet longing, engrossed in contemplation, and yet it cannot evacuate its object, essentially because in a deeper sense no object exists, nor, however, is its object this lack of an object, for then it would straightway be in motion. It would be specified if in no other way than in sorrow and pain, but sorrow and pain do not have in them that contradiction which is characteristic of melancholy and depression, do not have that ambiguity which is the sweetness of melancholy. Although desire is at this stage not specified as such, although this presentiment of desire, as far as its object goes, is entirely undetermined, still it has one specification, that is, it is infinitely deep. Like Thor, it sucks through a horn whose other end is the ocean. 18 Yet the reason why it cannot suck its object up into itself is not that the latter is infinite, but that this infinitude cannot be an object for it. Its sucking therefore does not indicate a relation to the object but is identical with its sigh, and this is infinitely deep. In harmony with the description given here of the first stage, we will find it very significant that, musically, the part of the page is pitched to suit a woman's voice. What is contradictory with the stage is as though intimated by this contradiction. The desire is so indeterminate, the object so little separated, that the desired rests androgynously in the desire, just as in plant life the male and female occupy one blossom. Desire and the object desired are joined in this unity, they are both neuter in gender. Although the line does not belong to the mythical page but to the page in the piece, the poetic figure Cherubino, and although for this reason we cannot consider it in this connection, since for one thing it is not Mozart's and for another it expresses something quite different from what we are talking about here, I would nevertheless highlight one particular line because it allows me to describe this stage in analogy to a later one. Susanna mocks Cherubino because he is also in love, in a way, with Marcellina, and the only answer the page has to offer is, she is a woman. Regarding the page in the play, it is essential that he should fall in love with the Countess, unessential that he should fall in love with Marcellina, that being only an indirect and paradoxical expression for the intensity of the passion binding him to the Countess. Regarding the mythical page, it is equally essential that he should be in love with Marcellina as with the Countess. His object is womanliness, and the Countess and Marcellina have this in common. So when we later hear of Don Giovanni, even coquettes 80 years old with joy he adds them to the role. 19 We have the perfect analogy to this, except that the intensity and definiteness of the desire are far more developed. If I were to try to specify in a single predicate the special quality of Mozart's music with regard to the page in Figaro, I would say drunk with love. But like all intoxication, being drunk with love can work in two ways, either making the joy of life increasingly transparent or compressing it into an opaque dejection. The latter is the case with the music here, and rightly so. Music cannot give the reason, that is beyond its power. Words are unable to express the mood itself, it is too heavy, too ponderous, for words to carry. Only music can express it. The reason for its melancholy lies in the profound inner contradiction that we have tried to call attention to in the foregoing. We now leave the first stage, represented by the mythical page. We let him go on dejectedly dreaming of what he has, continue in his melancholy yearning for what he possesses. He never gets any further, he never gets going, for his movements are illusory and hence he makes none. It is another matter with the page in the play. We would like to have a truly and genuinely friendly interest in his future. We congratulate him on having become a captain, we let him kiss Susanna once more in farewell, we shall not let on about the mark on his forehead, which none can see who aren't in the know, 20 but no more than this, my good Cherubino, or we shall call the Count, and he will shout, be off with you, out with you, to your regiment. He's no child, as no one knows better than myself. Second stage. This stage is represented by Papageno and the magic flute. Here, too, of course we must separate the essential from the accidental, evoke the mythical Papageno and forget the actual person in the play, particularly because this figure has become involved in all sorts of dubious gibberish. In this respect it might be not without interest to go through the whole opera in order to show that, as far as opera is concerned, its subject matter is deeply flawed. One would then also gain an opportunity to illuminate the erotic from a new angle, through noticing how the attempt to invest it with a deeper ethical view, which allows it to try its hand at all sorts of weighty dialectical ordeals, is a venture that has gone quite beyond the boundaries of music, so that even for a Mozart it has been impossible to lend it any deeper interest. This opera's definitive direction is to be found in that which is not musical about it. And so, in spite of some individually perfect concert numbers and affecting utterances, it is by no means a classic opera. But none of this can occupy us in the present little inquiry. We are concerned only with Papageno. Which, however, is a great advantage if for no other reason than that it excuses us from every attempt to explain the meaning of Papageno's relationship to Tamino, a relationship which the plot makes out to be so profound and thoughtful that it becomes well-nigh unthinkable for sheer thoughtfulness. This treatment of the magic flute may seem arbitrary to some readers, because it sees both too much in Papageno and too little in the rest of the opera. They may not approve of our procedure. The reason is their disagreement with us on the point of departure for any consideration of Mozart's music. That, in our view, is of course Don Giovanni. And it is also our conviction that it is by seeing several things from the other operas in relation to it that one shows most piety towards Mozart, although I would not thereby deny the importance of making each individual opera an object of special consideration. Desire awakens, and as one always first realizes one has been dreaming at the moment of waking, so here too the dream is over. This arousal in which desire awakens, this tremor, separates desire and its object, gives the desire an object. This is a dialectical feature which must be kept sharply in mind. Only when the object exists does the desire exist. Desire and its object are twins, either of which enters the world a fraction of an instant before the other. Yet though they enter it at exactly the same moment, and not even with the time interval that can separate other twins, the importance of their coming into existence in this way is not that they are united but, on the contrary, that they are separated. But this, the sensual movement, this earthquake, for a moment splits the desire and its object infinitely asunder, but as the principle of motion appears for a moment to separate, so it reveals itself again as wishing to unite the separated elements. The consequence of the separation is that desire is plucked out of its substantial repose within itself, and the object as a result no longer comes under the category of substance, but splits up into a multiplicity. As the life of the plant is bound to earth, so is the first stage confined in substantial longing. Desire awakens. The object takes flight, revealing its multiplicity. The longing breaks loose from the soil and goes out a-wandering. The flower gets wings and flutters erratically and tirelessly hither and thither. Desire is directed towards the object, at the same time stirring within itself. The heart beats soundly and happily, the objects swiftly vanish and appear, yet before every disappearance is a present enjoyment, a moment of contact, short but blessed, incandescent like a glowworm, fickle and fleeting like the touch of a butterfly, and as harmless, countless kisses. But so swiftly savored that it is as if only all that was taken from one object was what was given to the next. Only momentarily is a deeper desire hinted at, but this hint is forgotten. In Papageno, desire aims at discoveries. This delight in discovery is what pulsates in it, is its animation. It does not find the real object of this search, but it discovers the multiplicity through searching within it for the object it seeks to discover. Desire is thus awake but not yet specified as desire. If we remember that desire is present in all three stages, we can say that in the first stage it is specified as dreaming, in the second as seeking, in the third as desiring. The seeking desire is not yet desiring. What it seeks is only what it can desire, but it does not desire it. So perhaps the most apposite description is, it discovers. If we compare Papageno with Don Giovanni in this respect, the latter's journey through the world is something more than a voyage of discovery. He savors not just the adventure of traveling to discover, he is a knight who goes out to conquer. 21 Discovery and conquest are here identical. Indeed, in a sense one can say that he forgets the discovery in the conquest, or that the discovery lies behind him. And he therefore leaves it to his servant and secretary Leporello, who keeps a list in a quite different sense from that in which I might imagine Papageno keeping accounts. Papageno picks out, Don Giovanni enjoys, Leporello checks. I can indeed represent in thought the special character of this, as of every stage, but only in the instant it has ceased to exist. But even if I could describe its peculiarity perfectly and explain the reason for it, there would still always be something left over which I cannot say and yet wants to be heard. It is too immediate to be grasped in words. So, too, with Papageno, it is the same song, the same melody. He sets off again from the beginning as soon as he has finished, and so on continually. It might be objected that it is impossible in any case to express anything immediate. And in a sense that is quite true, but in the first place it is in language that the immediacy of the spirit has its immediate expression, and second, in so far as the intervention of thought brings any change here, being spirit's qualification it nevertheless stays essentially the same. Here, however, it is an immediacy of the sensual, which as such has quite another medium, where consequently the disproportion between the media makes the impossibility absolute. If I were now to try to indicate in a single phrase the special character of Mozart's music in the part of the work that interests us, I would say that it is merrily chirping, vigorous, sparkling with love. What I would stress in particular are the first aria and the chime of bells. The duet with Pamina, and later with Papagena, fall entirely outside the category of immediate musicality. But if one considers the first aria, one will surely approve of the predicates I have used, and if one pays closer attention to it, find also an opportunity to see what significance the musical element has, how it presents itself as the absolute expression of the idea, and how the latter is accordingly an immediately musical idea. As you know, Papageno accompanies his light-hearted cheerfulness on the flute. Every ear has certainly felt strangely moved by this accompaniment. But the more one considers it, and the more one sees the mythical Papageno and Papageno, the more expressive and characteristic one will find it. One doesn't tire of hearing it again and again, because it is an absolutely adequate expression of Papageno's whole life. Papageno, whose life is an incessant twittering of this kind, who constantly carefree, chirps on in all idleness, and who is happy and pleased because this is the content of his life, happy in his work and happy in his song. As you know, things are arranged so very profoundly in the opera that the flutes of Tamino and Papageno correspond with each other. Yet what a difference! Tamino's flute, from which the opera nevertheless takes its name, entirely fails of its effect. And why? Because Tamino is simply not a musical figure. This is part of the misconceived plot of the opera as a whole. Tamino becomes exceedingly tiresome and sentimental on his flute, and when one considers the rest of his development, his state of consciousness, one cannot help but think, every time he takes up his flute and plays a piece on it, of the farmer in Horace, 22, except that Horace hasn't given his farmer a flute for an unprofitable pastime. As a dramatic figure, Tamino is entirely beyond the musical, just as the spiritual development which the plot aims at realizing is in any case a totally unmusical idea. Tamino, indeed, has reached the point where the musical ceases, so his flute playing is only a time waster to drive away thought. For banishing thoughts is something music is supremely capable of, even evil thoughts, as indeed we say of David that his playing exorcised Saul's evil spirit. 23 On the other hand, a big deception lies implicit in this idea, for it does that only in so far as it carries consciousness back into immediacy and lulls it therein. The individual may therefore indeed feel happy in the moment of intoxication, but he only becomes the more unhappy. Quite parenthetically, I permit myself an observation here. We have used music to heal the mentally disordered. In a sense, we have also achieved our purpose, and yet it is an illusion. For when madness has a mental cause, it is always the result of the hardening of one or another point in consciousness. This hardening must be overcome, but for it truly to be overcome, one must go in quite the opposite direction from music. To employ music is to go altogether the wrong way and make the patient still more insane, even if he seems no longer to be so. I can just as well let what I have said here about Tamino's flute playing stand, without fear of seeing it misunderstood. I don't mean to deny what has several times been conceded, that music can have its significance as an accompaniment, entering as it does, in that case, an alien sphere, that of language. The fault in the magic flute, however, is that the whole work is biased towards consciousness, and its tendency is therefore to do away with music while still remaining in opera, and not even this thought is made clear in the piece. The goal of its plot is ethically qualified love, or married love, and that is where the basic fault of the play lies. For let marriage be, ecclesiastically or secularly, what it will, one thing it is not musical. Indeed, it is absolutely unmusical. So, musically, the first aria has its great significance through being the immediate musical expression of Papagino's whole life, and any history that finds its absolutely adequate expression in music is history only in a figurative sense. The chime of bells, on the other hand, is the musical expression of his activity, of which again one can only form an idea through music. It is enchanting, tempting, seductive, like the playing of the man who caused the fish to pause and listen. 24 The lines, for which either Schikaneder or the Danish translator is responsible, are in general so crazy and stupid that it is almost inconceivable that Mozart brought as much out of them as he did. Letting Papagino say "I am a child of nature," and thus the same instant make himself a liar, may be taken as an example in Star Omnium. An exception might be made of the words of the text in the first aria, about him putting the maidens he catches in his cage. That is, if one puts a little more into them than the author himself presumably has, they demonstrate precisely the inoffensive character of Papagino's activity, as we have indicated it above. We now leave the mythical Papagino. The actual Papagino's fate need not concern us. We wish him joy with his little Papagina, and gladly let him seek his happiness in populating a primitive forest, or an entire continent, with nothing but Papaginos. Third stage. This stage is represented by Don Giovanni. Here I have no need, as above, to single out a particular section of the opera. The question here is one of summating, not separating, since the entire opera is essentially an expression of the idea and, except for one or two individual numbers, it pivots essentially upon that, gravitating with dramatic necessity towards the idea at its center. So there is an opportunity, once again, to see in what sense I can call the preceding stages by that name when I call the third stage Don Giovanni. I have already reminded you that they have no separate existence, and when one takes this third stage, which is really the whole stage, as one's point of departure, they are less easily seen as one-sided abstractions or provisional anticipations, but rather as presentiments of Don Giovanni, except that there is always something left behind, which more or less justifies my using the expression stage, in that they are one-sided presentiments, each of them intimating one side only. The contradiction in the first stage lay in the fact that desire could acquire no object, but was in possession of its object without having desired it, and therefore could not reach the point of desiring. In the second stage, the object appears in its multiplicity, but since desire seeks its object in this multiplicity, in a deeper sense it still has no object, it is not yet specified as desire. In Don Giovanni, on the other hand, desire is specified absolutely as desire, is connotationally and extensionally the immediate unity of the two preceding stages. The first stage desired the one ideally. The second desired the particular under the category of the multiple. The third stage is the unity of these. In the particular, desire has its absolute object, it desires the particular absolutely. Herein lies the seductiveness of which we shall speak later. Desire in this stage is therefore absolutely sound, victorious, triumphant, irresistible, and demonic. It must of course not be forgotten, therefore, that it is not a question here of desire in a particular individual but of desire as a principle, spiritually specified as that which spirit excludes. This is the idea of the spirit of sensuality, as was also intimated above. The expression of this idea is Don Giovanni, and the expression of Don Giovanni is, again, solely music. It is these two considerations in particular which will be constantly highlighted from different angles in what follows, from which also the proof will be indirectly furnished for this opera's classic significance. To make it easier for the reader to keep an overview, however, I shall attempt to collect the scattered considerations under particular headings. To present some unitary view of this music is not my intention, and in particular I shall, with the support of all good spirits, take care not to scare together a mass of platitudinous but very noisy predicates, or to betray in linguistic lasciviousness the impotence of language, the more so since I do not regard this impotence as an imperfection in language but as a high potency. Yet am therefore also the more willing to recognize music within its own limits. What I do want to do, on the other hand, is in part to illuminate the idea from as many angles as possible, and its relation to language, and in this way constantly encompass more and more of the territory in which music has its home, scaring it into breaking cover, as it were, though without my being able to say more about it. Once it can be heard, then, listen, give a running commentary on the music. For really that can only contain subjective contingencies and idiosyncrasies and can only appeal to something corresponding in the reader. What I shall do, however, is constantly ferret out the musical in the idea, the situation, etc., hear it out, and when I have brought the reader to the point of being musically receptive enough to seem to hear the music although hearing nothing, I have completed my task. I make myself mute, I say to the reader as to myself, listen. You friendly genii who protect all innocent love, to you I commit all my faculties, watch over the busy thoughts that they may be found worthy of their object, fashion my soul into a euphonious instrument, let the gentle breezes of eloquence pass swiftly over it, send the refreshment and blessing of fruitful moods. You righteous spirits who stand guard at the boundaries in the realm of beauty, watch over me lest, in muddled enthusiasm and a blind zeal to make Don Giovanni all, I do not do it injustice, demean it, make it something other than it really is, which is the highest. You powerful spirits who know how to stir the heart of man, stand by me that I may capture the reader, not in the net of passion, nor the artifices of eloquence, but in the eternal truth of conviction. 1. Sensual genius specified as seduction when the Don Juan idea originated is not known. 25. All we know is that it belongs to Christianity, and through Christianity it belongs in turn to the Middle Ages. If one were unable to trace back the idea in human consciousness to that period of world history with any degree of certainty, a consideration of the inner nature of the idea would immediately dispel any doubt. The Middle Ages in general embody the idea of representation, partly consciously, partly unconsciously. The total is represented in a single individual, yet in such a way that only one aspect is determined as totality. The single individual who epitomizes the totality is therefore both more and less than an individual. Alongside this individual stands another individual who just as totally represents another side of life's content, as with the knight and the scholastic, the ecclesiastic and the layman. The grand dialectic of life is thus invariably illustrated by representative individuals, who more often than not confront each other in pairs. Life is always presented only in one aspect, and there is no hint of the great dialectical unity which embraces life under both aspects. 26. The oppositions therefore usually stand, indifferently, outside each other. Of all this the Middle Ages knew nothing. Thus they themselves realized the representative idea unconsciously, while only a later reflection sees in them the idea. If the Middle Ages posit for their own consciousness an individual as representative of the idea, then they usually posit at his side another individual in relation to him. This relationship is then generally a comic one, where the one individual as it were compensates for the disproportionate greatness of the other in actual life. Thus the king has his fool by his side, Faust has his Wagner, Don Quixote Sancho Panza, and Don Giovanni Leporello. This arrangement, too, belongs essentially to the Middle Ages. Thus the idea belongs to the Middle Ages. It is not, in the Middle Ages, the property of a single poet. It is one of those ideas with a primal power that spring from the popular consciousness with primordial aboriginality. The Middle Ages had to make the discord between flesh and spirit, which Christianity introduced to the world, a subject of their consideration, and to that end they made the contending forces individual objects of intuition. So Don Juan is, dare I say, flesh incarnate, or the inspiration of the flesh by the flesh's own spirit. This is already sufficiently emphasized in the foregoing. The question I would call attention to here, however, is whether we ought to refer Don Juan to the earlier or later Middle Ages. That he stands in an essential relation to the Middle Ages is surely evident to everyone. Either he is, then, the dissenting, misunderstood anticipation of the erotic that was manifest in the knight-errant, or chivalry is in as yet merely relative contrast to the spirit, and only when the opposition became still sharper did Don Juan appear as the sensual which opposes the spirit at all costs. The erotic of the age of chivalry bears a certain resemblance to that of the Greek consciousness. The latter is, like the former, specified as soul. The difference is that the soul specification here lies within a general specification of the spirit, or a specification of totality. The idea of femininity is constantly in motion, in many ways, which was not the case with the Greeks, where all were simply beautiful individuals with no hint of femininity as such. In the consciousness of the Middle Ages, too, the erotic of the knight had a rather conciliatory relation to the spiritual, even if the spiritual in its jealous austerity held it in suspicion. If one now supposes the principle of the spirit to be posited in the world, one can either imagine that the most glaring contrast, the most titanic disjunction came first, and later was gradually mitigated, in which case Don Juan belongs to the earlier Middle Ages, or, assuming instead that the relation developed progressively into this absolute opposition, as is also more natural, the spirit taking more and more of its shares out of the joint firm so as to act alone, whereupon the real Scandalin 27 appears, then Don Juan belongs to the later Middle Ages. We are led on then to that point in time where the Middle Ages are about to come to an end, and where we meet a related idea, namely Faust, except that Don Juan must be placed a little earlier. As the spirit, exclusively specified as spirit, renounces this world, feels that this is not simply not its home but not even its scene of action, and withdraws up into the higher regions, it leaves the worldly behind as the arena for the power with which it has always lived in conflict and for which it now steps aside. As the spirit then frees itself from the world, sensuality appears in all its power. It offers no objection to the change, it too sees the advantage in being separated, and rejoices that the Church does not prevail on them to stay together, but hews asunder the bond that binds them. Stronger than ever before, sensuality now awakens in all its richness, in all its rapture and exultation, and just as that recluse in nature, the reticent echo that never speaks first to anyone or speaks without being asked, found such great pleasure in the knight's hunting horn and his love ballads, in the baying of hounds, the snorting of horses, that it never tired of repeating these over and over again, and, in the end, completely under its breath, so as not to forget them, so the whole world became an abode for sensuality's worldly spirit, echoing from all sides, while the spirit had abandoned the world. The Middle Ages have as much to say of a mountain not found on any map. It is called Venusberg. 28. There the sensual has its home, there it has its wild pleasures, for it is a kingdom, a state. In this kingdom language has no home, nor thought's sobriety, nor the laborious business of reflection. All one hears there is the elemental voice of passion, the play of the appetites, the wild din of intoxication. Indulgence, only, in an eternal tumult. The firstborn of this kingdom is Don Juan. This is not yet to say that it is the realm of sin, for we must grasp it at the moment when it appears in aesthetic indifference. Not until reflection enters does it present itself as the realm of sin, but then Don Juan is slain, the music comes to an end. One sees only the despairing defiance which impotently casts its negative vote but can find no constituency, not even in musical sounds. When sensuality presents itself as what is to be excluded, as what the spirit will have nothing to do with, though still without the latter's having passed judgment on it or condemned it, then the sensual assumes the form of the demonic in aesthetic indifference. It is just a matter of a moment, soon everything is changed, then the music too has ceased. Faust and Don Juan are the titans and giants of the Middle Ages, who, although no different from those of antiquity in the grandeur of their endeavors, certainly differ from them in standing in isolation, in not combining their forces before storming heaven. All the power is gathered in just one individual. Don Juan, consequently, is the expression of the demonic specified as the sensual. Faust is the expression of the demonic specified as the spiritual, which the Christian spirit excludes. These ideas are essentially related to each other, and they bear many similarities. One might therefore expect them to have in common that both are preserved in legends. We know this is true of Faust. But no such legend is to be found concerning Don Juan. There has probably been a legend all the same, but in all likelihood it has been confined to just a few hints. It is well known that Don Juan existed far back in time as a booth theater piece. Indeed, that may very likely be its origin. But there the idea was conceived comically. Remarkable as it is in general how proficient the Middle Ages were in furnishing ideals, they could equally be relied on to see the comic side of the larger-than-life dimensions of the ideal. To make Don Juan a braggart who imagined he had seduced every girl, to let Leporello believe his lies, was surely not an entirely infelicitous basis for comedy. And even if that is not how it was, even if that was not the conception, still the comic twist could not have failed to turn up, since it lies in the contradiction between the hero and the theater he moves within. Thus one may also let the Middle Ages tell of heroes so powerfully built that their eyes were a foot apart, but if an ordinary person were to come on stage and pretend to have eyes a foot apart, the comic would be in full swing. These remarks on the legend of Don Juan would have found no place here had they not served some closer relation to the subject under investigation, if they did not serve to direct thought to the once determined goal. I imagine that the reason why this idea, compared with that of Faust, has so poor a past has to do with the fact that so long as nobody realized that music was its proper medium, there was something mysterious in it. Faust is idea, but an idea which is also essentially individual. To imagine the spiritual demonic concentrated in an individual is the prerogative of thought, while to conceive the sensual in an individual is impossible. Don Giovanni constantly hovers between being idea, that is to say, energy, life, and individual. But this hovering is the vibrating of music. When the sea is agitated, the foaming waves form images, as though creatures, in this upheaval. It is as if these creatures set the waves in motion, and yet it is the contrary action of the waves which creates them. Similarly, Don Giovanni is an image that constantly appears but gains neither form nor substance, an individual who is constantly being formed but not finished, of whose life history one can form no more definite an impression than one can by listening to the tumult of the waves. When Don Giovanni is conceived in this way, there is meaning and profound significance in everything. If I imagine some particular individual, if I see him, or hear him speak, it becomes comic that he has seduced 1003. As soon as he is a particular individual, the accent falls in quite another place, for now it is those whom he has seduced, and in what manner, that are highlighted. The naivety of ballads and popular belief can successfully express such things without a suspicion of the comical. For reflection, that is impossible. When he is interpreted in music, on the other hand, I do not have a particular individual. I have the power of nature, the demonic, which as little tires of seducing, or is done with seducing, as the wind is tired of raging, the sea of surging, or a waterfall of cascading down from its height. In this respect, the number of the seduced might just as well be any number at all, or a far greater one. Often it is not an easy task, when translating the text of an opera, to do it so exactly that the translation is not merely singable but also harmonizes reasonably with the textual meaning, and thus with the music. To illustrate how sometimes this may not matter at all, I can mention the number in the list in Don Giovanni without treating the matter as offhandedly as people usually do and taking such things to have nothing to do with the matter. On the contrary, aesthetically I take the matter extremely seriously, and that is the reason I think it unimportant. I would, however, commend one feature of this number 1003. It is odd and accidental, which is not at all unimportant, for it gives the impression that the list is by no means closed, but on the contrary that Don Giovanni is on the move. One almost begins to pity Leporello, who has not only, as he says himself, to stand watch outside the door, but to carry on so complicated a system of bookkeeping withal that it could keep a practiced departmental secretary busy. The way in which sensuality is conceived in Don Giovanni as a principle is one in which it has never been conceived before. For this reason the erotic is also defined by another predicate. The erotic here is seduction. Curiously enough, the idea of a seducer is entirely absent in the Greek consciousness. Far be it from me to want to praise the Greeks on that account, for gods as well as men were notoriously indiscreet in their love affairs. Nor do I criticize Christianity, for after all it has the idea only as something external to it. The reason why the Greek consciousness lacks this idea is that its whole life is specified as individuality. The aspect of soul is thus predominant, or always in harmony with the sensual. Greek love, therefore, was of the soul, not sensual, and it is this that inspires the modesty which rests over all Greek love. They fell in love with a girl, they set heaven and earth in motion to possess her. When they succeeded, perhaps they tired of her and sought a new love. In their inconstancy they may, indeed, bear a certain resemblance to Don Giovanni, and, to mention just one example, Hercules could surely produce a fair-sized list, considering that he sometimes helped himself to families numbering up to 50 daughters, and like a family son-in-law, according to some reports, had his way with all of them in a single night. Still, he differs essentially from Don Giovanni. He is no seducer. For when one considers Greek love, it is according to its own lights essentially faithful just because it is of the soul. And it is some accidental factor in the particular individual that he loves many, and with regard to the many he loves, it is again accidental every time he loves a new one. When he is in love with one he does not think of the next. Don Giovanni, on the other hand, is from tip to toe a seducer. His love is not of the soul but sensual, and sensual love is not according to its own lights faithful but absolutely faithless. It loves not one but all, that is to say, it seduces all. For it exists only in the moment, but the moment, in terms of its concept, is the sum of moments, and so we have the seducer. Chivalrous love, too, is of the soul and therefore, according to its own lights essentially faithful. Only sensual love is, in its own lights, essentially faithless. But this, its faithlessness, manifests itself also in another way. It becomes simply a repetition. Love from the soul is dialectical in a twofold sense. In the first place, it has in it the doubt and disquiet as to whether it will also be happy, see its desire fulfilled, and be requited. This anxiety is something sensual love does not have. Even a Jupiter has doubts about his victory, and this cannot be otherwise. Indeed, he himself cannot wish it otherwise. With Don Giovanni this is not the case. He cuts matters short, and must always be considered absolutely victorious. This might seem an advantage to him, but it is really an impoverishment. Love from the soul has, secondly, yet another dialectic, for it differs in relation to every single individual who is the object of love. Therein lies its wealth, its full-bodied content. Such is not the case with Don Giovanni. He has no time for this, for him. Everything is merely a matter of the moment. To catch sight of her and love her, that was one and the same. In a sense one may say the same of love from the soul, but in that there is also just the suggestion of a beginning. For Don Giovanni it is true in a different way. To catch sight of her and to love her are the same thing, that is in the moment. The very same moment everything is over, and the same endlessly repeats itself. If one imagines Don Giovanni specified as soul, it becomes ridiculous and a self-contradiction, not even in accord with the idea, to posit 1003 in Spain. It becomes an exaggeration which has a disturbing effect even if one were to entertain the fancy that one was considering him in an ideal way. If then we have no other medium for describing this love than language, we are at a loss, for as soon as we abandon the naivety that can insist, in all innocence, that there were 1003 in Spain, we need something more, namely the individualization in soul. The aesthetic is not at all satisfied that everything should be thus lumped together, and wants to astonish with numbers. Love from the soul moves precisely in the rich multiplicity of the individual life, where the nuances are what are really significant. Sensual love, on the other hand, can lump everything together. What is essential for it is woman quite in the abstract, and at most distinctions of the more sensual kind. Love from the soul is a continuation in time, sensual love a disappearance in time, but the medium which expresses this is precisely music. This is something music is excellently fitted to accomplish, since it is far more abstract than language and therefore does not express the particular but the general in all its generality, and yet it expresses the general, not in reflective abstraction, but in the concreteness of immediacy. As an example of what I mean, I shall discuss in a little more detail the Servant's second aria, the aria listing the seduced. This may be regarded as Don Giovanni's real epic. So make this experiment if you doubt the truth of what I say. Imagine a poet more happily endowed by nature than any before him, give him an abundance of expression, give him mastery and authority of the forces of language, let everything in which there is the breath of life be obedient to him, deferring to his slightest gesture, let everything wait in readiness for his command, let him be surrounded by a numerous band of light skirmishers, fleet-footed messengers who overtake thought in its swiftest flight, let nothing escape him, not the slightest movement, let there be no secret left for him, nothing unutterable, and all the world then give him the task of celebrating Don Giovanni epically in song, of unfolding the list of the seduced. What will be the result? He will never be finished. The epic has the defect, if you will, that it can go on as long as needs must. His hero, the improviser, Don Giovanni, can go on as long as needs must. The poet will then enter into the multiplicity. There will always be enough there to give pleasure, but he will never achieve the effect that Mozart has obtained. For even if he finally finished, he would not have said the half of what Mozart has expressed in this one piece. Now Mozart has not even embarked upon the multiplicity. What he deals with are certain large configurations of passing events. This has its sufficient reason in the very medium, in music, which is too abstract to express the differences. The musical epic thus becomes something comparatively short, and yet it has in an incomparable manner the epic quality of going on as long as need be, since one can always let it begin again and hear it over and over again, precisely because it expresses the general in the concreteness of immediacy. This is not Don Giovanni as a particular individual that we hear, not his speech, but we hear the voice of sensuality, and we hear it through the longing for femininity. The only way in which Don Giovanni can become epic is by constantly finishing and constantly starting over again, for his life is the sum of mutually repellent moments that lack any coherence. His life is as moment the sum of moments, as sum of moments the moment. In this generality, in this hovering between being individual and force of nature, lies Don Giovanni. As soon as he becomes individual, the aesthetic acquires quite different categories. Therefore it is quite proper, and has a deep inner significance, that in the seduction that occurs in the piece, that of Zerlina, the girl should be a common peasant girl. Hypocritical aestheticians who, under the show of understanding poets and composers, do all they can to help us misunderstand them, will perhaps instruct us that Zerlina is an uncommon girl. Anyone who thinks that shows that he has totally misunderstood Mozart, and is using the wrong categories. That he misunderstands Mozart is clear enough, for Mozart has been at pains to keep Zerlina as insignificant as possible. If Don Giovanni's love were specified other than as sensual, if he were a seducer in a spiritual sense, then it would have been a radical fault in the piece that the heroine in the seduction which dramatically engages us is a little peasant girl. The aesthetic would require that Don Juan be set a more difficult task. But for Don Giovanni these differences are of no importance. If I could imagine him making such a speech about himself, perhaps he'd say, "You are wrong, I am no husband who needs an ordinary girl for my happiness. Every girl has what makes me happy, and so I take them all." It is in a similar way that we must understand the words I touched on earlier, even coquettes 80 years old, or in another place, perché porti la ganella, voi sapete quel che fa. 29 For Don Giovanni, every girl is an ordinary girl, every love affair an everyday story. Zerlina is young and pretty, and she is a woman. That is the peculiarity she shares with hundreds of others. But it is not the uncommon that Don Giovanni desires but the general, what she has in common with every woman. If that is not how it is, then Don Giovanni ceases to be absolutely musical. The aesthetic calls for spoken lines. But then, since that is indeed how it is, Don Giovanni is absolutely musical. I will throw light on this from another side too, from the inner structure of the piece. For Don Giovanni, Elvira is a dangerous enemy. This is frequently stressed in the dialogue we owe to the Danish translator. Sure enough, it is a mistake to give him spoken lines, but that doesn't mean that the lines might not include the occasional good comment. Thus Don Giovanni is afraid of Elvira. Now presumably some aesthetician thinks he can give a meticulous explanation of this with some long-winded chit-chat about Elvira's being an uncommon girl, etc. This misses the point entirely. She is a danger to him because she has been seduced. In the same sense, exactly the same sense, Zerlina is a danger to him when she is seduced. As soon as she is seduced, she is lifted up into a higher sphere, which is a consciousness in her that Don Giovanni himself does not have. Therefore she is a danger. Thus, again, it is not through the accidental but the general that she is dangerous for him. So Don Giovanni is a seducer. His eroticism is seduction. This says much if understood aright, little if grasped with typical lack of clarity. We have already seen that the concept of a seducer is essentially modified in the case of Don Giovanni, as the object of his desire is the sensual, and that alone. This was important for showing the musical in Don Giovanni. In antiquity, the sensual found expression in the silent stillness of plastic art. In the Christian world, the sensual had to fume in all its impatient passion. Although one can thus truly say that Don Giovanni is a seducer, this expression, which can have a disturbing effect on the weak brains of certain aestheticians, has often occasioned misunderstanding, inasmuch as they have scraped together whatever could be said of such a one and transferred it without further ado to Don Giovanni. At times they have demonstrated their own cunning in running Don Giovanni's to earth, at others talked themselves hoarse explaining his intrigues and wiles. In short, the word seducer has given everyone the chance to do him down as best they can, to contribute their mite 30 to the total misunderstanding. Of Don Giovanni we must use the word seducer with great caution, and so far, that is, as it is more incumbent on us to say something true than just anything. This is not because Don Giovanni is too good, but because he simply doesn't come within ethical categories. I would therefore rather call him a deceiver, since there is always a greater ambiguity in that word. Being a seducer requires always a certain reflection and consciousness, and once this is present one may talk of cunning and intrigues, and of wily measures. This consciousness is something Don Giovanni lacks. So he does not seduce. He desires, and this desire acts seductively. To that extent he seduces. He savors the satisfaction of desire. As soon as he has savored it he seeks a new object, and so on endlessly. So he does indeed deceive, though not in such a way that he plans his deception in advance. It is the power of sensuality itself that deceives the seduced, and it is more of a kind of nemesis. He desires and stays constantly in a state of desire, and he constantly savors its satisfaction. To be a seducer he lacks the time ahead in which to lay his plans, and the time behind in which to become conscious of his act. A seducer should therefore be in possession of a power which Don Giovanni does not have, however well equipped he is otherwise, the power of speech. As soon as we give him that power he ceases to be musical, and then the aesthetic interest becomes quite another. Ocken von Arnim tells somewhere of a seducer in quite another style, a seducer who falls under ethical categories. Of him he uses a form of expression which, in its truth, boldness and pithiness, can almost match a stroke of the bow in Mozart. He says he could talk with a woman in such a way that, if the devil caught him, he could talk himself free if only he was given a chance to talk with the devil's great-grandmother. 31 This is the real seducer. The aesthetic interest here is also different, namely, how, the method. There is therefore something of profound significance in what has perhaps escaped most people's attention, that Faust, who is a reproduction of Don Giovanni, seduces only one girl, while Don Giovanni seduces hundreds. But then this one girl is, in terms of intensity, seduced and destroyed in quite another way from all those whom Don Giovanni has deceived. Simply because Faust, as a reproduction, has in him the category of spirit. The power of such a seducer is speech, that is to say, lies. A few days ago I heard one soldier speak to another about a third who had deceived a girl. He gave no extensive description, yet the expression he used was quite excellent. He were able to do such with lies and such. This seducer is of quite another kind than Don Giovanni and differs essentially from him, as can be seen from the fact that he and his activity are extremely unmusical and aesthetically belong in the category of the interesting. The object of his desire is therefore, if one has the right aesthetic conception of him, also something more than the merely sensual. But what is this force with which Don Giovanni seduces? It is the force of desire, the energy of sensual desire. In each woman he desires the whole of femininity, and in this lies the sensually idealizing power with which he at once beautifies and overcomes his prey. The reflection of this gigantic passion beautifies and unfolds the desired, it irradiates a heightened beauty with its refulgence. As, with a seductive glow, the enthusiast's flame illumines even those not concerned, so Don Giovanni transfigures every girl in a far deeper sense, since his relation to her is essential. So for him all finite differences fade away in comparison with the main thing, being a woman. The older women he rejuvenates into womanhood's beautiful middle age, children he practically matures in a twinkling, all that is woman is his prey. On the other hand, it would be quite wrong to take his sensuality for blindness. Instinctively he knows very well how to make distinctions, and above all he idealizes. If for a moment I think back to a preceding stage, to the page, the reader may recall that already in discussing him I compared some lines of his with some of Don Giovanni's. The mythical page I let stay, I let the real one go off to the army. If I now imagine the mythical page having liberated himself, having got going, then I would call to mind a line of the pages which suits Don Giovanni. For as Cherubino, light as a bird and daring, jumps out of the window, this makes such a powerful impression on Susanna that she almost swoons, and when she recovers she exclaims, "See how he runs! My, won't he have luck with the girls?" That is quite right of Susanna, and the reason for her swooning is not just the idea of the daring leap, but rather that he had already succeeded with her. The page is the future Don Giovanni, though this is not to be understood, ridiculously, as though the page would become Don Giovanni just by growing older. For Don Giovanni not only has luck with the girls, he makes them feel lucky too and unlucky, but curiously enough, in such a way that they would have it thus, and it was a foolish girl who did not want to be unlucky in order just once to have been lucky with Don Giovanni. 32 In continuing to call Don Giovanni a seducer, therefore, I am not at all imagining him slyly drafting his plans, craftily calculating the effect of his intrigues. His deception is due to the genius of sensuality, whose incarnation it is as though he was. He lacks shrewd circumspection. His life is effervescent like the wine with which he fortifies himself. His life is excited like the tones which accompany his joyous feast. He is always triumphant. He needs no preparation, no plan, no time, for he is always ready. The force is always in him and the desire too, and only when he desires is he in his proper element. He is seated at the table, he raises the goblet. Happy as a god he rises with napkin in hand, ready to attack. If Leporello rouses him in the middle of the night, he wakes up always certain of victory. But this force, this power words cannot express, only music can give us an idea of it, for it is inexpressible in reflection and thought. The cunning of an ethically specified seducer I can clearly present in words, and music would presume in vain to perform that task. With Don Giovanni the converse is the case. What is this force? No one can say. Even if I asked Zerlina before she went to the ball, what is this force with which he captivates you? She would reply, no one knows, and I would say, well said, my child. You speak more wisely than the wise men of India, richtig, das weise man nicht, and the unfortunate thing is that I can't tell you either. This force in Don Giovanni, this omnipotence, this gaiety, only music can express, and I know no other description for it than exuberant good cheer. So when Cruz 33 has Don Giovanni say as he comes on stage at Zerlina's wedding, cheer up, children! You are all dressed as though for your own weddings. He is quite right, and perhaps more than he thinks. For the gaiety is something he brings with him, and as far as the wedding goes, it is not insignificant that they are all dressed as though for their own weddings. For Don Giovanni is not just Zerlina's man, he celebrates with sport and song the weddings of all the young girls in the parish. What wonder then that they flock round him, the happy girls? Nor will they be disappointed, for he is enough for them all. Flattery, sighs, bold glances, soft hand clasps, secret whisperings, dangerous proximity, tempting withdrawal, and yet these are only the lesser mysteries, the gifts before the wedding. 30 For it is a delight for Don Giovanni to look out over such a rich harvest. He takes care of the whole parish, and yet perhaps it does not cost him as much time as Leporello uses in the office. These considerations bring us back to the main topic of this inquiry, that Don Giovanni is absolutely musical. He desires sensually, seduces with the demonic power of sensuality, he seduces all. The spoken word is no part of him, for that would straightway make him a reflective individual. He has no substance of this kind but hurries on in a perpetual vanishing, just like music, of which it is true that it is over as soon as it stops playing and only comes back into existence when it starts again. So if I were now to raise the question of Don Giovanni's looks, is he handsome, young or old, about how old? It is just a concession on my part, and anything I say on this score can only expect admission here in the way that a tolerated sect is given room in the state church. Handsome, not altogether young. If I were to suggest his age, my proposal would be 33, that being the age of a generation. The trouble with going into questions of this kind is that one loses the whole by dwelling on the parts, as if it were through his good looks, or whatever else might be mentioned, that Don Giovanni seduces. One sees him then, but no longer hears him, and then he is lost. If, as it were, to do my bit in helping the reader form a mental picture of Don Giovanni, I said, look, there he stands, see how his eyes blaze, his lips curl in a smile, so certain is he of his victory. Look at his regal glance, which demands the things that are Caesar's, see how gracefully he enters into the dance, how proudly he stretches out his hand, how happy the one to whom it is offered. Or if I said, look, there he stands in the shadow of the forest, he leans against a tree, he accompanies himself on a guitar, and look! There disappears a young girl among the trees, frightened as a startled fawn, but he is in no hurry, he knows she seeks him. Or if I said, there he rests by the shore of the lake in the pale night, so beautiful that the moon pauses and relives its youthful love, so beautiful that the young girls from the town would give much to dare steal up on him and use the moment of darkness, while the moon rises up again to illumine the heavens, to kiss him. If I did this, the attentive reader would say, look, now he's spoiled everything for himself, he has forgotten that Don Giovanni is not to be seen but heard. So I do not do that, but say, listen to Don Giovanni. That's to say, if you cannot get an idea of Don Giovanni by listening to him, you will never get one. Hear the beginning of his life. As lightning twists out of the thundercloud's murk, he bursts forth from the depth of earnest, swifter than lightning, less constant than it, yet just as measured. Hear how he plunges into life's diversity, how he dashes himself against its solid dam. Hear these light, dancing tones of the violin, hear the beckoning of joy, hear the exultation of desire, hear the festive bliss of enjoyment, hear his wild flight. He hurries past even himself, ever faster, ever more impetuously. Hear the murmur of love, hear the whisper of temptation, hear the swirl of seduction. Hear the stillness of the moment. Listen, 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 to Mozart's Don Giovanni. 2. Other adaptations of Don Juan, considered in relation to the musical interpretation. The Faust motif, as we know, has been interpreted in a wide variety of ways. but this is not so with Don Juan. That may seem strange, especially as the latter idea represents a far more universal phase in the development of the individual life than does the first. However, this can easily be explained by the fact that the Faustian motif presupposes a degree of spiritual development that makes interpretation far more natural. There is also the fact, of which I reminded you above, that there is no corresponding Don Juan legend, that people have been dimly aware of the difficulty over the medium until Mozart discovered the medium and the idea. Only since then has the idea acquired its true dignity and again, more than ever, given content to a phase of the individual's life, but so satisfactorily that the need to encapsulate the experience separately in imagination was no longer a poetic necessity. This, once more, is indirect proof of the absolute classic value of this Mozartian opera. The ideal in this direction having now already found its perfect artistic expression, people could indeed be tempted by it, but not to poetic activity. Tempting Mozart's music has no doubt been, for where is the young man for whom there have not been moments when he would have given half his fortune to be a Don Juan, or perhaps all of it, when he would have given half his lifetime to be a Don Juan for a year, or perhaps the whole of it. But that's how it was. Those of a deeper nature who were affected by the idea found everything in Mozart's music, even the gentlest breeze. They found in its passionate grandeur a full-tone expression of what stirred in their own hearts. They sensed how every mood strained in the music's direction, just as the brook hurries on to lose itself in the infinity of the ocean. These natures found in the Mozartian Don Juan as much text as commentary, and while they were thus carried along and down in its music and enjoyed the delight of losing themselves, they also gained the riches of wonder. The music of Mozart was in no way too constricted. Quite the contrary, their own moods were broadened, assumed a larger-than-life dimension, as they recaptured them again in Mozart. Those of a lower nature who have no inkling of infinity do not grasp hold of it. Of course the dabblers who took themselves to be a Don Juan because they had pinched a peasant girl's cheek, flung their arms round a waitress, or made a little maiden blush, understood neither the idea nor Mozart, nor how to produce a Don Juan themselves, other than a ridiculous monstrosity, a family idol who perhaps might have seemed a true Don Juan, the epitome of all attractiveness, to the dim, sentimental eyes of some cousins. Faust has never been able to find expression in this sense, and, as noted above, never will, because the idea is far more concrete. Though an interpretation of Faust may deserve to be called perfect, a succeeding generation can still give birth to a new Faust, while Don Juan, due to the abstractness of the motif, lives eternally for all ages, and the thought of providing a Don Juan after Mozart cannot but be like wanting to write a post-Homerian Iliad in an even more profound sense. Now, even if that is so, it by no means follows that individual talents should not have tried their hands at interpreting Don Juan differently. Everyone knows they have, but what no one has perhaps noticed is that the representative type for all interpretations is essentially Molière's Don Juan. 35. Though again, this is much older than Mozart's, and is a comedy. It is to Mozart's Don Giovanni what a fairy tale and Musius's interpretation is to an adaptation of Tieck's. 36. So really I can confine myself to a discussion of the Don Juan of Molière, and in attempting an aesthetic appraisal of it I can judge the others at the same time. We have already indicated the turning point in interpreting Don Juan. As soon as we give him spoken lines everything changes, for the reflection which motivates the spoken line refracts him out of the obscurity in which he is audible only musically. For that reason Don Juan might perhaps seem best interpreted as ballet. And people are fairly familiar with the fact that he has indeed been interpreted in that way. 37. One has to praise this interpretation, however, for recognizing what are after all its limitations, something which has led to its confining itself to the final scene, where the passion of Don Juan can be made most easily visible through the pantomimic play of muscles. The result again is that Don Juan is represented not according to his essential but to his accidental passion, and the playbill for such a performance always has more in it than the piece itself. It tells us, for instance, that it is Don Juan, the seducer Don Juan, whereas the ballet for all practical purposes only presents the pangs of despair, whose expression, seeing this, can only be pantomime. Don Juan can have in common with many other despairing persons. What is essential in Don Juan cannot be represented in ballet, and everyone intuitively feels how ridiculous it would be to see Don Juan beguiling a girl with his dance steps and contrived gesticulations. Don Juan is an inward specification, and so cannot become visible in this way or reveal himself in bodily forms and their movements, or in sculptured harmony. Even if we were not to give him spoken lines, we could nevertheless imagine an interpretation of Don Juan using words as its medium. Indeed, we have an example from Byron. That Byron was in many ways just the man to present a Don Juan is clear enough, and one may therefore be sure that the reason for the project's miscarrying lay not in Byron himself but far deeper. Byron has dared to bring Don Juan into existence for us, to tell us of his childhood and youth, to reconstruct him from a context of finite life circumstances. The result is to make Don Juan into a reflective personality who loses the ideality that is his in the traditional conception. I can detail here right away what changes occur in the idea. When Don Juan is interpreted musically, I hear the whole of the infinity of passion in him, but also its infinite power which nothing can resist. I hear the wild craving of desire, but also that desire's absolute triumphancy which it would be in vain for anyone to oppose. You only need to think once of the obstacle to realize that its function is merely to inflame the passion and put up any real resistance. The pleasure is magnified, the victory is certain, and the obstacle only an incitement. A life agitated in this elemental way, demonically powerful and irresistible, that is what Don Juan conveys to me. This is his ideality, and this I can take uninterrupted pleasure in, because the music does not represent him to me as a person or individual, but as a power. If Don Juan is interpreted as an individual, that alone puts him in conflict with the world around him. As an individual he feels the pressure and chains of this environment. Perhaps as a great individual he overcomes it, but one immediately feels that here the difficulties and the obstacles have a different role. It is on them that interest is essentially focused. But this brings Don Juan within the category of the interesting. Were we to resort to a bombastic show of words in representing him as absolutely victorious, we would feel immediately that this was not satisfactory, since it does not belong essentially to an individual as such to be victorious, and the crisis of conflict is called for. The resistance the individual has to contend with can be partly an external resistance lying not so much in the object as in the environing world, partly a resistance in the object itself. Most interpretations of Don Juan have been mainly occupied with the former, because the element in the motif that has been retained is the need for him to be erotically victorious. On the other hand, I think that stressing the other side opens up the only prospect of a significant contrast to the musical Don Juan, while any interpretation lying in between is bound to contain imperfections. So that in the musical Don Juan one would then have the extensive seducer, in the other the intensive one. The latter Don Juan is not presented then as possessing his object by a single stroke. He is not the immediate seducer, he is the reflective seducer. What interests us is the astuteness, the cunning with which he can insinuate himself into a girl's heart, the dominion he can acquire over it, the fascinating, systematic, progressive seduction. It becomes a matter of indifference how many he has seduced. What concerns us is the art, the thoroughness, the profound ingenuity with which he seduces. In the end, the very enjoyment becomes so reflective that compared with the musical Don Juan's enjoyment it becomes something else. The musical Don Juan enjoys the satisfaction, the reflective Don Juan enjoys the deception, enjoys the cunning. The immediate enjoyment is over, and a greater enjoyment is found in reflecting upon the enjoyment. There is a hint or two of this in Moliere's interpretation, only there is no chance of its coming into its own since all the rest of the interpretation interferes. Desire awakens in Don Juan because he sees one of the girls happy in her relation to the one she loves, and he begins by being jealous. This is a point of interest that would not occupy us at all in the opera, precisely because Don Giovanni is not a reflective individual. Once Don Juan is interpreted as a self-aware individual, we can achieve an ideality corresponding to the musical one only by transferring the matter to the psychological domain. Then one attains the ideality of intensity. For that reason Byron's Don Juan must be considered a failure, because it expands itself epically. The immediate Don Juan has to seduce 1003, the self-aware one has only to seduce one, and what occupies us is how he does it. The self-aware Don Juan's seduction is a sleight of hand, every single little step of which has its special significance. The musical Don Giovanni's seduction is a flick of the wrist, the matter of a moment, quicker done than said. I am reminded of a tableau I once saw. A pretty young fellow, a real ladies' man, was playing with a number of young girls who were all at that dangerous age when they are neither grown up nor children. Among other things, they were amusing themselves by jumping over a ditch. He stood at the edge and helped them jump by taking them around the waist, lifting them lightly into the air, and then setting them down on the other side. It was a charming sight. I enjoyed him just as much as I enjoyed the young girls. Then I thought of Don Juan. They fling themselves into his arms, these young girls. Then he grabs them, and just as briskly sets them down on the other side of life's ditch. The musical Don Juan is absolutely victorious and therefore, of course, also in complete command of all the means that can contribute to this victory. Or rather, he is in such absolute command of the means that it is as though he had no need to use them, that is, he does not use them as a means. Once he is a reflective individual, it appears there is something there called the means. If the poet then grants him this, but also makes the opposition and obstacles so serious as to make victory doubtful, then Don Juan comes within the category of the interesting, and in this regard one may think of several interpretations of Don Juan, up to the point where we reach what we earlier called intensive seduction. If the poet denies him the means, the interpretation falls into the category of comedy. I have never seen a perfect interpretation that brings him into the category of the interesting. On the other hand, of most interpretations of Don Juan it can truly be said that they approach comedy can easily be explained by their adherence to Molière, in whose interpretation comedy lies dormant once a passion is portrayed and denied the means of its satisfaction, either a tragic or a comic turn may be produced. You cannot properly produce a tragic turn where the motif appears entirely unwarranted, and that is why the comic is so likely. If I depict an addiction to gambling in some individual and then give this individual $5 to lose, the effect is comic. This is not quite how it is with Molière's Don Juan, but there is a similarity. If I place Don Juan in financial straits, harassed by creditors, then he immediately loses the ideality he has in the opera, and the effect is comic. The famous comedy scene in Molière, 38, which has great value and also fits very well into the whole, ought therefore never to be introduced into the opera, where it has a totally distracting effect. That the Molière interpretation aspires to the comic is shown not only by the comedy scene just mentioned, which in isolation would prove nothing at all. The whole plot bears its mark. Sganarel's first and last lines, the beginning and end of the whole piece, provide more than sufficient evidence of this. Sganarelle begins with a eulogy over a rare snuff, from which one learns among other things that he cannot be all that busy in this Don Juan's service. He ends by complaining that he alone has been wrong. When one then considers that Molière, too, has the statue come and fetch Don Juan, and that despite Sganarelle also having witnessed this horror, Molière nevertheless puts those words into his mouth, as though Sganarelle were saying that since the statue otherwise meddled in the exercise of justice on earth and the punishment of vice, it ought to have been ready to pay Sganarelle the wages due to him for long and faithful service to Don Juan, which his master had been unable to do because of his sudden departure. When one considers this, then indeed anyone will have a sense of the comical in Molière's Don Juan. The hero of the piece, Don Juan, is anything but a hero. He is a subject of misfortune, who has presumably failed his finals and has now chosen another vocation. True, one learns that he is the son of a very distinguished man, who has also tried to inspire him to virtue and immortal enterprises by impressing upon him the great name of his forefathers, but this is so improbable in relation to the rest of his behavior that one soon begins to suspect the whole thing of being a pack of lies fabricated by Don Juan himself. His conduct is not very chivalrous. One does not see him sword in hand clearing a path for himself through life's difficulties. He deals out cuffs on the ear to this one and that. Yes, he even reaches the point of coming to blows with one of the girls betrothed. So if Molière's Don Juan really is a knight, the poet is very good at having us forget the fact and does all he can to show us a bully, an ordinary rake, who is not afraid of using his fists. Anyone who has had occasion to observe what we call a rake knows, too, that this class of people has a great predilection for the sea, and he will therefore find it quite as it should be that Don Juan should set eyes on a pair of skirts, and then put out after them in a boat on Calibo Strand a Sunday adventure, plus the fact that the boat capsizes. Don Juan and Sganarelle are almost drowned and are finally saved by Pedro and the tall Lucas, who were earlier betting whether it was a man or a stone, a wager that cost Lucas 10 sous, which is almost too much for Lucas and for Don Juan. If all this then strikes one as appropriate, the impression becomes confused for a moment when one learns that Don Juan is also the fellow who has seduced Elvira, murdered the commendator, and so on, something one finds quite illogical and must once again explain as a lie in order to restore harmony. If Sganarelle is meant to give us an idea of the passion raging in Don Juan, his expression is such a travesty that it is impossible not to laugh, as when Sganarelle says to Gusman that, to get the one he wants, Don Juan would gladly marry her dog and cat, indeed what is worse, and you into the bargain, or when he remarks that his master has faith neither in love nor in medicine. Now if Moliere's interpretation of Don Juan, regarded as a comic adaptation, were correct, then I should say no more about it here, since I am concerned in this inquiry only with the ideal interpretation and the significance of music for that. I could then be content with calling attention to the remarkable circumstance that only in music has Don Juan been interpreted ideally in the ideality he has in the traditional medieval conception. The absence of an ideal interpretation in the medium of words could then furnish indirect proof of the correctness of my proposition. Here, however, I can do better, precisely because Molière is not correct, and what has prevented him from being so is his having kept something of the ideal in Don Juan that is due to the traditional conception. It will again appear, on my pointing this out, that this could be essentially expressed, after all, only in music, and so I return to my proper thesis. Right at the beginning of the first act of Molière's Don Juan, Sganarelle makes a very long speech in which he wants to give us a conception of his master's boundless passion and the multiplicity of his adventures. This speech exactly corresponds with the servant's second aria in the opera. The speech has absolutely no other effect than comedy. It tries to give us some hint of his power, but the effect fails to materialize. Only music can incorporate this factor because it describes Don Juan's behavior and lets us hear the power of seduction, at the same time as the list is unrolled for us. In Molière, the statue arrives in the last act to fetch Don Juan. Even if the poet has tried to motivate the statue's appearance by giving advance warning, this piece of stone always presents a dramatic stumbling block. If Don Juan is interpreted ideally as force, as passion, then heaven itself must be set in motion. If he is not so interpreted, it is always ill-advised to use such drastic means. Really, the commendator need not have inconvenienced himself. It would be quite in the spirit of modern comedy, which has no need of such great forces of destruction precisely because the motivating powers themselves are not so grandiose, to have Don Juan thrown into a debtor's jail. It would be quite consistent with it to let Don Juan learn the tedious constraints of reality. In the opera it is quite right that the commendator should reappear, but then his conduct too possesses an ideal truth. The music immediately makes the commendator into something more than a particular individual. His voice is expanded to that of a spirit. So, just as Don Giovanni himself is interpreted with aesthetic seriousness in the opera, so too is the commendator. In Molière he comes in with an ethical gravity and weightiness that make him almost ridiculous. In the opera he comes in with aesthetic lightness, metaphysical truth. No power in the piece, no power on earth has been able to coerce Don Giovanni. Only a spirit, a ghost, can do that. If this is understood correctly, it will again throw light on the interpretation of Don Juan. A spirit, a ghost, is a reproduction. This is the mystery in the return. But Don Giovanni can do everything, can put up with anything, except the reproduction of life, precisely because he is sensual life in its immediacy, the negation of which is spirit. In Molière's interpretation, Sganarelle becomes an inexplicable figure whose character is extremely confused. What causes the confusion is, again, that Molière has kept something of the traditional idea. As Don Giovanni is altogether a force, this also shows in the relation to Leporello. Leporello feels drawn to him, overwhelmed by him, is absorbed in him, and he becomes merely an instrument of his master's will. This obscure, impenetrable sympathy is exactly what makes Leporello into a musical personality, and we find it quite in order that he does not manage to tear himself away from Don Giovanni. With Sganarelle it is different. In Molière, Don Juan is a particular individual, and so it is as to an individual that Sganarelle relates to him. If Sganarelle then feels indissolubly bound to Don Juan, it is no more than a modest aesthetic requirement to ask how this is to be explained. It is nothing to the purpose that Molière has him say that he cannot tear himself away from Don Juan, for either reader nor spectator can see any rational ground for this, and a rational ground is just what is in question. Leporello's inconstancy is well motivated in the opera, because compared with Don Giovanni he himself is closer to being an individual consciousness, and in him the Don Giovanni life is therefore reflected differently, though without his really being able to penetrate it. In Molière, Sganarelle is sometimes worse, sometimes better than Don Juan, but it is unthinkable that he should not desert him when he does not even get his wages. If one were to imagine a unity in Sganarelle corresponding to the sympathetic musical opacity of Leporello in the opera, there would be nothing for it but to let it be a sottish partiality. Here again we see an example of how the musical must be invoked for Don Juan to be interpreted in his true ideality. The fault in Molière is not in interpreting him comically, but in not interpreting him correctly. Molière's Don Juan is also a seducer, but the piece gives us only an impoverished idea of his role. That Elvira, in Molière, is Don Juan's spouse is undeniably rightly conceived, particularly for its comic effect. We see at once that what we have here is an ordinary person who uses promises of marriage to deceive a girl. Elvira thus loses all the ideal bearing that is hers in the opera, where she appears with no other weapon than that of her affronted womanhood, while here one imagines her wielding a marriage certificate, and Don Juan loses his seductive ambiguity by being both a young man and an experienced husband, that is to say, practiced in all his extramarital escapades. How he has deceived Elvira, with what means he has enticed her out of the convent of this a number of Sganarelle's lines are supposed to enlighten us, but since the seduction scene in the play gives us no opportunity to admire Don Juan's art, our confidence in these bits of information is naturally weakened. Of course, inasmuch as Molière's Don Juan is comic, this was hardly necessary. But since he would still have us understand that his Don Juan really is the hero Don Juan, who has deluded Elvira and killed the commendator, we readily see where Molière has gone wrong. But we are then forced to consider whether this was not really because Don Juan can never be represented as a seducer except with the help of music, unless, as noted above, one wishes to go into the psychology of it, which it is hard to invest with dramatic interest. Nor, in Molière, does one hear him deluding the two young girls, Mathurin and Charlotte. The deception takes place offstage, and since Molière here, too, gives us to understand that Don Juan has made them promises of marriage, again we get but a meager idea of his talent. To delude a young girl with a promise of marriage is a very inferior art, and it by no means follows from the fact that someone is low enough to do this that he is high enough to be called Don Juan. The only scene which seems to show us Don Juan in his seducing though scarcely seductive activities is the scene with Charlotte. But to tell a young peasant girl that she is pretty, that she has sparkling eyes, to ask her to turn round in order to observe her figure, all this betrays nothing exceptional in Don Juan, only that he is a lewd fellow who looks over a girl as a dealer does a horse. One can gladly concede a comic effect to the scene, and if that is all it was intended to have I would not discuss it here. But since this, his notorious attempt, bears no relation to the many affairs he must have had, this scene too, directly or indirectly, contributes to showing the imperfection in the comedy. Molière seems to have wanted to make something more of him, seems to have wanted to preserve the ideal in him, but he lacks the medium, and therefore everything that actually happens falls rather flat. In general, one can say that in Molière's Don Juan it is only historically that we get to know that he is a seducer. We do not see it dramatically. Perhaps, in conclusion, I can elucidate what has been expounded here by considering an often made remark, that Molière's Don Juan is more moral than Mozart's. However, if properly understood, this is precisely to eulogize the opera. In the opera there isn't just talk of a seducer, Don Giovanni is a seducer, and one cannot deny that in its details the music can often be seductive enough. But that is as it should be, and this is exactly its greatness. To say, therefore, that the opera is immoral is a piece of foolishness originating in people who do not know how to grasp a whole but are captured by details. The definitive aspiration in the opera is extremely moral, and the impression it produces absolutely salutary, because everything is big, everything has genuine, unadorned pathos, the passion of pleasure no less than of seriousness, of enjoyment no less than of wrath. 3. The inner musical structure of the opera. Although the title of this section may be thought self-explanatory, for safety's sake I shall nevertheless point out that it is of course not my intention to give an aesthetic appraisal of Don Giovanni, or a demonstration of the dramatic structure in the text. One must always be very cautious in making such distinctions, especially with a classic work. For, as I have already frequently stressed in the foregoing and repeat yet again, Don Juan can only be expressed in music, something I have myself essentially experienced through the music, so I should guard in every way against giving the impression that the music enters from outside. If the matter is treated in that way, then admire the music in this opera as much as you will not have grasped its absolute significance. It is not my intention to examine the whole opera so much as the opera as a whole, not dealing with its single parts separately, but incorporating these as far as possible in my examination, so as to see them not apart from but in their connection with the whole. In a drama the main interest centers quite naturally on what we call the hero of the piece. The other characters assume only a subordinate and relative importance. However, the more the drama is penetrated with the discriminatory power of its own inner reflexivity, the more the minor characters, too, assume a relative absoluteness, if I may so put it. This is by no means a fault, on the contrary it is an advantage, just as the view of the world that can take in only single outstanding individuals and their meaning for its development, but not the common man, may in some sense be a higher way of looking at it, but is lower than one that includes what is less in its equally great validity. The dramatist will only succeed in this to the extent that there is no incommensurable remainder, nothing of the mood from which the drama proceeds, that is to say, nothing of the mood qua mood, but everything is converted into the sacred coin of the drama, action and situation. To the extent that the dramatist succeeds in this, the general impression his work produces will be correspondingly less a mood than a thought, an idea. The more the total impression of a drama is a mood, the more certain one can be that the poet's own first intimation of it has been in the mood, and he has allowed it progressively to come into being from that, and has not seized it in the form of an idea and let this unfold itself dramatically. Dramas of the latter kind suffer from an abnormal preponderance of lyricism. This is a fault in a drama, but by no means in an opera. What preserves the unity in the opera is the basic tone that carries the whole production. What has been said here about the total dramatic effect applies in turn to the drama's individual parts. Were I to characterize the effect of drama in a single phrase, inasmuch as it differs from that produced by any other literary form, I would say that drama achieves its effect in contemporaneity. In drama I see mutually unrelated factors brought together in the situation, the unity of action. The more then the discrete factors are separated, the more profoundly the dramatic situation is interpenetrated with reflection, the less the dramatic unity will be a mood and the more a definite thought. But just as the totality of the opera cannot be brought fully to consciousness as in drama proper, so too with the musical situation, which though indeed dramatic has nevertheless its unity in the mood. The musical situation has contemporaneity just like every dramatic situation, but the effect of the forces is a simultaneous sound, a concord, a harmony, and the impression made by the musical situation is the unity achieved by hearing together what sounds together. The more the drama is interpenetrated with reflection, the more the mood is transmuted into action. The less action, the more the lyrical element dominates. In opera this is quite as it should be. Opera is less concerned with character delineation and action as its imminent goal. It is not reflective enough for that. On the other hand, in opera passion, unreflective and substantial, finds its expression. The musical situation lies in a unity of mood in the distinct voices. It is exactly the characteristic of music to be able to preserve the plurality of voices and the unity of mood. 39. Dramatic interest calls for a rapid forward movement, an excited rhythm, what one might call the imminently increasing tempo of the fall. The more the drama is interpenetrated with reflection, the more uninterruptedly it hurries along. If, on the other hand, there is a bias in favor of the lyrical or the epic element, this expresses itself in a kind of numbness which allows the situation to go to sleep, makes the dramatic procedure and progress slow and laborious. No such haste is inherent in opera. A certain lingering is characteristic, a certain self-expansion in time and space. The action lacks the precipitancy of the fall, or its direction, but moves more horizontally. The mood is not sublimated in character and action. Consequently, the action in an opera can only be immediate action. Applying the above to Don Giovanni gives us an opportunity to see the latter in its true classic validity. Don Giovanni is the hero in the opera, the main interest centers on him. But that's not all, he bestows interest on all the other figures. This is not to be understood, however, in a merely external sense. The very secret of this opera is that its hero is also the force animating the other characters. Don Giovanni's own life is the principle of life in them. His passion sets in motion the passions of the others. It resonates everywhere. It resonates in and sustains the Commendator's earnest, Elvira's anger, Anna's hate, Ottavio's self-importance, Zerlina's anxiety, Macetto's indignation and Leporello's confusion. As the eponymous hero, as a hero in general, he gives the piece its name. But he is more, he is, if I may so put it, the common denominator. Compared with his, the existences of all the others are merely derivative. If we require of an opera that its unity be a tonality of mood, we see readily that no more perfect project can be conceived for an opera than Don Giovanni. For, in relation to the forces in the opera, this tonality might have been a third force sustaining these. I could mention the White Lady as a case in point, but, in relation to opera, a unity of that kind brings in a further lyrical aspect. In Don Giovanni the tonality is nothing other than the primitive power of the opera itself. This is Don Giovanni, but again, just because he is not character but essentially life, he is absolutely musical. The other figures in the opera are not characters either but essentially passions posited through Don Giovanni and are, to that extent again, musical. For as Don Giovanni entwines them all, so do they twine themselves round Don Giovanni. They are the outward consequences constantly posited by his life. It is this absolute centrality of the musical life of Don Giovanni which makes this opera exert a power of illusion as no other, makes its musical life transport one into the life of the play. Because of the omnipresence of the musical in this opera, one may enjoy any snatch of it and be instantly transported. One may enter in the middle of the action and instantly be at its center, because this center, which is Don Giovanni's life, is everywhere. Well-attested experience tells us that it is not pleasant to strain two senses at once, and it is often distracting to have to make much use of the eyes when the ears are already occupied. We have a tendency, therefore, to close our eyes when listening to music. This is true of all music to some extent, of Don Giovanni in a higher sense. As soon as the eyes are engaged, the impression gets confused, for the dramatic unity afforded to the eye is entirely subordinate and defective compared with the musical unity which is heard simultaneously. My own experience has convinced me of this. I have sat close up, I have sat further and further away, I have resorted to an out-of-the-way corner of the theater where I could hide myself totally in this music. The better I understood it or believed I understood it, the further I moved away from it, not from coolness but from love, for it wants to be understood at a distance. For my own life there has been something strangely puzzling about this. There have been times when I would have given anything for a ticket, now I needn't spend even a penny for one. I stand outside in the corridor, I lean up against the partition separating me from the auditorium, and then the impression is most powerful. It is a world by itself. Apart from me, I can see nothing, but am near enough to hear and yet so infinitely far away. Since the main figures in the opera do not need to be so interpenetrated with reflection that, as characters, they are transparent, it also follows, as was stressed in the foregoing, that the situation cannot be completely developed or full-blown but must to some extent be sustained by a mood. The same applies to the action in an opera. What is called an action in a stricter sense, a deed undertaken in the consciousness of a purpose, cannot find expression in music, but only what one might call immediate action. Now both of these are true of Don Giovanni. The action is immediate action. Here I must refer to the foregoing where I explained in what sense Don Giovanni is a seducer. Because the action is immediate action, it is also quite proper that irony should be so prevalent in this piece, for irony is and remains the taskmaster of the immediate life. Thus, to cite just one example, the return of the commendator is a monstrous irony, for Don Giovanni can overcome every obstacle, but we all know you cannot kill a ghost. The situation is sustained throughout by the mood. I must remind you in this connection of Don Giovanni's significance for the piece as a whole, and of the relative existence of the other figures in relation to him. I will indicate what I mean by looking at a single situation more closely. For this purpose, I choose Elvira's first aria. The orchestra performs the prelude, Elvira enters. The passion raging in her breast must have air, and her song helps her find it. This, however, would be far too lyrical really to form a situation. Her aria would be like a monologue in a play. The difference would only be that the monologue in effect renders the universal individually, the aria the individual universally. In the background we see Don Giovanni and Leporello in tense expectation of the approach of the lady they have already seen in the window. Now if this was a play, the situation would not consist in Elvira's standing in the foreground with Don Juan in the background, it would consist in the unexpected encounter. Interest would hinge upon how Don Giovanni was going to get out of it. The encounter has its importance in the opera too, but a very subordinate one. The encounter is there to be seen, the musical situation to be heard. The unity in the situation is then the blending of voices in which Elvira and Don Giovanni are heard together. It is therefore also perfectly proper for Don Giovanni to stay as far in the background as possible, for he should not be seen, not only by Elvira but even by the audience. Elvira's aria begins. Her passion I know no way of describing other than as love's hatred, a mingled, but full-bodied, resonant passion. Her inmost being is stirred by turbulent emotions, she has found air. For a moment she grows faint as all passionate outbreaks enervate. There follows a pause in the music. But the turbulence in her inmost being is sufficient to show that her passion has not yet found expression enough. The diaphragm of wrath must vibrate still more intensely. But what can call forth this agitation, what incitement? There can be but one thing: Don Giovanni's mockery. Mozart has therefore made use of this pause in the music. Would that I were a Greek, for then I would say, quite divinely, to fling in Don Giovanni's jeering laughter. Now passion blazes stronger, rages even more violently within her and bursts forth in sound. Once again it repeats itself, then her inmost soul trembles, and wrath and pain pour forth like a stream of lava in the celebrated run with which the aria ends. Here then we see what I mean when I say that Don Giovanni resonates in Elvira, that it is no mere phrase-making on my part. The spectator is not meant to see Don Giovanni, is not meant to see him together with Elvira, in the unity of the situation. He is meant to hear him inside Elvira, coming out of Elvira, for although it is Don Giovanni singing, the way he sings is such that the more developed the spectator's ear, the more it sounds as though it was coming from Elvira herself. As love fashions its object, so too does indignation. She is obsessed with Don Giovanni. That pause and Don Giovanni's voice make the situation dramatic, but what makes it musical is the unity in Elvira's passion, in which Don Giovanni resonates while it is nevertheless through him that her passion is posited. Musically conceived, the situation is matchless. But if Don Giovanni is a character and Elvira equally so, then it is a failure and a mistake to let Elvira unburden herself in the foreground while Don Giovanni jeers in the background, for that requires me to hear them together yet without my being given the means to do so, quite apart from their both being characters who could not possibly harmonize in that way. If they are characters, then it is the encounter which forms the situation. It was remarked above that although opera does not call for the same dramatic urgency, the mounting acceleration of events, as drama, the situation can very well expand just a little. Yet this must not degenerate into perpetual stoppage. As an instance of the happy medium I can single out the situation just discussed, though not as if that were the only one in Don Giovanni, or the most perfect, quite the contrary. They are all like this and all perfect, but because the reader will remember this one best. And yet here I am coming to a touchy point, for I admit that there are two arias that must go, which, however perfect they may be in themselves, have nevertheless an obstructive, retarding effect. I would gladly make a secret of this, but there is no help for it now, the truth must out. If these are removed, all the rest is just as perfect. One of them is Ottavio's, the other Anna's. They are both more like concert pieces than dramatic music, just as Ottavio and Anna are far too insignificant figures to justify holding up the action. When they are removed, the musical dramatic pace of the rest of the opera is perfect, perfect as no other. It would be well worth the trouble of going through each individual situation individually, not to accompany it with an exclamation mark but to show its significance, its validity, as a musical situation. That, however, is beyond the scope of the present little inquiry. What is especially important here is to highlight the centrality of Don Giovanni within the opera as a whole. Something similar recurs with regard to the individual situations. I shall throw a little more light on this centrality of Don Giovanni in the opera by considering the other figures in the work in their relation to him. As in a solar system, the dark bodies receiving their light from a sun in the center are always only half illuminated, on the side facing the sun, so too with the figures in this piece. Only that aspect of life, that side, which is turned towards Don Giovanni is illuminated, otherwise these figures are dim and obscure. This must not be understood in the restricted sense as though each of them were one or another abstract passion, as though Anna, for example, were hate, Zerlina frivolity. Here, least of all, is the place for examples of such poor taste. The passion in the individual is concrete, though concrete in itself, not concrete in the figure. Or, to express myself more distinctly, everything else in the figure is swallowed up by that passion. That is absolutely right, because here we are dealing with an opera. This obscurity, this partly sympathetic, partly antipathetic mysterious communication with Don Giovanni makes all of them musical, and has the effect of making the whole opera consonant in Don Giovanni. The only figure in the piece who seems an exception is, naturally, the commendator, but that too is why it is so wisely planned as to have him to some extent outside the piece, or circumscribe it. The more the commendator was brought to the fore, the more the opera would cease to be absolutely musical. So he is always kept in the background and as indistinct as possible. The commendator is the powerful antecedent and the fearless consequent between which lives Don Giovanni's middle premise, but the rich content of this middle premise is the substance of the opera. The commendator appears only twice. The first time it is night, it is at the back of the stage. We cannot see him, but we hear him fall to Don Giovanni's sword. His gravity, made all the more strongly apparent by Don Giovanni's parodying mockery, is something Mozart has already splendidly expressed in the music. Already his seriousness is too profound to be that of a human being. He is spirit even before he dies. The second time it is as spirit that he appears, and the thundering of heaven resounds in his earnest, solemn voice, but as he himself is transfigured, so his voice is transformed into something more than human. He speaks no more, he judges. Next to Don Giovanni, the most important character in the piece is clearly Leporello. His relation to his master is explicable precisely through the music. Without music it is inexplicable. If Don Giovanni were a reflective individual, Leporello would become almost a greater scoundrel than him. Then it would be inexplicable how Don Giovanni was able to exercise so much power over him, the only motivation left being his ability to pay him better than anyone else, a motivation that even Molière seems not to resort to, since he has his Don Juan financially embarrassed. If, on the other hand, we continue to identify Don Giovanni as the life of immediacy, we easily grasp how he can exercise a decisive influence upon Leporello, that the latter assimilates him so completely that he almost becomes one of Don Giovanni's functioning parts. In a sense, Leporello comes nearer to being consciously personal than Don Giovanni, yet to be that he would have to be clear about his relation to the latter, but that he cannot manage, he is unable to break the spell. Here too it is the case that whenever Leporello is given spoken lines he has to be transparent to us. Even in Leporello's relation to Don Giovanni there is something erotic, a power with which he is captivated against his will. but in this ambiguity he is musical and Don Giovanni constantly resonates through him. I shall offer an example later to show that this is no mere phrase-making on my part. With the exception of the commendator, everyone is in some kind of erotic relationship to Don Giovanni. Over the commendator he cannot exercise any power, for he is consciousness. The others are in his power. Elvira loves him, which puts her in his power. Anna hates him, which puts her in his power. Zerlina fears him, which puts her in his power. Ottavio and Macedo go along with him for the sake of brotherhood-in-law, for the ties of blood are tender. If I look back now for a moment upon what has been expounded, the reader will perhaps see how, here again, the matter has been explicated from many sides, what relation the Don Juan idea bears to the musical, how this relation is constitutive of the whole opera, how this is repeated in the individual parts. I could gladly stop at this point, but for the sake of even greater completeness I shall shed light on the matter by examining some individual pieces. The choice will not be arbitrary. I take the overture, which really lays down for us, in a tightly concentrated form, the tonality of the opera's mood. Next I take the most epic and the most lyrical moments in the work, in order to show how the perfection of the opera is preserved, the musical drama maintained, even at its extremes, and how Don Giovanni sustains the opera musically. This is not the place for a general account of the part played by the overture in opera. All we can single out here is the circumstance that the fact that an opera needs an overture is enough to show the preponderance of the lyrical, and that the effect thus aimed at is the evocation of a mood, which is something drama cannot take upon itself, since there everything must be transparent. It is appropriate, therefore, that the overture be composed last, so that the artist himself can be properly permeated with the music. So the overture generally affords an opportunity to gain a deep insight into the composer's soul, and its relation to his music. If he hasn't succeeded in grasping its center, if he has no deeper rapport with the basic mood in the opera, this will betray itself unmistakably in the overture. It will then be a random compilation of the salient points based on the association of ideas, but not a totality containing, as it really should, the most profound illumination of the music's content. An overture of that kind is therefore, as a rule, also entirely arbitrary. It can be as long or as short as it likes, and the collative element, the element of continuity, since it is only an association of ideas, can be made to spin out as long as may be. To inferior composers the overture is therefore often a dangerous temptation, for they are led to plagiarize themselves, pick from their own pockets, something that causes much confusion. While clearly the content of the overture should not be the same as the opera's, either, of course, should it be anything absolutely different. Its content should be the same but in some other way. It should contain what is central to the piece so that this can seize the listener with all its might. In this respect, the ever-admired overture to Don Giovanni is and will remain a perfect masterpiece, so that if no other proof were afforded of this opera's classic status, it would suffice to single out this fact alone, namely the inconceivability of the one who holds the center not also holding the periphery. This overture is no mere fabric of themes, it is not a labyrinthine hodgepodge of associations, it is concise, resolute, powerfully structured, and above all it is impregnated with the essence of the whole opera. It is powerful as the thought of a god, stirring as the life of a world, trembling in its earnest, quivering in its passion, crushing in its terrible anger, inspiring in its zestful joy. It is sepulchral in its judgment, strident in its lust. It is unhurriedly solemn in its imposing dignity. It is stirring, shimmering, dancing in its joy. And it has not achieved this by sucking the blood of the opera. Quite the contrary, it is prophetic in its relation to the latter. In the overture, the entire compass of the music unfolds. It is as though, with a few mighty wing beats, it hovered over itself, hovered over the place where it is to alight. It is a contest, but a contest in the higher regions of the air. To someone hearing the overture after making closer acquaintance with the opera, it might perhaps seem as if he had found his way into the hidden workshop where the forces he has come to know in the opera display their primal energy, where they vie with one another with all their might. Yet the struggle is too unequal. One power is already the victor before the battle, it flees and gets out of the way, but this flight is precisely its passion, its burning unrest in its brief moment of delight, the quickening pulse in its passionate heat. It thereby sets the other power in motion and sweeps it along with it. This latter, which seemed at first so unshakably firm as to be almost immovable, must now be off, and soon the movement becomes so fast that it seems like a real contest. To express more of this is an impossible task. All one can do here is listen to the music, for the contest is not one of words, but a raging of the elements. Except that I must draw attention to what was made clear earlier, that the opera's focus is Don Giovanni, not Don Giovanni and the Commendatore. This is already evident in the overture. Mozart seems to have carefully constructed it in such a way that the deep voice which resonates at the beginning grows gradually weaker and weaker, almost loses, as it were, its majestic bearing, has to hurry to be able to keep up with the demonic haste which eludes it yet almost gains the power to degrade it by dragging it, in the brevity of an instant, into a race for a wager. With this, the transition to the opera itself gradually takes form. Consequently, one must conceive the finale in close relation to the first part of the overture. In the finale the gravity has once more come to itself, while in the course of the overture it is as though it were outside itself. There is no question now of running a race with passion. Ernest has returned and has thus cut off every avenue to a new competition. So, while in one sense independent, the overture is to be regarded in another sense as preliminary to the opera. I have tried in the foregoing to remind the reader of this by refreshing his memory of the progressive diminutions in which the one power approaches the beginning of the opera. Similarly, when one observes the other power, it grows progressively larger. It starts in the overture, it grows and increases. What is particularly admirable is the way in which this, its beginning, is expressed. We hear it intimated so faintly, so mysteriously. We hear it, but it is gone so quickly, so what we get is exactly the impression of having heard something we haven't heard. It takes an attentive, an erotic ear to catch the first hint given in the overture of the light play of this desire, which is later expressed so richly in all its extravagant abundance. I cannot say exactly to the dot where this place is because I am not expert in music, but then I am writing only for those in love, and they will surely understand me, some of them better than I understand myself. Still, I am content with my appointed lot, with this enigmatic infatuation, and although I usually thank the gods that I was born a man and not a woman, Mozart's music has taught me that it is beautiful and restorative, and rich to love like a woman. I am no friend of metaphors. Modern literature has given me a great aversion to them. It has come almost to the point where, every time I come upon a metaphor, I am seized by an involuntary fear that its true purpose is to conceal an obscurity in the thought. I shall therefore not venture upon an indiscreet or fruitless attempt to translate the overture's energetic and terse brevity into long-winded and platitudinous figures of speech. I single out just one point in the overture, and will employ a metaphor to call the reader's attention to it, that being the only means I have for putting myself in touch with him. This point is naturally none other than Don Giovanni's first outburst, the premonition of him, of the power with which he later emerges. The overture begins with distinct, deep, serious, uniform tones. Then, for the first time, infinitely far away, we hear a hint which nevertheless, as though it had come too early, is instantly recalled, until later, again and again, bolder and bolder, louder and louder, one hears that voice which first slyly and coyly, and yet as though anxiously, gained access but could not force its way through. Thus sometimes in nature one sees the horizon heavy and lowering. Too heavy to support itself, it rests upon the earth and hides everything in its dark night. Distinct hollow sounds are heard, yet not in movement, but like a deep rumbling within itself. Then one sees at the furthest bounds of the heavens, far on the horizon, a flash. Swiftly it runs along the earth and is gone in the same instant. But soon it returns, it grows stronger. For a moment it lights up the whole heaven with its flame, the next instant the horizon seems darker than ever. But swifter, even more fiery it blazes up. It is as if the darkness itself had lost its calm and was getting into motion. As the eye suspects in this first flash a conflagration, so the ear in that dying strain of the violin stroke has a presentiment of all the passion. There is an apprehension in that flash. It is as if in the deep darkness it were born in dread such as Don Giovanni's life. There is a dread in him, but this dread is his energy. It is not a subjectively reflected dread, it is a substantial dread. In the overture we do not have what we commonly say without realizing what we say: despair. Don Giovanni's life is not despair, it is the full might of sensuality, which is born in dread, and Don Giovanni is himself this dread, but this dread is precisely the demonic joy of life. After Mozart has brought him thus into existence, Don Giovanni's life evolves for us in the dancing tones of the violin, in which he lightly, casually, hastens forward over the abyss. As when one skims a stone over the surface of the water, it skips lightly for a time, but as soon as it stops skipping, instantly sinks down into the depths. That is how Don Giovanni dances over the abyss, jubilant in his brief respite. But if, as indicated above, the overture can be considered a preliminary to the opera, if in the overture one climbs down from these higher regions, the question is where best in the opera to alight, or how to get the opera to start. Here Mozart has seen the only right way, to begin with Leporello. It might seem that there was no great merit in this, inasmuch as practically all adaptations of the Don Juan story begin with a monologue by Sganarelle. However, there is a big difference, and here again one has an opportunity to admire Mozart's mastery. He has placed the first servant aria in immediate conjunction with the overture. This is a rare practice. Here it is entirely appropriate, and it casts a new light on the overture's construction. The overture is trying to set itself down, to find a foothold in the action on the stage. The Commendatore and Don Giovanni have already been heard in the overture. Next to them Leporello is the most important figure. He, however, cannot be raised up into that battle in the airy regions, and yet he is more closely involved than any other. So the action begins with him, in such a way that he is linked immediately with the overture. It is quite correct, then, to count Leporello's first aria as belonging to the overture. This aria corresponds to the not unnoted Sganarelle monologue in Molière. We shall examine this situation a little more closely. Sganarelle's monologue is far from unwitty. On the other hand, the situation is defective. I say this not to find fault with Molière but to show Mozart's merit. A monologue is always more or less of an interruption in the drama, and when, for effect, the writer tries to do this through the humor in the monologue itself, instead of through the character, then he has irrevocably condemned himself and abandoned the dramatic interest. In the opera it is otherwise. Here the situation is absolutely musical. I have previously drawn attention to the difference between a dramatic and a dramatic musical situation. In drama no idle talk is tolerated, what are needed are action and situation. In opera the situation contains a breathing space. But then what makes it a musical situation? It has been stressed earlier that Leporello is a musical figure, and yet it is not he who sustains the situation. If it were, his aria would be analogous to Sganarelle's monologue, even though that would show equally that a quasi-situation of this kind works better in opera than in drama. What makes the situation musical is Don Giovanni, who is in the house. The crux of the situation lies not in Leporello who draws near us, but in Don Giovanni whom we do not see but whom we hear. Now one might well object that we do not in fact hear Don Giovanni. To this I would reply, we do indeed hear him, for he resounds in Leporello. To this end I shall draw attention to the transitions, 41 where Leporello is obviously reproducing Don Giovanni. But even if this were not so, the setup of the situation is such that we get Don Giovanni anyway, forgetting Leporello who is outside the house because of Don Giovanni who is inside it. Altogether, Mozart with true genius has let Leporello reproduce Don Giovanni, thus achieving two things: the musical effect that wherever Leporello is alone we hear Don Giovanni, and the parodying effect that when Don Giovanni is there too, we hear Leporello rehearse him and thereby unconsciously parody him. As an example I would mention the close of the ball. If anyone asks what is the most epic moment in the opera, the answer is unquestionably Leporello's second aria, the Liszt. We have already stressed earlier, by comparing this aria with the corresponding monologue in Molière, the absolute importance of the music, and how, by letting us hear Don Giovanni, letting us hear the variations in him, the music produces an effect of which the spoken word or the dialogue is incapable. Here it is important to emphasize both the situation and its musical aspect. If we now look at the stage, the scenic ensemble consists of Leporello, Elvira and the faithful servant. The faithless lover, on the other hand, is not there, for, as Leporello fittingly puts it, he is off. This is a virtuosity possessed by Don Giovanni. He is there, and then he is off, and he leaves the scene as conveniently as a Geronimus arrives upon it. Point 42. Now, since it is obvious he is not there, it may seem strange that I mention him and bring him in a sense into the situation. But on second thoughts, we may perhaps see that this is just as it should be, and see in it an example of how literally we must take Don Giovanni's omnipresence in the opera. For one could hardly give a more striking indication of this than by drawing attention to the fact that he is there even when he is away. But let him be off now, all the same, so that we can see later in what sense he is present. We look instead at the three figures on the stage. Elvira's presence naturally contributes to forming a situation, for it would not do to have Leporello unroll the list just to kill time. But the position she is in also contributes to making the situation a painful one. The mockery occasionally made of Elvira's love is undeniably close on cruel. Thus in the second act where, at the decisive moment, when Ottavio has finally got the courage in his heart and the sword from its scabbard to slay Don Giovanni, she throws herself between them and discovers that it is not Don Giovanni but Leporello, a difference Mozart has indicated so strikingly with a kind of whimpering bleat. Thus in the situation we are examining there is something painful too, that she should be present to learn that in Spain the number stands at 1003. What is more, in the German version she is told indeed that she is one of them. This is a German improvement, as foolishly indecent as the German translation itself is no less foolishly, ridiculously decent and a total failure. It is to Elvira that Leporello gives an epic survey of his master's life, and one cannot deny that it is entirely proper that Leporello should recite it, and Elvira listen, for they are both exceedingly interested. Therefore, as we constantly hear Don Giovanni throughout the entire aria, so too in places we hear Elvira, who is now visible on the stage as an exemplary witness, not because of some accidental merit on her part, but because, since the method remains essentially the same, one example does for all. If Leporello were a character or person permeated by reflection, it would be hard to imagine such a monologue, but it is just because he is a musical figure, who is submerged in Don Giovanni, that this aria has so much meaning. It is a reproduction of Don Giovanni's whole life. Leporello is the epic narrator. Though such a one should indeed not be cold or indifferent to what he tells, he ought to be able nevertheless to maintain an objective attitude towards it. This is not the case with Leporello. He is totally diverted by the life he describes, he forgets himself in Don Giovanni. So here I have another example of what it means to say that Don Giovanni resonates everywhere. The situation therefore consists not in Leporello and Elvira's preoccupation with Don Giovanni, but in the mood sustaining the whole, in Don Giovanni's invisible, spiritual presence. To give a more detailed account of how this aria develops, of how it begins peacefully, with little agitation, but becomes more and more inflamed as Don Giovanni's life resounds increasingly within it, of how Leporello is more and more distracted by it, wafted away in and rocked by these erotic breezes, of the nuances it contains as the differentiations of womanhood that come within Don Giovanni's scope become audible in it, for here is not the place. If anyone asks what is the most lyrical moment in the opera, the answer might be more doubtful, while on the other hand it can hardly be open to doubt that Don Giovanni must be conceded the most lyrical moment, and that it would be a breach of dramatic ranking were it granted to a minor character to engage our attention in this way. Mozart, too, has realized this. The choice is thus considerably restricted, and on closer inspection the only possibilities are either the banquet in the first part of the grand finale, or the familiar champagne aria. As far as the banquet scene is concerned, this may indeed be regarded as a lyrical moment. The feast intoxicating cordials, the foaming wine, the festive strains of distant music, everything unites to intensify Don Giovanni's mood, as his own festive gaiety throws a heightened glow over all the enjoyment. An enjoyment so powerful in its effect that even Leporello is transfigured in this rich moment, which is the last smile of gladness, the last farewell to pleasure. On the other hand, it is more of a situation than a sheerly lyrical moment. This, of course, is not because there is eating and drinking on stage, for that in itself is very inadequate in terms of a situation. The situation consists in Don Giovanni's being forced out to life's furthest point. Pursued by the whole world, this victorious Don Giovanni now has nowhere to stay except a small secluded room. It is at the extreme tip of life's seesaw that, once again, for lack of lusty companionship, he excites every lust of life in his own breast. If Don Giovanni were a drama, then this inner unrest would have to be made as brief as possible. In the opera, on the other hand, it is proper that it is maintained, glorified by every possible exuberance, which only sounds the wilder because, for the spectators, it reverberates in the abyss over which Don Giovanni is hovering. It is otherwise with the Champagne aria. One looks here in vain, I believe, for a dramatic situation. But it has all the more significance as a lyrical effusion. Don Giovanni is wearied of the many intersecting intrigues. On the other hand, he is by no means spent. His soul is still as vigorous as ever. He has no need of convivial society, to see and hear the foaming of the wine or to fortify himself with it. The inner vitality bursts forth in him stronger and richer than ever. Mozart constantly interprets him ideally, as life, as power, but ideally in opposition to a reality. Here he is as though ideally intoxicated in himself. If all the girls in the world surrounded him at this moment, he would be no danger to them, for it is as though he is too strong to want to turn their heads. Even reality's most variegated enjoyment is too little for him compared with what he enjoys in himself. Here is the clear indication of what it means to say that the essence of Don Giovanni is music. He dissolves before us into music, he dilates into a world of tones. This has been called the Champagne aria, and that is undeniably very apt, but what is especially to be noted is that it stands in no accidental relation to Don Giovanni. This is his life, foaming like champagne. And just as the bubbles in this wine, while it seethes in inner heat, sonorous in its own melody, rise and continue to rise, so the desire for enjoyment resounds in the elemental boiling that is his life. What gives this aria dramatic significance is not the situation, but the fact that here the keynote of the opera sounds and resounds in itself. Platitudinous postlude. Assuming what has been elaborated here is correct, I return once again to my favorite theme, that among all classic works Mozart's Don Giovanni stands highest. I shall rejoice once again over Mozart's good luck, a fortune which is truly enviable, both in itself and because it brings fortune to all those who only moderately grasp his good fortune. For myself, at least, I feel indescribably fortunate in having even remotely understood Mozart, and in having gained some intimations of his good fortune. How much more so, then, those who have perfectly understood him, how much more fortunate must they feel with that fortunate man? 3 Ancient Tragedies. Reflection in the Modern. An essay in the Fragmentary Endeavor. Read before Simperanachromenoi. 1 An essay in the Fragmentary Endeavor. If someone said the tragic will always be the tragic, I wouldn't object too much. Every historical development takes place within the embrace of its concept. At least assuming that what he says makes sense, and that the twice-repeated tragic isn't just a meaningless bracket surrounding a contentless nothing. The meaning must be that the content of the concept didn't turn the concept off its throne but enriched it. But then surely no observer has failed to notice something what the reading and theater-going public indeed already thinks it has legal possession of as a dividend for the labors of the culture experts, namely that there is an essential difference between ancient and modern tragedy. If one were to go on and absolutize this difference, and exploit it first stealthily, and then perhaps forcibly to separate the ancient from the modern conception of the tragic, this would be no less absurd than in the former case, for one would be forgetting that the foothold one needs is the tragic itself, and that far from their being separable, this was precisely what bound the ancient and the modern conceptions together. And it must be a warning against any such partisan attempt to separate them that aestheticians still constantly invoke Aristotle's apparatus of conditions and criteria as exhaustive of the concept. All the more necessary this warning in that it must seize people with a certain sadness that, however much the world has changed, the concept of the tragic nevertheless remains essentially unchanged, just as weeping still comes no less naturally to man. Reassuring as this may seem to one who wishes no divorce, let alone a separation, the same difficulty just circumvented reappears in another, and even more dangerous form. no one at all familiar with modern aesthetics, and who therefore recognizes how closely Aristotle's principles are adhered to and still constantly apply in modern aesthetics, too will deny that we still keep on going back to Aristotelian aesthetics, not just from dutiful observance or force of habit. But when we look more nearly at these principles, the difficulties are immediately evident. The criteria are quite general in kind, and one could easily agree entirely with Aristotle and yet in another sense disagree. So as not to anticipate the discussion that follows by mentioning right at the start the subject that will provide its content, I shall illustrate what I mean by making the corresponding point about comedy. If an aesthetician of the past had said that what comedy presupposes is character and situation, and that what it gives rise to is laughter, this is something we can appeal to over and over again. But as soon as one reflects on how different the things can be that make people laugh, one is quickly apprised of the criterion's colossal scope. Anyone who has ever observed others or his own laughter, anyone who in the course of such observation has kept his eye less on accidental differences than on the general features, whoever has noted with psychological interest how different the things are that each generation finds laughable, will be readily convinced that this unchanging criterion of comedy that it gives rise to laughter embraces a high degree of changeableness respecting how the world consciousness conceives the laughable, yet without the differences being so far-reaching that the bodily expression of laughter might be weeping. The same, then, is true of the tragic. The gist of this little inquiry will, in the main, be not so much the relation between the ancient and the modern conception of the tragic, as an attempt to show how the special characteristic of ancient tragedy can be discerned in the modern, so that the true tragedy in the latter may come to light. Yet however hard I try to ensure that it does come to light, I shall refrain from prophecies about this being what the age demands. Nothing, then, will result from its coming to light, all the more so that the tendency of the whole age is rather towards comedy. Human existence is considerably undermined by doubt on the part of its subjects, and isolation is consistently gaining the upper hand, the best confirmation of which is to take note of all the various social exertions. By aiming to oppose the tendency to isolation, such exertions serve only to confirm it, as far as they do so by adopting such misguided means. To be isolated is always to assert oneself numerically. When you assert yourself as one, that is isolation. I'm sure all friends of association will concur with me in this, even if they are incapable of seeing that just the same isolation obtains when hundreds want to assert themselves as nothing but hundreds. To a number itself the number is always a matter of indifference, whether it is 1 or 1,000 or the whole world's population specified merely as a number. This spirit of association is therefore in principle just as revolutionary as the spirit it would counteract. When David wanted to savor properly his power and glory, he had his people counted. 3 In our age you might say, on the contrary, that to feel their importance in the face of a greater power, people count themselves. But all these associations bear the stamp of contingency, and are usually formed for some accidental purpose or other, naturally that of the association itself. The numerous associations thus prove the age's dissolution, and themselves help to hasten it. They are the infusoria in the organism of the state which indicate that it is indeed in dissolution. When did political clubs begin to be general in Greece if not just when the state was on the point of dissolution? And has in our own age a remarkable similarity to the one which not even Aristophanes could make more ludicrous than in fact it was? Hasn't that invisible and spiritual bond loosened which held the state together politically? Isn't the power of religion, which held fast to the invisible, weakened and destroyed? Haven't the statesmen and clergy this in common, that like the augurs of old they find it hard to look at one another without smiling? For our age certainly has one peculiarity to a greater degree than Greece, namely that it is more melancholy and hence deeper in despair. Our age is thus melancholy enough to realize there is something called responsibility, and that it has some significance. So while everyone wants to rule, no one wants the responsibility. It is still fresh in our memory that a French statesman, on being offered a portfolio for a second time, declared that he would accept on the condition that the Secretary of State be made responsible. 5 The King of France, we all know, has no responsibility, while his minister has. The minister does not want to be responsible but wants to be minister provided the Secretary of State becomes responsible. Naturally, the end result is that the watchmen or street wardens become responsible. 6. What a subject for Aristophanes, this upside-down tale of responsibility. On the other hand, why is it the government and rulers are so afraid of assuming responsibility, if not because they fear an opposition party that seeks to evade responsibility through its own ladder of command? When one imagines these two powers in mutual opposition but unable to come to grips with each other because the one constantly evades the other, because the one only makes its obeisances before the other, a setup like that would certainly not lack comic effect. This is enough to show that the real bonds of the state have dissolved, yet the isolation thus incurred is naturally comic, and the comedy is that subjectivity wants to assert itself as mere form. All isolated individuals always become comic by asserting their own accidental individuality in the face of evolutionary necessity. There is no doubt that it would be most deeply comical to have some accidental individual come by the universal idea of wanting to be the savior of the whole world. On the other hand, the appearance of Christ is in a certain sense the deepest tragedy, because Christ came in the fullness of time, and a point I must particularly stress in connection with what follows: he bore the sins of all the world. Aristotle, we know, mentions two things, dianoia and ethos, as the source of the action in tragedy. But he remarks also that the main thing is the telos, and the individuals do not act in order to portray characters, but the latter are included for the sake of the action. 7. One quickly notes a departure here from modern tragedy. The peculiarity of ancient tragedy is that the action does not proceed from character alone, that the action is not reflected enough in the acting subject, but has a relative admixture of suffering. Nor is it the case that ancient tragedy has developed dialogue to the point of exhaustive reflection, so that everything can be absorbed in that. In the monologue and the chorus it does in fact possess the separate elements of dialogue. Whether the chorus approaches the substantiality of epic or the exaltation of lyric, it still points in a way to that extra which will not be absorbed in individuality. The monologue, for its part, has more of the concentration of lyric, and its extra is what will not be absorbed in action and situation. In ancient tragedy the action itself possesses an epic feature. It is just as much event as action. The reason is of course to be found in the fact that in the ancient world subjectivity was not fully conscious and reflective. Even though the individual moved freely, he still depended on substantial categories, on state, family, and destiny. This category of the substantial is the authentically fatalistic element in Greek tragedy, and its true peculiarity. The hero's downfall is therefore not the outcome simply of his own action, it is also a suffering, while in modern tragedy the downfall of the hero is really not suffering but action. In modern times, therefore, it is really situation and character that predominate. The tragic hero is subjectively reflected in himself, and this reflection hasn't simply refracted him out of every immediate relation to state, race, and destiny, often it has refracted him even out of his own preceding life. What interests us is some certain definite moment of his life as his own deed. Because of this, the tragic element can be exhaustively represented in situation and words, there being nothing whatever left over of the immediate. Hence modern tragedy has no epic foreground, no epic heritage. The hero stands and falls entirely on his own deeds. The significance of this brief but adequate account is to illuminate a difference between ancient and modern tragedy which I consider of great importance: the different kinds of tragic guilt. Aristotle, as we know, requires the tragic hero to have hamartia. But just as the action in Greek tragedy is something intermediate between activity and passivity, so too is the guilt, and in this lies the tragic collision. On the other hand, the more the subjectivity becomes reflected, or the more one sees the individual, in the Pelagian manner, left to himself, the more the guilt becomes ethical. 9. Between these two extremes lies the tragic. If the individual is entirely without guilt, the tragic interest is removed, for the tragic collision loses its power. If, on the other hand, he is guilty absolutely, he can no longer interest us tragically. So it is surely a misunderstanding of the tragic that our age strives to have the whole tragic destiny become transubstantiated in individuality and subjectivity. One turns a deaf ear on the hero's past life, one throws his whole life upon his shoulders as his own doing, makes him accountable for everything, but in so doing one also transforms his aesthetic guilt into an ethical guilt. The tragic hero thus becomes bad. Evil becomes the real object of tragedy. But evil has no aesthetic interest, and sin is not an aesthetic element. No doubt this mistaken endeavor has its origin in the whole tendency of our age to work towards the comic. The comic is to be found precisely in the isolation. If you try to let the tragic take effect inside this isolation, you get the evil in all its baseness, not the properly tragic guilt in its ambiguous innocence. It isn't hard to find examples when one looks about in modern literature. Thus that in many ways brilliant work of Grabs, Faust und Don Juan, is really built around the notion of evil. Point 10. However, so as not to argue from just a single work, I shall indicate this instead in the general consciousness of the age as a whole. If one wanted to portray someone upon whom an unhappy childhood had had so disturbing an effect that the experiences in question were the cause of his downfall, a thing like that would simply have no appeal for the present age, and not of course because it was badly handled, for I can certainly take for granted that it would be handled with distinction, but because our age sets another standard. It won't listen to such effeminacy. It holds the individual responsible for his own life, without further ado. So if he goes to the dogs, it isn't tragic but bad. It leads you to think this must be a kingdom of gods, this generation in which I too have the honor to live. However, that is by no means the case. The energy, the courage, which would thus be the creator of its own fortune, yes, the creator of itself, is an illusion, and in losing the tragic the age gains despair. There is a sadness and a healing power in the tragic which truly one should not despise, and when one wants, in the larger-than-life manner of our age, to gain oneself, one loses oneself and becomes comical. Every individual, however original, is still a child of God, of his age, of his nation, of his family, of his friends. Only thus does he have his truth. If in all this relativity he tries to be the absolute, he becomes ridiculous. In language one sometimes finds a word which, used in a particular case because of the construction, ends up by having independence declared on its behalf, if you will, as an adverb in that particular case. Point 11. For the experts, a word like this acquires an emphasis and weakness it never recovers from. Should it seek recognition as a substantive all the same and insist on its right to be inflected in all 5 cases, it would be truly comic. And so, too, with the individual when, fetched perhaps with difficulty from the womb of time, he wants in this monstrous relativity to be absolute. But if he renounces the claim of the absolute in order to become relative, then eo ipso the tragic is his, even if he were the happiest of individuals. Indeed, I would say that it is only when the individual has the tragic that he becomes happy. The tragic contains an infinite leniency. Really it is what divine love and mercy are, but from the aesthetic perspective on human life, it is even milder, and so I would say it was a maternal love which soothes the troubled. The ethical is strict and harsh. So if a criminal pleads to the judge that his mother had a propensity for stealing, and particularly at the time she was carrying him, the judge secures the Board of Health's opinion of his mental condition and decides that what he is dealing with is a thief and not a thief's mother. Since we are talking about a crime, the sinner can't very well flee to the temple of aesthetics, and yet the aesthetic will put in an extenuating word for him. Still, it would be wrong for him to seek comfort there, for his path leads him not to the aesthetic but to the religious. The aesthetic lies behind him, and it would be a new sin for him now to grasp at the aesthetic. The religious is the expression of a paternal love, since it contains the ethical but in a mollified form. And mollified by what? Precisely by what gives the tragic its leniency, continuity. But while the aesthetic gives this pause before the profound opposition of sin is pressed home, the religious does not give it until after this opposition is seen in all its fearfulness. Just when the sinner is about to sink under the general sin which he has taken upon himself, because he felt that the more guilty he became the better his prospects for salvation, in that same moment of terror, consolation appears in the fact that it is a general sinfulness which has asserted itself, now also in him. But this is a religious consolation, and he who thinks to attain it in some other way, for instance by aesthetic volatilization, has taken this consolation in vain and doesn't really possess it. In a sense, then, It is a very proper tactic of the age to hold the individual responsible for everything. But the unfortunate thing is that the age does not do it deeply and inwardly enough, and hence its vacillation. It has enough conceit of itself to disdain tragedy's tears, but it also has enough self-conceit to dispense with divine mercy. But then what is human life when we take these two things away? What is the human race? Either the sadness of the tragic, or the profound sorrow and profound joy of religion. Or is that not the peculiarity of everything that emanates from that happy people, a melancholy, a sadness, in its art, in its poetry, in its life, in its joy? In the preceding I have mainly sought to underline the difference between ancient and modern tragedy, so far as this becomes clear in differences in the tragic hero's guilt. This is really the focus from which all other characteristic differences radiate. If the hero is unequivocally guilty, the monologue disappears and with it destiny. The thought is transparent in the dialogue, and the action in the situation. The same can be put from another point of view with regard to the mood evoked by the tragedy. Aristotle, as we know, requires that tragedy should arouse fear and pity in the spectator. I recollect that Hegel aligns himself with this view in his Aesthetics and embarks on a double, though not particularly exhaustive, reflection on each of these points. Point 12. In respect of Aristotle's distinction between fear and pity, one could interpret fear as the mood accompanying the particular event, and pity as the mood forming the definite impression. It is the latter that I have most in mind, because it is this that corresponds to tragic guilt, and so it has the same dialectic as that concept. Now Hegel observes in this connection that there are two kinds of compassion, the ordinary kind concerned with the finite aspect of suffering, and true tragic pity. This, indeed, is correct, but for me of less importance, since the common emotion is a misunderstanding which can just as well apply to ancient as to modern tragedy. What Hegel adds regarding true pity, however, is straight to the point. True pity, on the contrary, is sympathy at the same time with the sufferer's justification. 13. While Hegel considers compassion in general and its differences in individual variation, I prefer to underline differences in compassion as they are related to differences in tragic guilt. To make the point in a trice, I shall let the passion in the word compassion be split up and ascribe the sympathy which the word expresses to every man, without saying anything about the mood of the spectator that might be traced to his contingency, but in such a way that, in explaining the difference in his mood, I also express the difference in the tragic guilt. In ancient tragedy the sorrow is deeper, the pain less. In modern tragedy, the pain is greater, the sorrow less. Sorrow always contains something more substantial than pain. Pain always indicates a reflection on suffering which sorrow does not know. It is very interesting, from a psychological standpoint, to watch a child when it sees an older person suffer. The child hasn't sufficient reflection to feel pain, and yet its sorrow is infinitely deep. It hasn't sufficient reflection to have a conception of sin and guilt, so when it sees an older person suffer, it does not occur to it to think about it, and yet when the cause of the suffering is concealed from it, there is a dim presentiment of it in its sorrow. Such too, though in complete and profound harmony, is the Greek sorrow, and that is why it is at one and the same time so gentle and so deep. But when an older person sees someone younger, a child, suffer, his pain is greater, his sorrow less. The more clear the conception of guilt, the greater the pain and the less profound the sorrow. Applying this, then, to the relation between ancient and modern tragedy, one has to say, in ancient tragedy, the sorrow is deeper, and in the corresponding consciousness, too, the sorrow is deeper. For one must always bear in mind that the sorrow lies not in me, but in the tragedy, and that to understand the deep sorrow of Greek tragedy I must enter into the Greek consciousness. Often, then, it is surely only affectation when so many people profess to admire Greek tragedy. For it is obvious that our age has at least no great sympathy with the real character of Greek sorrow. The sorrow of Greek tragedy is deeper because the guilt has the ambiguity of the aesthetic. In modern times the pain is greater. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. 14. That is what one might say about Greek tragedy. The wrath of the gods is terrible, yet the pain is not so great as in modern tragedy, where the hero suffers all his guilt, is transparent to himself in his own suffering of his guilt. Here, as with tragic guilt, We must show what is the true aesthetic sorrow and what the true aesthetic pain. Now, obviously, the bitterest pain is remorse, but remorse has an ethical, not an aesthetic, reality. It is the bitterest pain because it has all of guilt's total transparency, but just because of this transparency it has no aesthetic interest. Remorse has a holiness which obscures the aesthetic. It won't be seen, least of all by the spectator, and it requires quite a different kind of self-activity. True, modern comedy has sometimes presented remorse on the stage, but this just shows lack of judgment on the part of the author. Perhaps it has to do with the thought of the psychological interest one may have in seeing remorse portrayed, but then again, psychological interest is not the aesthetic. This is part of the confusion evident in so many ways in our age. We look for a thing where we ought not to look for it, and worse, we find it where we ought not to find it. We want to be edified in the theater, to be influenced aesthetically in church, to be converted by novels, to enjoy books of devotion. We want philosophy in the pulpit and the preacher in the professorial chair. This pain is accordingly not aesthetic pain, yet clearly it is this the modern age works towards as its highest tragic interest. The same is true of tragic guilt. Our age has lost all the substantial categories of family, state, and race. It has to leave the individual entirely to himself, so that in a stricter sense he becomes his own creator. His guilt is therefore sin, his pain remorse. But the tragic is then done away with. And what is, in a stricter sense, the tragedy of suffering has really lost its tragic interest, for the power from which the suffering comes has lost its meaning, and the spectator cries, "Heaven helps those who help themselves." In other words, the spectator has lost his compassion. But compassion is, in an objective as well as a subjective sense, the authentic expression of the tragic. For clarity's sake, and before going further with this account, I shall identify true aesthetic sorrow a little more closely. Sorrow has the opposite movement to that of pain. So long as one doesn't spoil things out of a misplaced mania for consistency, something I shall prevent also in another way, one may say, the more innocence, the deeper the sorrow. If you press this too far, you destroy the tragic. There is always an element of guilt left over, but it is never properly reflected in the subject, which is why in Greek tragedy the sorrow is so deep. In order to prevent misplaced consistency, I shall merely remark that exaggeration only succeeds in carrying the matter over into another sphere. The synthesis of absolute innocence and absolute guilt is not an aesthetic feature but a metaphysical one. This is the real reason why people have always been ashamed to call the life of Christ a tragedy. One feels instinctively that aesthetic categories do not exhaust the matter. It is clear in another way, too, that Christ's life amounts to more than can be exhausted in aesthetic terms, namely from the fact that these terms neutralize themselves in this phenomenon, and are rendered irrelevant. Tragic action always contains an element of suffering, and tragic suffering an element of action. The aesthetic lies in the relativity. The identity of an absolute action and an absolute suffering is beyond the powers of aesthetics and belongs to metaphysics. This identity is exemplified in the life of Christ, for his suffering is absolute because the action is absolutely free, and his action is absolute suffering because it is absolute obedience. The element of guilt that is always left over is, accordingly, not subjectively reflected, and this makes the sorrow deep. Tragic guilt is more than just subjective guilt, it is inherited guilt. But inherited guilt, like original sin, is a substantial category, and it is just this substantiality that makes the sorrow deeper. Sophocles' celebrated tragic trilogy, Oedipus at Colonus, Oedipus Rex, and Antigone, turns essentially on this authentic tragic interest. But inherited guilt contains the self-contradiction of being guilt yet not being guilt. The bond that makes the individual guilty is precisely piety, but the guilt which he thereby incurs has all possible aesthetic ambiguity. One might well conclude that the people who developed profound tragedy were the Jews. Thus, when they say of Jehovah that he is a jealous God who visits the sins of the fathers on the children unto the third and the fourth generations, 15, or one hears those terrible imprecations in the Old Testament, one might feel tempted to look here for the material of tragedy. But Judaism is too ethically developed for this. Jehovah's curses, terrible as they are nevertheless also righteous punishment. Such was not the case in Greece. There the wrath of the gods has no ethical character, but aesthetic ambiguity. In Greek tragedy itself we find a transition from sorrow to pain, and as an example of this I must mention the Philoctetes. 16. This is, in the stricter sense, a tragedy of suffering. But here, too, there is a high degree of objectivity. The Greek hero reposes in his fate is unchangeable, there is nothing further to be said about it. This factor furnishes the element of sorrow in the pain. The first doubt with which pain really begins is this: why has this befallen me? Why can it not be otherwise? It is true that in the Philoctetes there is, and this is something that has always struck me as remarkable and as essentially distinguishing this piece from the immortal trilogy, a high degree of reflection, the masterly portrayal of the self-contradiction in his pain, which contains so deep a human truth while an objectivity still sustains the whole. 17. Philoctetes' reflection doesn't become absorbed in itself, and it is typically Greek that he complains that no one understands his pain. There is an exceptional truth in this, and yet it is just here that the difference shows between his pain and the reflective pain that always wants to be alone in its pain, which seeks a new pain in this solitude of pain. True tragic sorrow accordingly requires an element of guilt, true tragic pain an element of innocence. True tragic sorrow requires an element of transparency, true tragic pain an element of opaqueness. This, I believe, best indicates the dialectic in which the categories of sorrow and pain come in contact with each other, as well as the dialectic inherent in the concept of tragic guilt. Seeing it is contrary to the spirit of our society to produce closely coherent works or greater wholes. Seeing it is not our purpose to labor upon a Tower of Babel which God in His righteousness can descend upon and destroy. Seeing that we, conscious of the justness of that confusion of tongues, recognize the fragmentary as a characteristic of all human striving in its truth and realize that it is precisely this that distinguishes it from the infinite coherence of nature, that an individual's wealth consists precisely in his power of fragmentary extravagance, and that the producer's enjoyment is also that of the receiver. Not the laborious and meticulous execution, nor the protracted apprehension of this execution, but rather the production and enjoyment of that gleaming transience which for the producer contains something more than the completed effort, since it is the appearance of the idea, and which for the recipient, too, contains a surplus, seeing that its fulguration awakens his own productivity, since all this, I say, is contrary to our society's penchant, and since, indeed, even the period just read could well be regarded as a disquieting attack upon the interjectory style in which the idea breaks out but without breaking through, a style which in our society is accorded official status, then, having called attention to the fact that my conduct still cannot be called rebellious, seeing that the bond holding this period together is so loose that the intermediary clauses stand out in a sufficiently aphoristic and arbitrary manner, I shall merely call to mind that my style has made an attempt to appear to be what it is not: revolutionary. This society demands at every one of its meetings a renewal and rebirth, and for the following reason, that its inner activity may be rejuvenated by a new description of its productivity. Let us then describe our purpose as essays in the fragmentary endeavor, or in the art of writing posthumous papers. A fully completed work has no relation to the poetic personality. With posthumous papers one constantly feels, because of their broken off, desultory character, a need to imagine the personality as being apart. Posthumous papers are like a ruin, and what haunt could be more natural for the interred? The art is therefore artistically to produce the same effect, the same carelessness and contingency, the same anecholytic flight of thought. The art is to produce an enjoyment which never actually becomes present, but always has in it an element of the past, so that it is present in the past. This is already expressed in the word posthumous. In a sense, everything a writer produces is posthumous, yet one would never think of calling a completed work posthumous, even if it possessed the accidental quality of not having been published in his lifetime. Also, it is, I assume, a characteristic of all human productivity, as we have apprehended it, that it is an inheritance, since it is not men's privilege to live in the everlasting sight of the gods. Inheritance is therefore what I shall call what is produced among us, an artistic inheritance. Negligence, indolence, I shall call the genius that we appreciate, vis inertia. 18 The natural law that we worship. In saying this I have complied with our sacred customs and rules. So draw nearer to me, dear Simperanachromenoi, gather round me as I send my tragic heroine out into the world, as I give to the daughter of sorrow as her wedding gift a dowry of pain. She is my creation, yet her outline is so vague, her form so nebulous, that each one of you is free to fall for her and to love her in your own way. She is my creation, her thoughts are my thoughts, and yet it is as if I had lain with her in a night of love, as if she had entrusted me with her deep secret, breathed forth both it and her soul in my embrace, and as if the same instant she was transformed before me, had vanished so that her reality could only be traced in the mood that lingered on, instead of the opposite being true. That she was born to greater and greater reality from my own mood. I put words in her mouth, and yet to me it is as though I abused her confidence. She seems to stand reproachfully behind me, yet it is the other way around. In her secrecy she becomes more and more visible. She is my possession, my lawful possession, and yet sometimes it is as if I had crept into her confidence, slyly, as if I must constantly look round to find her behind me, and yet it is the other way around. She is constantly in front of me, she comes into existence only when I bring her forth. She is called Antigone. This name I retain from the ancient tragedy, which in general I shall follow, except that everything will be modern. But first a remark. I use a feminine figure because I really believe that a feminine nature is best suited to showing the difference. As a woman, she will have the substantiality needed for sorrow to be revealed, but as a member of a reflective world, she will have reflection enough to experience pain. In order to experience sorrow, tragic guilt must vacillate between guilt and innocence. What conveys the guilt into her consciousness must always be some substantial feature. But since, in order to experience sorrow, tragic guilt must have this vagueness, reflection must not be present in its infinitude, for then it would refract her out of her guilt, since reflection in its infinite subjectivity cannot allow the element of inherited guilt to which sorrow is due to remain. Since, however, her reflection is awakened, it will not refract her out of her sorrow but into it, at every moment transforming her sorrow into pain. Labdacus's family, then, is the object of the angry god's indignation. 19 Oedipus has killed the Sphinx, liberated Thebes, he has murdered his father, married his mother, and Antigone is the fruit of that marriage. Thus it is with the Greek tragedy. Here I depart from it. I keep all the facts of the case just as they are, yet everything is different. That he has slain the Sphinx and liberated Thebes, we all know. And Oedipus lives honored and admired, happy in his marriage with Jocasta. The rest is concealed from the eyes of men, and no presentiment has ever summoned this horrible nightmare out into reality. Only Antigone knows it. How she has come to know it falls outside the tragic interest, and everyone is free to concoct his own explanation. At an early age, before she is yet fully matured, vague suspicions of this horrible secret have now and then gripped her soul, until with a single blow certainty casts her into the arms of anxiety. Here, straightway, I am given my definition of the modern idea of the tragic. For anxiety is a reflection, and in this it differs essentially from sorrow. Anxiety is the organ through which the subject appropriates sorrow and assimilates it. Anxiety is the energy of the movement by which sorrow bores its way into the heart. But the movement is not swift like the arrows, it is gradual. It is not once and for all, but in constant becoming. As a passionate, erotic glance desires its object, anxiety looks at sorrow in order to desire it. As a quiet, incorruptible glance of love is preoccupied with the beloved object, anxiety preoccupies itself with sorrow. But anxiety contains something extra which makes it cling even more strongly to its object, for it both loves and fears it. Anxiety has a double function. It is the movement of discovery that constantly touches, and by fingering it, discovers sorrow by going around it. Or anxiety is sudden, positing the whole sorrow in the here and now, yet in such a way that this here and now instantly dissolves into succession. Anxiety in this sense is a genuinely tragic category, and this is where the old saying quern deus vult perdere, primum dementat 20 comes properly into its own. The fact that anxiety is a phenomenon of reflection is something language itself indicates, for I always say to be anxious about something, thus separating the anxiety from that about which I am anxious. I can never use anxiety to refer to its object. Whereas, if I say my sorrow, this, on the contrary, can express what I sorrow over just as much as my sorrow over it. Anxiety, furthermore, always involves a reflection upon time, for I cannot be anxious about the present, only about the past or the future. But the past and the future, holding on to each other so tightly that the present vanishes, are reflective phenomena. Greek sorrow, on the contrary, like the whole of Greek life, is in the present tense, and therefore the sorrow is deeper but the pain less. So anxiety is essential to the tragic. Hence Hamlet is deeply tragic because he suspects his mother's guilt. Robert Le Diable asks how he could ever have come to cause so much evil. 21 Hone, whom his mother had begotten with a troll, happening to see his image in the water, asks his mother how his body acquired such a shape. 22 The difference is now plain to see. In the Greek tragedy, Antigone is not at all concerned about her father's unhappy destiny. This rests like an impenetrable sorrow over the whole family. Antigone lives as carefree a life as any other young Greek girl. Indeed, the chorus pities her, seeing her death is preordained, because she is to quit this life at so early an age, quit it without having tasted its most beautiful joys, evidently forgetting the family's own deep sorrow. That doesn't at all imply frivolity, or mean that the particular individual stands alone by himself, unconcerned with his relationship to the family. It is authentically Greek. Life relationships are assigned to them once and for all, just like the heaven under which they live. If that is dark and cloudy, it is also unchangeable. It gives the soul a keynote, and that is sorrow, not pain. In Antigone, tragic guilt focuses on a definite point, that she had buried her brother in defiance of the king's prohibition. If this is seen as an isolated fact, as a collision between sisterly affection and piety and an arbitrary human prohibition, then the Antigone would cease to be a Greek tragedy, it would be an altogether modern tragic subject. What in the Greek sense provides tragic interest is the fact that, in the brother's unhappy death, in the sister's collision with a single human circumstance, there is a re-echoing of Oedipus's sorry fate. It is, one might say, the after-pains, the tragic destiny of Oedipus, ramifying in every branch of his family. This totality makes the spectator's sorrow infinitely deep. It is not an individual that goes under, but a little world. The objective sorrow, set free, now strides forward with its own terrible consistency, like a force of nature, and Antigone's sorry fate is like an echo of her father's, an intensified sorrow. So when Antigone, in defiance of the king's prohibition, resolves to bury her brother, we see in this not so much a free action on her part as a fateful necessity which visits the sins of the fathers on the children. There is indeed enough freedom here to make us love Antigone for her sisterly love, but in the necessity of fate there is also, as it were, a higher refrain enveloping not just the life of Oedipus, but all his family too. So while the Greek Antigone lives a life free enough from care for us to imagine her life and its gradual unfolding as even being a happy one if this new fact had not emerged, our Antigone's life is, on the contrary, essentially over. It is no stingy endowment I have given her, and as we say that an aptly spoken word is like apples of gold in pictures of silver, so here have I placed the fruit of sorrow in a cup of pain. Her dowry is not a vain splendor which moth and rust can corrupt. 23 It is an eternal treasure. Thieves cannot break in and steal it, she herself will be too vigilant for that. Her life does not unfold like that of the Greek Antigone, it is not turned outward but inward. The scene is not external but internal, a scene of the spirit. Have I not succeeded, dear Simperanachromenoi, in arousing your interest in such a girl, or must I resort to a captatio benevolentia? 24 She, too, does not belong to the world she lives in, however flourishing and healthy, her real life is clandestine. She, too, though living, has in another sense departed. Quiet is that life and hidden, not even a sigh does the world hear, for her sigh is hidden in the privacy of her soul. I need not remind you that she is by no means a weak and sickly woman, quite the contrary, she is vigorous and proud. Perhaps nothing ennobles a human being so much as keeping a secret. It gives a man's whole life a meaning, though one that it has only for him. It saves him from every vain regard for his environment, sufficient unto himself, he rests blessed in his secret. We can almost say that, even if his secret were the most sinister. Such is our Antigone. Proud of her secret, proud that she has been chosen to save in so remarkable a manner the honor and esteem of the house of Oedipus, and when the grateful people cheer Oedipus and applaud him, she is conscious of the role she is playing, and her secret sinks deeper into her soul, even more inaccessible to any living being. She feels how much has been placed in her hands, and this gives her the larger-than-life dimension needed for her to engage us as a tragic personality. She must interest us as an individual figure. More than just a common young girl, she is yet a young girl, she is a bride, but in all innocence and purity. As a bride, woman achieves her destiny, and ordinarily a woman can interest us only to the degree that she is brought into relation to this her destiny. But there are analogies here. One says of a bride of God that it is faith and spirit that provide the substance in which she rests. I would call our Antigone a bride in perhaps an even more beautiful sense. Indeed, she is almost more than that, she is mother. In the purely aesthetic sense, she is Virgo Mater. 25. She bears her secret under her heart, out of sight and undetected. She is silence precisely because she is secretive, but this self-withdrawal, implicit in silence, makes her larger than life. Proud of her sorrow, she is jealous over it, for her sorrow is her love. Yet her sorrow is not a dead, immovable possession, it is constantly in motion, it gives birth to pain and is born in pain. As when a girl resolves to dedicate her life to an idea, when she stands there with the sacrificial wreath upon her brow, she is a bride, for the great inspirational idea transforms her, and the votive wreath is like a bridal garland. She knows not any man, yet she is a bride. She knows not even the idea that inspires her, for that would be unwomanly. Yet she is a bride. Such is our Antigone, the bride of sorrow. She consecrates her life to sorrow over her father's destiny, over her own. A misfortune such as has overtaken her father calls for sorrow, yet there is no one who can grieve over it, because there is no one who has knowledge of it. And as the Greek Antigone cannot bear to have her brother's corpse flung away without the last honors, so she feels how cruel it would be should no one come to know of this. It troubles her that no tears should be shed. She practically thanks the gods because she has been chosen as this instrument. Thus is Antigone great in her pain. Here, too, I can indicate a difference between Greek and modern tragedy. It is genuinely Greek for Philoctetes to complain that there is no one who knows what he suffers. It is an expression of a deep human need to want others to realize this. Reflective grief, however, has no such desire. It does not occur to Antigone to wish that anyone should learn of her pain. But she feels it in relation to her father, she feels the justice of having to suffer grief, which is just as proper aesthetically as that a man should suffer punishment if he has done wrong. So while it is the idea of her being about to be buried alive that first rings from the Antigone of the Greek tragedy, this outburst of grief, O hapless alien, lodged with neither mortal man nor corpse, not with the living nor yet with the dead, 26. Our own Antigone can say this about herself all her life. The difference is striking. There is a factual truth in the former's assertion that makes the pain less. If our Antigone were to say the same, it would be unreal. But it is this unreality which is the real pain. The Greeks do not express themselves figuratively, precisely because the reflection that goes with this was not present in their lives. So when Philoctetes complains that he lives solitary and forsaken on a desert island, what he says is also an outward truth. But when our Antigone feels pain in her solitude, it is only in a figurative sense that she is alone. Yet just for that reason, her pain is real pain. As far as the tragic guilt goes, on the one hand it lies in the fact that she buries her brother, but also partly in the context of her father's sorry fate, which is presupposed from the two preceding tragedies. Here again I come to the peculiar dialectic which puts the guilt of Oedipus's house in relation to the individual. This is hereditary guilt. Dialectics is commonly considered fairly abstract. One thinks usually of logical steps. However, one soon learns from life that there are many kinds of dialectic, that nearly every passion has its own. So the dialectic which puts the guilt of the race or family in connection with the particular subject, so that the latter is not just a passive sufferer under it, for that is a natural consequence one would try in vain to steel oneself against, but bears the guilt along with the suffering, participates in it. This dialectic is foreign to us, does not compel us. But if one were to envisage a rebirth out of ancient tragedy, then every individual would have to be concerned about his own rebirth, not just in a spiritual sense, but in the definite sense of a rebirth from the womb of family and race. The dialectic which puts the individual in connection with family and race is no subjective dialectic, for what that does is precisely to remove the connection and take the individual out of the network of relationships. No, it is an objective dialectic. Essentially it is piety, and to preserve piety cannot be considered in any way harmful to the individual. In our time one allows in respect of nature what one is loath to allow in matters of spirit. Still, one would not wish to be so isolated, so unnatural, as not to regard the family as a whole, of which one must say that if one member suffers, then all suffer. This one does involuntarily, and why else should a particular individual fear lest another member of the family brings disgrace upon it, if not because he feels that he, too, will suffer the disgrace? This suffering the individual must obviously take along with him, whether he wants to or not. But since the point of departure here is the individual, not the family, this enforced suffering is maximum. One senses that mankind cannot be complete master over its natural circumstances, yet still wants to be so as far as possible. If, on the other hand, the individual looks on the natural tie as a factor involved in his own truth, the way to express this in the spiritual world is, the individual participates in the guilt. This is an implication many people would perhaps be unable to grasp, but then neither could they grasp the tragic. If the individual is isolated, he is either absolutely the creator of his own destiny, in which case nothing tragic remains, but only the evil, for it is not even tragic for an individual to be blinded by or engrossed in himself, it is his own doing, or individuals are nothing but modifications of the eternal substance of existence, and so once again the tragic is lost. Regarding tragic guilt, a difference in the modern version comes readily to view only after the latter has discerned the ancient within it, for only then can we speak of this. The Greek Antigone participates in her father's guilt through filial piety, as does also our modern one. But for the Greek Antigone her father's guilt and suffering is an external fact, an immovable fact, which her sorrow does not alter. 27 And in so far as she herself, as a natural consequence, personally suffers under her father's guilt, this again is an altogether external fact. With our Antigone it is otherwise. I assume now that Oedipus is dead. Even while he lived, Antigone had been aware of this secret but lacked the courage to confide in her father. His death has deprived her of the only means by which she could be freed from her secret. Confiding it now to any living being would be to disgrace her father. The meaning her life acquires for her is in its dedication, through her inviolable silence, to showing him the last honors daily, almost hourly. There is one thing, however, of which she is ignorant. She does not know whether her father himself knew. This is the modern feature, the disquietude in her sorrow, the ambiguity in her pain. She loves her father with all her soul, and this love draws her out of herself and into her father's guilt. The fruit of such love is a sense of alienation from mankind. She feels her own guilt the more she loves her father. Only with him can she find rest, so that, equally guilty, they would grieve with each other. But while her father was living she had been unable to confide her sorrow to him, for she did not know whether he knew about it, and so there was a possibility of plunging him into a similar pain. And yet was he less guilty for not knowing about it? The movement here is constantly relative. Had Antigone not known the circumstances with certainty, she would lack significance, she would have nothing but a suspicion to struggle with, and in that there is too little of the tragic to interest us. But she does know everything, yet even in this knowledge there is still an ignorance which can always keep sorrow in motion, always transform it into pain. In addition, she is constantly at odds with her external surroundings. Oedipus lives in the people's memory as a king favored by fortune, honored and feted. Antigone herself has admired as well as loved her father. She takes part in every celebration in his honor, she enthuses over her father as none other in the realm. Her thoughts constantly return to him, She is praised throughout the land as a model of a loving daughter. Yet this enthusiasm is her only way of giving vent to her sorrow. Her father is always in her thoughts, but how is he in those thoughts? That is her painful secret. And yet she dare not give in to her sorrow, dare not openly fret. She feels how much depends on her. She fears that if anyone saw her suffering, people would pick up the trail, and so from this side, too, what she gets is not sorrow but pain. Expanded and reworked in this way, I think we can very well find interest in Antigone. I think you will not reproach me for frivolity or paternal partiality when I believe that she might well try her hand at the tragic disciplines and venture an appearance in a tragedy. Hitherto she has only been an epic figure, and the tragic in her only held an epic interest. Nor is it all that hard to find a context in which she could fit. In this respect we can just as well make do with the one provided by the Greek tragedy. She has a sister living. Let's have her rather older than Antigone and married. Her mother could also be living. That these will naturally always be minor characters goes without saying, as also the fact that in general the tragedy acquires an epic element, as the Greek one does, though it need not be so very conspicuous on that account. Still, the monologue will always play a principal role here, even if the situation ought to come to its assistance. One has to imagine everything united around this one main interest which comprises the content of Antigone's life, and when everything has been put in order, the question arises, how is the dramatic interest to be brought home? Our heroine, as she has presented herself in the foregoing, is set on wanting to skip over an element in her life. She is on the point of wanting to live in a wholly spiritual manner, something nature does not tolerate. With her depth of soul she needs to love with an extraordinary passion, if she does fall in love. Here, then, I have the dramatic interest. Antigone is in love, and I say it with pain, Antigone is mortally in love. Here manifestly is the dramatic collision. In general one should be rather more particular about what to refer to as dramatic collision. The more sympathetic the colliding forces are, and the deeper but also more homogeneous they are, the more significant the collision. So she is in love, and the object of her affection is not ignorant of this fact. Now, my Antigone is no ordinary woman, and so her dowry, too, is unusual. It is her pain. Without this dowry she cannot belong to a man. That she feels would be too high a risk. To conceal it from such an observer would be impossible. To want to have concealed it would be to sin against her love. But can she belong to him with it? Dare she confide it to any human being, even to a beloved husband? Antigone has strength. The question is not whether to reveal something of her pain for her own sake, to lighten her heart, for this indeed she can bear without support. But can she justify this to the dead? She herself would suffer too, in a way, by confiding her secret to her husband, for her own life too is grievously interwoven in it. This, however, does not trouble her. The only question concerns her father. From this angle, therefore, the collision is of a sympathetic nature. Her life, formerly peaceful and quiet, now becomes violent and passionate, always of course within herself, and her words here begin to fill with pathos. She struggles with herself. She has been willing to sacrifice her life to her secret, but now what is demanded as a sacrifice is her love. She wins, that is to say, the secret wins and she loses. Then comes the second collision, because in order for the tragic collision to be really profound, the colliding forces must be homogeneous. The collision described up to now lacked this quality, for the real collision is between her love for her father and her love for herself, and whether her own love is not too great a sacrifice. The other colliding force is the sympathetic love for her beloved. He knows he is loved, and boldly sues for her hand. Doubtless her reserve puzzles him. He notes that there must be some quite special difficulties, but not insurmountable ones. The all-important thing for him is to convince her how much he loves her, yes, persuade her that his life is over if he must waive his claim to her love. His passion becomes at last something almost unreal, but then only the more inventive because of her resistance. Every assurance of his love increases her pain. With every sigh he buries the dart of sorrow ever deeper into her heart. He leaves no means untried to persuade her. Like everyone else, he knows how much she loved her father. He meets her at Oedipus's grave, to which she has repaired to ease her heart, where she abandons herself to her yearning for her father, even though this very yearning is mingled with pain, for she knows not how a new encounter with him might be, whether he was cognizant of his guilt. Her lover surprises her and beseeches her in the name of the love with which she enfolds her father. He sees that the impression he is making on her is an unusual one, but he persists. He puts all his hope in this means, and he doesn't know that in doing so he has defeated his own intentions. What the interest focuses on, then, is his being able to wrest her secret from her. Letting her become momentarily deranged, and so betray it in that way, would not help. The colliding forces hold their own so evenly that action becomes impossible for the tragic individual. Her pain is now increased by her love, by her sympathetic suffering with the one she loves. Only in death can she find peace. Thus her whole life is consecrated to sorrow, and it is as though she had set a limit, a dike against the woe that might perhaps have fatally transmitted itself to a succeeding generation. Only in her moment of death can she admit the intensity of her love. She can only admit that she belongs to him at that instant when she does not belong to him. When Epaminondas was wounded in the battle of Mantinia, he left the arrow in the wound until he heard the battle was won, because he knew that the moment it was drawn out he would die. Thus our Antigone bears her secret in her heart like an arrow which life has driven constantly in, deeper and deeper, without depriving her of life, for as long as it remains in her heart she can live. But the moment it is drawn out she must die. Wresting her secret from her is what her lover must constantly strive for, yet this means her certain death. By whose hand, then, does she fall? That of the living or the dead? In a sense of the dead, for what was prophesied of Hercules, that he would not be slain by someone living but by someone dead, 28 is true also of her, in so far as the cause of her death is the memory of her father. In another sense it is by the hand of the living, in so far as her unhappy love provides the occasion for that memory to put her to death. For SHADOWGRAPS psychological entertainment read before Simperanachromonoi love may always breach its oath. Love's spell in this cave does lull the drunken, startled soul into forgetting it pledged its troth. Yesterday I loved, today I suffer, tomorrow I die. Yet fain would I think today and tomorrow, of yesterday. 1 Improvised address we celebrate, in this hour, the founding of our society. We rejoice once more at the recurrence of the happy event of the longest day's passing and the commencement of the victory of night. This long, livelong day we have waited. Even a moment ago we were sighing at its length, but now our despair is turned to joy. True, the victory is but trifling and the day will remain in the ascendant yet a while, but the fact that its dominion has been broken does not escape us. So we do not put off our celebrations until night's victory can be seen by all. Do not wait until the sluggish bourgeois life reminds us that the day is waning. No, as a young bride impatiently awaits nightfall, we longingly await the first onset of night, the first announcement of its coming victory, and the nearer we approach despair at what to do should the days not shorten, the greater our joy and surprise. A year has passed and our society is still in being. Shall we rejoice at this fact, dear Simperanachromonoi, rejoice that its survival mocks our teaching that everything must end? Or should we not rather sorrow over the fact that it is still there, and be glad that in any case it has just one more year to go, seeing we decided to dissolve it if it had not vanished of itself before then? In founding it we have formed no far-reaching plans, for knowing life's misery and the perfidy of existence we are resolved to lend the law of the world a hand and destroy ourselves if it does not get there first. A year has passed and our numbers are still complete, no vacancies have occurred. And none has been made. We are each of us too proud for that, for we all look upon death as the greatest good fortune. Should we rejoice over this and not rather sorrow, and be glad only in the hope that life's tumult will soon separate us, that life's storm will soon snatch us away? Thoughts like these are indeed better suited to our society, accord best with the moment's celebration, with the whole setting. For is it not a stroke of genius and a matter of significance that the floor of this little room, according to the custom of the land, should be strewn with green as though for a funeral, and does not the nature that surrounds us itself lend its approval if we heed the wild storm raging around us, the mighty voice of the wind? Yes, let us be silent for a moment and listen to the music of the storm, its sturdy course, its bold challenge, the defiant roaring of the ocean, and the anguished sighing of the forest, the despairing creaking of the trees, and the faint-hearted rustling of the grass. It is true men say the divine voice is not in the rushing wind but in the gentle breeze, too, but our ears are not made to pick up gentle breezes, only to gulp in the din of the elements. And why does it not break forth in still greater violence, making an end of life and the world in this brief speech, which at least has the supreme advantage that it is soon ended? Yes, let that vortex which is the innermost principle of the world, even though people are not aware of it but busily eat and drink and marry and propagate without a heed, let it break forth and in its resentment shrug off the mountains and the nations and the cultural achievements and clever inventions of man, let it break forth with the last terrible shriek, which more surely than the last trump proclaims the overthrow of everything. Let it move and whirl away this naked cliff on which we stand, as easily as fluff before the breath of our nostrils. 3 And yet night is winning and the day is shortening and hope is growing. So fill your cups once more, dear drinking companions. With this goblet I toast you, the eternal mother of all things, silent night, for from you all things come, to you they all return. Then take pity once more upon the world, open yourself again to gather everything in, and protect us all safely in your womb. I toast you, dark night, I toast you as victor, and this is my solace, for you make everything shorter, the day, time, life, and memory's tribulation, in eternal oblivion. Ever since Lessing, in his famous essay Laocoon, resolved the boundary disputes between poetry and art, 5 we may take it that the upshot unanimously accepted by all aestheticians is that the difference lies in the fact that art belongs in the category of space and poetry in that of time, that art represents repose, poetry movement. Whatever, then, is to be an object of artistic representation must have that quiet transparency in which the inner reposes in a corresponding outer. The less this is the case, the more difficult the artist's task becomes, until finally the difference becomes insistent, and tells him that the task just isn't his. If we apply the distinction, not propounded here but only loosely acknowledged, to the relation between sorrow and joy, it is easy to see that joy is far easier to represent in art than sorrow. That does not at all mean that art cannot represent sorrow, but only that there comes a point at which the essential thing is to posit an opposition between inner and outer, which makes its representation impossible for art. This stems in turn from the very nature of sorrow. It is of the essence of joy to reveal itself, but sorrow wants to hide, yes, sometimes even to deceive. Joy is communicative, sociable, open-hearted, and wants to express itself. Sorrow is reserved, silent, solitary, and seeks to retire into itself. Surely not even life's most casual observer will deny that this is correct. There are those so constituted that under effect their blood rushes to the skin, making the inner movement outwardly visible. Others are so constituted that the blood flows inwards, seeking the ventricles of the heart, and the inner parts of the organism. Something of the same difference is to be found in the ways joy and sorrow express themselves. The first type of constitution described is much easier to observe than the second. In the first you see the expression, the inner movement is outwardly visible. In the second the inner movement is intimated. It is as though the outward pallor were the inner's leave-taking, and thought and imagination hasten after the fugitive, in its secret hiding-place. This is especially true of the kind of sorrow I shall now consider, what may be termed reflective sorrow. Here the outer contains at most only a hint that puts you on the track, sometimes not even that much. This sorrow cannot be represented in art. Since the equilibrium between inner and outer has been revoked, it does not lend itself to spatial specifications. In another respect, too, it is not susceptible of representation in art, since it lacks that inner repose and is constantly in movement. This movement, though it gives no richer content, is nevertheless the essential thing. Like a squirrel in its cage it goes round in itself, though not so uniformly as that animal but constantly varying the combinations of sorrow's inner elements. What prevents reflective grief from being represented in art is that it lacks repose, that it fails to come into accord with itself, does not come to rest in any single definite expression. As the sick person throws himself from one side to the other in pain, so does reflective sorrow toss about, looking for its object and its expression. When sorrow finds repose, then its interior also gradually works its way outwards, becomes visible in the exterior, and so becomes an object of representation for art. If sorrow has calm and composure, it invariably begins its movement from inside outwards. Reflective sorrow moves inwards, like the blood that runs away from the surface, giving only a hint of its presence through a sudden pallor. Reflective sorrow brings with it no characteristic outward change. From its very first moment it hastens inwards, and only a reasonably careful observer suspects its vanishing. Afterwards it takes great care that the exterior obtrude as little as possible. Seeking its way thus inwards, it finds at last an enclosure, an innermost recess, where it thinks it can stay. 6. And now it begins its monotonous movement. Like the pendulum in a clock, it swings back and forth and cannot find rest. It begins always at the beginning and ponders anew, interrogates the witnesses, collates and tests their various statements, as it has already done 100 times, yet it is never finished. In the course of time, monotony has a somewhat numbing effect. As the monotonous drip from a roof, the steady whirl of a spinning wheel, the monotonous sound of the measured paces of someone walking up and down on the floor above all make us numb, so in the end reflective sorrow finds relief in this movement, which becomes a necessity for it in the form of an illusion of motion. Finally a certain equilibrium emerges. The need for sorrow to break through, to whatever extent it may on occasion have expressed itself, ceases to exist. The exterior is calm and composed, and deep inside, in its little nook, sorrow lives like a well-guarded prisoner in an underground jail, where it spends year after year in its monotonous movement, walking back and forth in its bychamber, never wearying of putting sorrow's long or short road behind it. What gives rise to reflective sorrow can lie partly in the individual's own subjective nature, partly in the objective sorrow itself, or its occasion. A pathologically reflective individual will transmute every sorrow into a reflective sorrow. His individual structure and organization make it impossible for him to assimilate the sorrow without further ado. This, however, is a morbid condition of no particular interest, since any accidental happening can undergo a metamorphosis in this way and so become a reflective sorrow. Such is always the case when the objective sorrow has not been dealt with, where it leaves a doubt behind, whatever its nature otherwise. A great multiplicity is immediately offered to thought, the more in proportion to how much one has lived and experienced, or is disposed to employ one's powers of discernment in such experiments. I have no intention, however, of working through all this diversity. I shall bring out just one single aspect as this has revealed itself to my observation. When the occasion for the sorrow is a case of deception, then the nature of the objective sorrow is such as to beget reflective sorrow in the individual. That a deception really is such is often very hard to ascertain, and yet everything depends on this. As long as it remains disputable, sorrow will find no rest but must continue wandering back and forth in reflection. Moreover, when this deception touches, not something external, but a person's whole inner life, the innermost core of his life, then the probability of the reflective sorrows persisting becomes greater and greater. But what, indeed, can with greater truth be called a woman's life than her love? So when the sorrow of an unhappy love is rooted in a deception, we have unreservedly a case of reflective sorrow, whether this persists for a lifetime, or she overcomes it. Unhappy love is certainly of itself the most profound of sorrows for a woman, but it does not follow that every unhappy love generates a reflective sorrow. Thus when the loved one dies, or perhaps she simply finds her love is unrequited, or life's circumstances make it impossible to realize her wish, certainly there is an occasion for sorrow but not for reflective sorrow, unless the individual is already sick, in which case she falls outside the scope of our interest. If, on the other hand, she is not sick, her sorrow will be an immediate sorrow and as such also able to become an object of representation in art, whereas on the contrary, it will be quite impossible for art to express and represent reflective sorrow or the point of it. For immediate sorrow is that immediate copy and expression of the sorrow's impression which is entirely congruent with the original, just like the image Veronica kept on her handkerchief. And sorrow's sacred script is stamped in the external, beautiful and clear, and legible by all. 7 Reflective sorrow cannot, therefore, be an object of representation in art, partly because it never subsists but is always in the process of becoming, partly because it is unconcerned with and indifferent to the external, the visible. So unless art is to limit itself to the naivety one finds examples of in old books, where a figure is depicted which can represent just about anything while on its breast one discovers a piece of armor in the form of a heart, or some such, on which one can read all about it, especially if the figure by its posture draws attention to itself, or even simply points to it, in effect the artist could just as well have produced by writing "Please note" above the picture he will have to give up the idea of representation in this area, leaving it to poets and psychologists. It is this reflective sorrow I now propose to draw out and render visible, so far as that is possible, in some pictures. I call them shadow-graphs, partly to remind the reader by the very designation that I am summoning them from the dark side of life, partly because, just like shadow-graphs, they are not visible straight away. If I take a shadow-graph in my hand, I gain no impression from it, can form no real idea of it. It is only when I hold it up to the wall and look not at the immediate image, but at what appears on the wall, it is only then that I see it. Similarly, the picture I want to show here is an inner picture which can also only be detected by looking through the exterior. There may be nothing striking about the exterior. It is only when I look through it that I discover the inner picture, which is what I want to show, an inner picture too refined to be visible on the outside, woven as it is of the softest moods of the soul. If I look at a sheet of paper, to outward observation there may be nothing remarkable about it. It is only when I hold it up to the light of day and see through it that I discover the delicate inner picture which is as though too insubstantial to be seen immediately. So fasten your gaze, dear Simperanachromonoi, upon this inner picture. Do not let yourselves be distracted by the exterior, or rather, do not introduce it yourselves, for I shall constantly draw it aside in order the better to view the interior. But that, surely, is something for which this society, of which I have the honor to be a member, needs no encouragement, for although fairly young, we are all still old enough not to let the outer deceive us or be satisfied with that. Would I be flattering myself with a vain hope, then, were I to believe that you would grant these pictures your attention? Or must these efforts of mine be alien and indifferent to you, not in harmony with the interests of our association, a fellowship that knows but one passion, namely sympathy with sorrow's secret? We, too, form an order. We, too, sally forth now and then into the world like knights errant, each along his own path, although not to fight monsters or to come to the aid of innocence, or be tried in adventures of love. None of that occupies us, not even the latter, for the arrow in a woman's glance cannot hurt our hardened breast, and it is not the merry smile of happy maidens that moves us, but the secret beckoning of sorrow. Let others be proud that no girl near or far can withstand the power of their love. We do not envy them. We would be proud if no secret sorrow escaped our attention, no private sorrow were too coy and too proud for us to succeed in probing triumphantly into its innermost hiding places. What is the most hazardous conflict, what presupposes the most skill and provides the greatest enjoyment, into that we will not inquire. Our choice is made. We love only sorrow. It is sorrow alone we seek out, and wherever we find its footprints we follow them, undaunted, unwavering, until it stands revealed. For this battle we arm ourselves, we train ourselves in it every day. And it is true that sorrow steals through the world so very secretively that only someone with sympathy for it succeeds in getting a whiff of it. You walk down the street, one house looks like the other, and only the experienced observer suspects that in that house, at midnight, everything looks quite different. An unhappy person wanders about, unable to rest. He climbs the stairs, and his steps echo in the stillness of the night. We pass one another in the street. The one person looks like the other, and the other just like anyone else, and only the experienced observer suspects that, in that head, there lives a lodger who has nothing to do with the world, but lives out his lonely life confined to quiet domesticity. So the outer is the object of our observation, but not of our interest. Thus the fisherman sits and directs his attention unwaveringly on the float, yet the float does not interest him at all, only the movements down on the seabed. So the outer does indeed have significance for us, yet not as an expression of the inner, but like a telegram telling of something hidden deep within. When you look long and attentively at a face, you sometimes discover that it is as if there were another face within the one you see. This is in general an unmistakable sign that the soul conceals an emigrant who has withdrawn from the outside world to watch over a hidden treasure, and the direction observation must take is intimated by the way one face lies as though inside the other, from which one understands that in order to discover anything one must try to probe inwards. The face, which is ordinarily the mirror of the soul, assumes here an ambiguity which cannot be represented in art, and which usually only lasts for a fleeting moment. It needs a special eye to see it, a special glance to pursue this infallible index of a secret sorrow. This glance is a covetous one, and yet so painstaking, disturbing and compelling, yet so sympathetic, persistent and subtle, yet so frank and benevolent. It lulls the individual into a certain pleasant languor in which he finds a sensual rapture in gushing out his sorrow, just like the rapture enjoyed in bleeding to death. The present is forgotten, the outer is penetrated, the past resurrected, sorrow's breathing is made easy. The sorrowing person finds relief, and sorrow's sympathetic knight rejoices at having found what he was seeking. We seek not the present but the past, not joy, for that is always present, but sorrow, because its nature is to pass by, and in the instant of the present one sees it only as one sees a person of whom one just catches sight the moment he turns the corner and disappears. But sometimes sorrow is even better at concealing itself, and the outer gives us not the least hint of anything. For long it can escape our attention, but when it happens that a look, a word, a sigh, a tone of voice, a twitch of the eye, a trembling of the lips, a fumbled hand clasp, treacherously betrays what was painstakingly hidden, then passion is aroused, then the contest begins. Now we have need of vigilance and tenacity and cunning. For what after all is as inventive as private sorrow, a prisoner for life in solitary confinement also has ample time to think up a great deal, and what so quick to hide itself as private sorrow, for no young girl can cover a bared bosom in greater alarm and haste than hidden sorrow when taken by surprise. Unflinching fearlessness is called for in this conflict, then, for one struggles with a Proteus. 8. But if only one holds out it has to give up. Like that old man of the sea, whatever shape it puts on to slip free, twining itself like a serpent around us, terrifying us like a lion with its roar, turning itself into a tree with the wind howling in its leaves, or a foaming lake, or a crackling fire, in the end he still has to prophesy, and the sorrow must finally be revealed. Behold, these adventures are our pleasure, our pastime, testing ourselves in them is our chivalry. For their sake we get up like thieves in the night, for their sake we risk everything, for no passion is as savage as that of sympathy. Nor need any shortage of adventures be our fear, only that we may encounter opposition that is too hard and unyielding, for as naturalists tell that by blasting huge rocks that have defied the centuries, they have found deep inside a living animal which has supported life undetected, so it should be possible for there to be humans with exteriors as firm as a rock who have safeguarded an eternally hidden life of sorrow. Yet this shall not quench our passion or cool our ardor. Quite the contrary, it will inflame it, for our passion is not indeed curiosity, content with the external and the superficial, but a sympathetic dread which searches hearts and hidden thoughts, evokes through magic and incantation what is secret, even what death has withheld from our gaze. It is said that Saul came in disguise to a witch before the battle, 9, and demanded that she show him the image of Samuel. Surely it was not mere curiosity that drove him, not simply a desire to see Samuel's visible image. It was his thoughts he wanted to learn, and no doubt he waited anxiously until he heard the stern judge's verdict. Neither, then, will it be mere curiosity, dear Simperanachromenoi, that moves one or another of you to contemplate the images I shall now present to you. For although I have indicated them by certain poetic names, this in no way suggests that it is these poetic figures alone presenting themselves before you. The names must be regarded as common nouns, and I for my part shall not object should one or other of you feel inclined to call the particular picture by another name, a dearer name, or some name that perhaps comes more naturally to you. 1. Marie Beaumarchais. We make this girl's acquaintance in Goethe's clavigo, which we shall keep to accept that we shall accompany her a little further forward in time, to where she has lost her dramatic interest and sorrow's retinue is gradually thinning out. We, however, continue to accompany her, for we knights of sympathy have as much the native gift as the acquired art of keeping pace with sorrow in its progress. Her story is brief, Clavigo was betrothed to her, Clavigo left her. This information suffices for the person who is used to observing life's phenomena as one inspects curiosities in an art cabinet. The shorter the better, for the more one can see. One can similarly relate, quite briefly, that Tantalus thirsts, and that Sisyphus rolls a stone up a mountain. 10. If one is in a hurry, it would only delay matters to dwell further on these things, since one can learn no more than one already knows, which is the whole story. Whatever claims more attention has to be something quite different. One gathers round the tea table in a familiar cluster, the samovar sings its final refrain, the lady of the house begs the mysterious stranger unburden his heart, to which end she has sugared water and jam brought in, and now he begins. It is a long and complicated story. That's how it goes in novels, and that too is something quite different, a long drawn-out story with such a short little advertisement. Whether it is a short story for Marie Beaumarchais is another matter. So much is certain, it is not long drawn out, for a long story has after all a measurable length. On the other hand, a short story sometimes has the puzzling property of being longer than the most long drawn out one. In the foregoing I have already remarked that reflective sorrow is not visible in the exterior, that is, does not find its peaceful, beautiful expression there. The inner unrest does not allow this transparency. Rather, the exterior is consumed by it. To the extent that the inner does proclaim itself in the outer, that would be a morbidity which can never be an object of representation in art, for then it lacks the interest of beauty. Goethe has given us a few hints about this. But even if one were agreed on the correctness of this observation, one might still be tempted to consider it something accidental. It is only when one is convinced by purely poetic and aesthetic considerations that what observation teaches is aesthetically true. Only then does one acquire the deeper awareness. Suppose I imagine a reflective sorrow and ask whether it might not be represented in art. Immediately it would be evident that in relation to it the exterior is entirely accidental. But in that case the idea of artistic beauty has been abandoned. Whether the subject is large or small, significant or insignificant, beautiful or not so beautiful, none of that matters. To consider whether it would be more correct to let her head incline to one side or to the other or towards the ground, to have her stare in melancholy or fix her gaze sadly upon the ground, all such things are entirely irrelevant. The one is no more adequate at expressing reflective sorrow than the other. Compared with the internal, the external becomes insignificant and of no consequence. The point in reflective sorrow is that the sorrow is constantly in search of its object. The searching is the unrest of sorrow and its life. But this searching is a constant fluctuation, and if the outer were at every moment a perfect expression of the inner, to represent reflective sorrow would require an entire series of pictures, and no one picture would acquire genuine artistic value, since it would not be beautiful but true. We would have to look at the pictures as we do at the second hand of a watch. The works themselves are invisible, but the inner movement constantly expresses itself in the constant change in the outer. But this change cannot be represented in art, yet it is the whole point. Thus when unhappy love has its ground in a deception, the pain and suffering are this, that the sorrow cannot find its object. If the deception is proved and if the victim perceives that it is a deception, the sorrow does not cease but it becomes an immediate sorrow, not a reflective one. The dialectical difficulty is easy to see, for what does she sorrow for? If he was a deceiver, it was just as well he left her, the sooner the better. She should be glad indeed and sorrow only at the fact that she loved him, and yet it is a profound sorrow that he was a deceiver. But this question of whether it is indeed a deception, that is the unrest in sorrow's perpetuum mobile. To establish with certainty the external fact that a deception is itself very hard, but even that would by no means settle the matter or bring the movement to a standstill. For love, deception is an absolute paradox, and in this lies the necessity for reflective sorrow. The various factors in love could be put together in the individual in very different ways, so that love in the one will not be as in the other. Egoism may be the dominant factor, or sympathy. But however the love may be, in its elements as much as its constitution, a deception is a paradox it cannot think and which it nevertheless wants, in the end, to think. Yes, if either the egoism or the sympathy were present absolutely, the paradox would be removed. That is, the individual is, on the strength of the absolute, beyond reflection, does not think the paradox in the sense of abolishing it through a how of reflection, but is saved precisely by not thinking it. He does not trouble with the busy deliverances or confusions of reflection, but rests in himself. Egoistically proud love, because of its pride, considers deception impossible. It does not bother to find out what might be said for or against, how the party in question can be defended or exonerated. It is absolutely sure, because it is too proud to believe that anyone should dare to deceive it. Sympathetic love possesses the faith that can move mountains. For it, every defense is nothing compared with its unshakable certainty that there was no deception. Every accusation proves nothing against the witness who testifies that there was no deception, testifies to it not in this way or that but absolutely. Yet seldom in life does one see such a love, or perhaps never. Generally love contains both factors, and this puts it in relation to the paradox. In the two cases described, the paradox is no doubt also there for love but does not occupy it. In this latter case the paradox is there before it. The paradox is unthinkable and love nevertheless wants to think it, and according to the different factors as they momentarily come to the fore, it comes near, and often in a contradictory manner, to thinking it, but does not succeed. This line of thought is infinite, and ends only when the individual voluntarily breaks it off by bringing something else into the picture, a volitional factor, but in that case the individual comes within ethical categories and does not concern us aesthetically. It is by a decision that he reaches what he cannot reach by way of reflection, namely rest. This is true of every unhappy love based on a deception. What must evoke reflective sorrow even more in Marie Beaumarchais is the fact that it is only an engagement that has been broken off. An engagement is a possibility, not something actual, yet just because it is only a possibility, it might seem that the effect of its being broken off would be less, that it is much easier for the individual to withstand this blow. And sometimes that may well be true. On the other hand, the fact that it is only a possibility that is destroyed tempts reflection much more to the fore. When something actual is brought to an end, generally the break is far more radical, every nerve is cut asunder, and in itself the fracture, regarded as such, remains complete. When a possibility is broken off, the instantaneous pain may not be as great, but then it often leaves one or another small ligament whole and unharmed, which becomes a constant source of continued suffering. The destroyed possibility appears transfigured in a higher possibility, while the temptation to conjure up such a new possibility is less when it is something actual that is broken off, because actuality is higher than possibility. So Clavigo has abandoned her. He has faithlessly broken the tie. Used to depending on him, when he rejects her she hasn't the strength to stand, she sinks helplessly into the arms of the environment. That is how it seems to have been with Marie. One could imagine another beginning. One could imagine that from the very first she had the strength to turn her sorrow into a reflective form, that either to escape the humiliation of hearing others talk of her being deceived, or because she still cared so much for him that it would pain her to hear him constantly reviled as a deceiver, she straightway broke off every connection with others in order to consume her sorrow in herself and herself in her sorrow. We follow Goethe. Those around her are not unsympathetic, they feel her pain with her, and in doing so say it will be the death of her. Now, aesthetically, that is quite right. The nature of unhappy love can be such that suicide is to be considered aesthetically correct, but in that case it must not be based on deception, for then a suicide loses all nobility and implies an admission which pride must refuse to make. On the other hand, if it is indeed the death of her, this amounts to his having murdered her. That expression is in total harmony with the strength of the emotion within her, and the idea gives her relief. But it is not often that life adheres closely to aesthetic categories, it does not always obey an aesthetic imperative, and she does not die. This causes those around her embarrassment. They feel that it won't do to keep on repeating the assurance that she is dying when she continues to live. Besides, they find themselves unable to proclaim it with the same energetic pathos as at the start, and yet this was the condition on which she was to receive any comfort. So they change their method. He was, they say, a blackguard, a trickster, a detestable person not worth taking one's own life for. Forget him, think no more of the matter, it was just an engagement, erase this incident from your memory, you are still young, can still hope. They set her aflame, for this pathos of wrath harmonizes with other moods within her. Her pride feeds on the vindictive thought of making nothing of it all. It was not because he was exceptional that she loved him, far from it. She could see his faults very well, but believed him to be a good person, a faithful person. That's why she loved him. It was from pity. And so it will be easy to forget him because she has never actually needed him. The environment and Marie are in unison again, and the duet between them proceeds excellently. For those around her it is not hard to think of Clavigo as a deceiver, for they have never loved him, and so it is no paradox. And if there was any fondness for him, just this interest arms them against him, and this goodwill, which may have been something more than goodwill, becomes an excellent incendiary for feeding the flames of hate. Nor does her circle find it hard to erase its memory of him, so it demands that Marie do the same. Her pride breaks out in hatred, the circle adds fuel to the fire, she gives vent to her feelings in strong words and forthright declarations of intent with which she intoxicates herself. Those around her rejoice. They fail to notice, what she will hardly admit to herself, that in the next instant she is weak and faint. They fail to notice the anxious suspicion taking hold of her that the energy she now and then has is an illusion. She assiduously conceals this and admits it to no one. The circle goes on happily with its theoretical exercises, but nevertheless begins to demand evidence of practical results. This fails to appear. Her circle continues to incite her, since her words reveal inner strength, and yet they harbor a suspicion that all is not well. They become impatient, they risk extreme measures, they drive the spurs of ridicule into her flank to spur her on. Too late, the misunderstanding has taken effect. It is no humiliation for those around her that he really deceived Marie, but it is for her. The revenge offered, however, to despise him has little meaning, for he does not love her, and her scorn becomes a bank draft that no one honors. On the other hand, although for the circle there is nothing painful in Clavigo's being a deceiver, there is for Marie, and yet he does not altogether want for an advocate in her heart. She feels she has gone too far, she has given hint of a strength she does not possess. That is not something she will admit to. And what consolation is there in contempt? It is better than to sorrow. Besides, perhaps there is some secret note or other in her possession, of great significance for interpreting the text, but also such that it can present him, according to circumstances, in a better or worse light. But she has let no one in on this, nor will she. For if he wasn't a deceiver he might conceivably rue the step and turn back, or perhaps what would be even more glorious have no need to rue it. He might justify himself absolutely or explain everything, and then it could be a hindrance were she to make use of it. The old relationship could no longer be evoked, and that would be her own fault, for it would have been she who had made others privy to the most secret growth of his love. Was she really able to convince herself that he was a deceiver? Yes, then it would make no difference anyway, and in any case the nicest thing for her to do would be not to make use of it. The environment has thus been her unwilling assistant in developing a new passion, jealousy over her own sorrow. Her decision is made. On every side the environment lacks the energy to harmonize with her passion. She takes the veil. She does not enter a convent, but she takes the veil of sorrow which hides her from every alien glance. Outwardly she is calm, all is forgotten, her conversation betrays no hint. She takes the vow of sorrow and now begins her solitary, secret life. At that moment everything is changed. Before, it seemed at least she could talk to others, but now not only is she bound by the vow of silence wrung from her by her pride with love's connivance, or demanded by her love and assented to by her pride, she simply doesn't know where to begin, or how, and not because new factors have appeared, but because reflection has triumphed. If someone were now to ask her what it was she sorrowed over, she could give no answer, or she would answer in the same way as that wise man 11 who, when asked what religion was, kept on demanding time to think it over and so was perpetually at a loss for an answer. Now she is lost to the world, lost to her surroundings, immured alive. It is with sadness she covers the last opening, for even then she feels it might be possible to reveal herself. The next moment she is removed from them forever. Yet it is decided, irrevocably decided, and she need have no fear that, as with anyone else walled in alive, once the meager portion of bread and water provided for her is used up, she shall perish, for she has nourishment for a long time. She need have no fear of boredom, she can keep herself busy. Her exterior is calm and peaceful, there is nothing unusual about it, and yet her heart is not the incorruptible being of a quiet spirit, 12 but a restless spirit's fruitless occupation. She seeks solitude or its opposite. In solitude she rests from the effort it always costs to force one's outward appearance into a definite form. In the way someone who has been standing or sitting in a forced position stretches his body with pleasure, as a branch long bowed under pressure joyfully regains its normal position when what binds it is broken, so she too finds her recreation. Or she seeks the opposite noise, distraction, so that while everyone's attention is directed elsewhere, she can be safely occupied with herself, and what goes on nearest her, the sound of music, the noisy conversation, sounds so far away that it is as if she were sitting in a little room by herself, removed from all the world. And if perchance she cannot force back the tears, she is certain to be misunderstood, maybe she is just having a good cry. For when one lives in an ecclesia pressa, 13, it is a real joy when one's way of expressing one's worship coincides with the public way of doing so. Only the quieter forms of contact make her anxious, for here she is less unguarded, here it is so easy to make a mistake, so hard to prevent its being noticed. So outwardly there is nothing to remark, but inside there is ceaseless activity. Here there is an examination which one might quite justly and with special emphasis call interrogation under torture. Everything is brought out and carefully examined, his form, his appearance, his voice, his words. In interrogations of this kind it sometimes happens that a judge, captivated by the beauty of the accused, has broken off the examination and found himself unable to carry on. The court expectantly awaits the results of his investigation, but they fail to materialize, and yet not at all because the judge is in neglect of his duties. The jailer can testify that he comes every night, that the accused is brought before him, that the examination lasts several hours, that in his experience no judge has ever kept going like this. And so the court concludes that it must be a very complicated case. Thus it goes with Marie, not once but again and again. Everything is presented as it occurred faithfully, justice demands that and love. The accused is summoned. There he comes, he turns the corner, he opens the wicket gate, look how he hastens, he has longed for me, it's as though he threw everything aside so as to come to me as soon as possible. I hear his swift steps, swifter than my own heartbeat, he comes, there he is, and the interrogation it is postponed. Good Lord, this little phrase! I have so often repeated it to myself, recalled it in the midst of much else, but never before have I noticed what really lies concealed in it. Yes, it explains everything. He is not serious about leaving me. He is coming back. What is the whole world to this little phrase? People wearied of me, I had no friend, but now I have a friend, a confidant, a little phrase that explains everything. He is coming back, his eye is not downcast, he looks at me half reproachfully and says, "You have little faith." And this little phrase hovers like an olive leaf upon his lips. There he is, and the interrogation is postponed. In circumstances like these it is natural enough that giving a verdict should be attended with great difficulty. Obviously a young girl is not a jurist, but it by no means follows that she cannot pass judgment, and yet this girl's verdict will always be such that, while at first glance looking like a verdict, it contains something else that shows it is no verdict, and which also shows that the next moment a quite opposite verdict can be given. He was no deceiver, for to be that he must have been aware of it from the beginning. But he wasn't, my heart tells me he loved me. If one raises the requirements of deception in this way, perhaps in the final analysis no deceiver has ever lived. To acquit him on that ground shows a partiality for the accused which is not consistent with strict justice, nor does it stand up to a single objection. He was a deceiver, an abhorrent creature who has callously and heartlessly made me boundlessly unhappy. I was content before I knew him. Yes, it's true, I had no idea I could be so happy, or that there was such a wealth of joy as he taught me, but nor did I have any idea I could become as unhappy as I am now, and this too he has taught me. Therefore I will hate him, abhor him, curse him. Yes, I curse you, Clavigo, in the inmost depths of my soul I curse you. But no one must know this. I cannot allow anyone else to do the same, for no one but myself has the right to do so. I have loved you as no one else has, but I hate you too, for no one knows your cunning as I do. Ye good gods to whom vengeance belongs, grant me it just a while. I shall not misuse it, I shall not be cruel. I shall then creep into his soul when he wants to love another, not to kill that love, that would be no punishment, as well I know, for he loves her as little as he loved me. He simply does not love people, he loves only the idea, the thought, his mighty influence at court, his intellectual power, none of which I can understand how he can love. I take these away from him, then he will learn to know my pain. And when he is near to despair I will give it all back to him, but it is me he shall thank for it, and then I am avenged. No, he was no deceiver. He loved me no more and so left me, but that was no deceit. If he had stayed without loving me, then he would have been a deceiver, then I would have lived like a pensioner on the love he once had for me, lived on his compassion, on the might he might have thrown to me, though generously, lived as a burden on him and as a torment to myself. Cowardly, wretched heart, despise yourself, learn to be great, learn it from him. He has loved me better than I have known how to love myself. And should I be angry with him? No, I shall continue to love him, because his love was stronger, his thought prouder than my weakness and my cowardice. And perhaps he loves me still. Yes, it was out of love for me that he left me. Yes, now I see the truth, I am no longer in doubt, he was a deceiver. I saw him, his look was proud and triumphant, he looked down upon me with his scornful glance. At his side walked a Spanish girl, radiantly beautiful. Why was she so beautiful? I could murder her. Why am I not as beautiful? And was I not? I didn't know it, but he taught me that I was, and why am I no longer? Who is to blame? A curse upon you, Clavigo. If you had stayed with me I would have become even more beautiful, for with your words and your assurances my love grew, and with it my beauty. Now I am fated, I thrive no more. What power has all the world's tenderness compared with a word from you? Oh, that I were beautiful again! Would that I could be pleasing to him again, for that is the only reason I want to be beautiful. Oh, think if he could no longer love youth and beauty, then I would grieve more than before, and who can grieve as I? Yes, he was a deceiver. How else could he have stopped loving me? Have I stopped loving him? Is it not the same law for a man's love as for a woman's? Or should a man be weaker than the weak? Or has he perhaps made a mistake? Perhaps it was an illusion that he loved me, an illusion that vanished like a dream. Does this befit a man? Or was it an instability? Is it proper for a man to be unstable? And why did he assure me in the beginning then that he loved me so much? If love has no endurance, what then can endure? Yes, Clavigo, you have taken everything from me, my faith in love, not just in yours. He was no deceiver. What it was that snatched him away, I do not know. I am not familiar with this dark power, but it pained him deeply. He did not want to share it with me, so he made himself out to be a deceiver. Yes, if he had taken up with another girl, I would say he was a deceiver and no power in the world would make me believe otherwise. But he has not done that. Perhaps he thinks that by adopting the appearance of a deceiver he can lessen my pain, arm me against him. That's why he shows himself now and then with young girls. That's why he looked so scornfully at me the other day, in order to make me angry, and so set me free. No, he was certainly no deceiver, and how would that voice be capable of deception? It was so calm, yet full of feeling, as if clearing a path through solid rock. That's how it sounded from an interior whose depth I scarcely managed to suspect. Can this voice deceive? What, then, is the voice? Is it a movement of the tongue, a noise one can produce at pleasure? Somewhere in the soul it must have a home, it has to have a birthplace. And that it had its home in his inmost heart. There he loved me, there he loves me. True, he had another voice too, one that was cold, icy, it could kill every joy in my soul, stifle every joyful thought, could even make my kiss cold and disgusting to myself. Which was the true one? He could deceive in every way, but this vibrant voice in which all his passion trembles, This I feel was no deception, it is impossible. The other was a deception, or evil powers took control of him. No, he was no deceiver. That voice which has bound me to him forever, that is not a deception. A deceiver he was not, even if I never understood him. She is never finished with the interrogation, nor with the verdict. Not with the interrogation, because it keeps on being interrupted, not with the verdict, because it is only a mood. So once begun, this movement can continue as long as it will, and no end is in sight. Only a breach can bring it to a close, that is, breaking off the whole line of thought. But this cannot happen, because the will is always in the service of reflection, which gives the momentary passion energy. When she tries at times to break away from it all, to make nothing of it, this is again only a mood, a momentary passion, and reflection remains constantly the victor. There can be no mediation. Point 14. If she sets off in such a way that the beginning is in one way or another the result of processes of reflection, she is immediately carried away. The will has to be wholly indifferent, to begin on the strength of its own willing. Only then can there be any question of a beginning. If that happens, she may indeed begin, but this falls altogether outside our field of interest. We can then hand her over with pleasure to the moralists or whoever else would take care of her. We wish her an honorable marriage and promise to dance on her wedding day, where the change of name will also conveniently let us forget that it was the Marie Beaumarchais we have been speaking of. We return nevertheless to Marie Beaumarchais. The peculiarity of her sorrow, as we noted above, is the restlessness that prevents her finding the object of sorrow. Her pain cannot find calm, she lacks the peace necessary for a life that can assimilate its nourishment, and be refreshed by it. No illusion overshadows her with its quiet coolness while she absorbs the pain. She lost childhood's illusion when she gained that of love. She lost that of love when Clavigo deceived her. If she could gain the illusion of sorrow, that would help. Her sorrow would then grow to a man's maturity, and she would have compensation for the loss. But her sorrow does not thrive, for she has not lost Clavigo, he has deceived her. It remains ever an infant child with its wail, a child without father and mother. For if Clavigo had been torn away from her, then in the memory of his faithfulness and love it would have had a father, and in Marie's infatuation a mother. And she has nothing on which to rear it, for though the experience was a beautiful one, it had no significance in itself, only as a foretaste of the future. And she cannot hope this child of pain may be transformed into a son of joy. She cannot hope for Clavigo to return, for she would not have the strength to endure a future. She has lost the glad confidence with which she would have followed him undaunted into the abyss, and she has acquired instead 100 scruples. The most she could do would be to experience the past once again. When Clavigo left her, there stretched before her a future so beautiful, so enchanting, that it nearly threw her thoughts into confusion. It exerted its power dimly over her. Her metamorphosis was already begun, then the development was checked. A new life had been hinted at, she had felt its forces at work in her, then it was destroyed and she recoiled, and there is no compensation for her, either in this nor the future world. The future smiled to greet her so richly and was mirrored in her love's illusion, and still everything was so natural and straightforward. Now an impotent reflection may sometimes paint her an impotent illusion, with no power to tempt her but able momentarily to soothe her. And so will time pass for her until she has consumed the very object of her sorrow, which was not identical with her sorrow but the occasion that made her constantly search for an object of sorrow. If someone possessed a letter which he knew or believed contained information concerning what he had to consider his life's blessedness, but the written characters were thin and faded, the handwriting almost illegible, he would read it and reread it, with anxiety and disquiet certainly, but with passion. At one moment he would get one meaning out of it, the next another. When he was quite sure he had managed to read a word, he would interpret everything in the light of that word. But he would never pass beyond the same uncertainty with which he began. He would stare, more and more anxiously, but the more he stared the less he saw. Sometimes his eyes filled with tears, but the more that happened, again the less he saw. In due course the writing became weaker and less distinct. Finally the paper itself crumbled away and he had nothing left but eyes blinded with tears. 2. Donna Elvira, we make this girl's acquaintance in the opera Don Giovanni, and it will be of some importance for our later investigation to take heed of the hints of her earlier life contained in that piece. She had been a nun. 15 It is from the piece of a convent that Don Giovanni has snatched her. This gives some indication of the intensity of her passion. Here was no frivolous hussy from a boarding school who had learned to love in class and to flirt at dances. There is no great significance in someone like that being seduced. Elvira, on the other hand, has been brought up in the discipline of the convent, yet this has not been able to root out passion, though it has indeed taught her to suppress it, and so made it even more violent once it is allowed to emerge. She is a sure prey for a Don Giovanni. He will know how to coax out her passion, wild, ungovernable, insatiable, to be satisfied only in his love. In him she has everything and the past is nothing. If she leaves him she loses everything, including the past. After she had renounced the world, there appeared a figure she could not renounce, and that is Don Giovanni. Henceforth she renounces everything in order to live with him. The more important the life she leaves behind, the more she must cling to him. The more tightly she has embraced him, the more frightful her despair when he abandons her. Already from the beginning her love is a despair. Nothing in heaven or on earth means anything to her except Don Giovanni. In the opera Elvira interests us only so far as her relationship to Don Giovanni has importance for him. Were I to suggest what this importance of hers is in a few words, I would say, she is Don Giovanni's epic fate, the commendator his dramatic fate. There is a hatred in her which will seek out Giovanni in every out-of-the-way corner, a flame of fire which will illumine the darkest hiding place, and should she still not bring him to light, there is a love within her that will find him. She joins in with the others in pursuit of Don Giovanni, but were I to imagine all powers neutralized, the efforts of his pursuers cancelling each other out, so that it was up to Elvira alone and Don Giovanni was in her power, then the hatred would arm her to murder him, but her love would forbid it, not from sympathy, since for that he is too great in her eyes, and so she would constantly keep him alive. For were she to kill him she would kill herself. So if there were no other forces than Elvira turned against Don Giovanni, the opera would never end, for, in order to avenge herself, Elvira would, if possible, prevent the lightning itself from striking him, and yet she would again be unable to take revenge herself. Such is the interest she has for us in the opera. But here we are only concerned with her relationship to Don Giovanni so far as it is significant for her. She is an object of interest to many, but in very different ways. Don Giovanni has an interest in her before the piece begins. The audience bestows its dramatic interest upon her, but we friends of sorrow, we follow her not just to the end of the street, not only for the instant she crosses the stage. No, we follow her upon her solitary way. So Don Giovanni has seduced Elvira and abandoned her. It is quickly done, as quickly as a tiger can snap a lily. 16 From the fact that in Spain alone there are 1,003, we can see that Don Giovanni is in a hurry and to some extent reckon the speed. Don Giovanni has abandoned her, but there is no environment into whose arms she can helplessly fall. She need have no fear of the environment closing too tightly around her. It realizes, rather, that it should open wide its ranks to make her departure easier. She need have no fear of anyone disputing her loss with her. On the contrary, someone or other may perhaps take it upon himself to try to prove it. She stands alone and abandoned, and there is no doubt that can tempt her. It is clear that he was a deceiver who has taken everything from her and exposed her to shame and dishonor. Aesthetically, however, this is not the worst that can happen. It saves her, for a while, from that reflective sorrow which is certainly more painful than immediate sorrow. The fact here is indubitable, and reflection cannot turn it now into one thing, now into another. A Marie Beaumarchais may have loved a Clavigo just as violently, as wildly and passionately. As far as her own passion goes, it may be altogether accidental that the worst has not happened. She could almost wish that it had, for then, after all, there would be an end of the story. She would be much more strongly armed against him. But it has not happened. So in her case the fact is far more doubtful. Its reality will always be a secret between her and Clavigo. When she considers the cold cunning, the shabby calculation required so to deceive her that in the eyes of the world it appears something far less serious, and she herself is exposed to the sort of sympathy that says, well now, good gracious, it's not as bad as all that. It can arouse her. She can become practically insane at the thought of the proud superiority in the face of which she has nevertheless meant nothing, which has set her a limit and said, thus far and no further. And yet the whole story can also be interpreted in another way, a nicer way. But as the interpretation changes, so does the fact. Reflection, therefore, straightway gets enough to do, and reflective sorrow is inescapable. Don Giovanni has abandoned Elvira. At that instant everything is clear to her, and there is no doubt to lure her grief into the seminar room of reflection. She is mute in her despair. Her sorrow courses through her with a single beat of the pulse, and it flows outwardly. The passion shines through her in a blaze and can be seen in her outward appearance. Hate, despair, vengeance, love, all break forth to make themselves visibly revealed. At this moment she is picturesque. The imagination also therefore immediately presents us with a picture of her, and here the external is not rendered indifferent, reflection upon it is not empty, and its activity not without significance, as it proposes and disposes. Whether she is at this moment an object of artistic representation is another question. But what is certain is that at this moment she is visible and can be seen, not of course in the sense that this or that actual Elvira can actually be seen, which in most cases amounts to her not being seen, but the Elvira we imagine is visible in her essentiality. Whether art is able to provide just that shade in her expression that renders visible the point of her despair I leave open, but she can be described, and the picture which thus appears is not a mere burden for the memory that is either here nor there, but has its validity. And who has not seen Elvira? It was early morning when I undertook a journey by foot in one of the romantic parts of Spain. Nature awoke, the trees of the forest shook their heads, and it was as though the leaves rubbed the sleep from their eyes. One tree bent to the other to see if it had arisen, and the whole forest billowed in the fresh cool breeze. A light mist rose from the earth, the sun snatched it away as if it were a carpet under which it had rested during the night, and now looked down like a loving mother upon the flowers and everything that had life, and said, arise, dear children, the sun is already shining. As I rounded the end of a gully my eye fell upon a monastery high up on the peak of the mountain, to which there led a footpath with many turnings. My thoughts dwelt upon it. Thus it stands there, I thought, like a house of God founded firmly upon the rock. My guide told me that it was a convent famous for its strict discipline. My pace slackened, like my thought, why hurry when so near the monastery? I should probably have come to a full stop had I not been startled by a rapid movement nearby. Involuntarily I turned. It was a knight who hastened past me. How handsome he was, his step so light yet so full of strength, so royal and yet so fugitive. He turned his head to look back, his countenance so captivating yet his glance so uneasy. It was Don Giovanni. Is he hurrying to an assignation or is he coming from one? Yet he was soon gone from my sight and out of my mind, and my glance was fixed on the convent. I sank once more into contemplation of the joys of life and the quiet peace of the convent, when up on the mountain I saw the figure of a woman. She was hurrying headlong down the footpath, but the path was steep and it looked all the time as though she were plunging down from the mountain. She came nearer. Her countenance was pale, only her eyes blazed terribly, her body was trembling. Her bosom rose and fell violently, but still she hurried faster and faster. Her locks hung about and scattered in the wind, but not even the fresh morning breeze and her hurried pace could bring color to her cheeks. Her nun's veil was torn in shreds and flew behind. Her thin white gown would have betrayed much to a profane glance had not the passion in her face attracted even the most depraved person's glance. She rushed by me. I dared not address her. Her brow was too majestic, her glance too royal, her passion too high-born. Where does this girl belong? In the convent? Have these passions their home there? In the world? But the costume, why does she hurry? Is it to hide her shame and disgrace or to catch up with Don Giovanni? She hastens on to the forest, and it closes around her and conceals her, and I see her no more but hear only the forest sigh. Poor Elvira! Perhaps the trees have found out something, and yet the trees are better than men, for the trees sigh and keep silent, men whisper. In this first moment Elvira can be represented, and even though art really cannot take the measure of it, because it would be hard to find a unified expression that also contained all the multiplicity of her passion, the soul demands to see her. This I have tried to suggest through the little picture just sketched. The idea of it was not actually to present her but only to suggest that a description of her was in place, that it was not an arbitrary whim on my part but a legitimate requirement of the idea. Yet this is just one moment, and we must follow Elvira further. The most obvious movement is one in time. She maintains herself on that almost picturesque point suggested in the foregoing, through a series of moments in time. This gives her dramatic interest. In the haste with which she sped past me she overtakes Don Giovanni. This, too, is quite as it should be, seeing he has abandoned her, but he has drawn her into his own life's pace, and she must reach him. If she does reach him, her whole attention is then turned outward again, and we still do not get reflective sorrow. She has lost everything. She lost heaven when she chose the world when she lost Don Giovanni. So she has nowhere to seek refuge except with him. It is only by being in his presence that she can keep despair at a distance, either by drowning out the inner voices with the clamor of hate and resentment, which resound only when Don Giovanni is present, or by hoping. This latter indicates that the elements of reflective sorrow are present already but have not yet been able to gather themselves inwardly. She must first be cruelly convinced, reads Cruz's adaptation, 17, but this requirement completely betrays the inner disposition. If what has happened hasn't convinced her that Don Giovanni was a deceiver, nothing will. But as long as she requires a further proof, she can succeed, with a restless, rootless life constantly occupied in pursuing Don Giovanni, in escaping the inner unrest of a quiet despair. The paradox already exists in her soul, but so long as she can keep the soul agitated by external evidences not designed to explain the past but to provide information about Don Giovanni's present condition, she escapes reflective sorrow. Hate, resentment, curses, prayers, imprecations alternate, but her soul is still not turned back on itself in order to rest in the contemplation that she is deceived. So when Cruz has Don Giovanni say, "Are you now disposed to hear, to believe my words, you who suspect me?" then I might almost say improbable is the cause that compelled, etc. One must be careful not to think that what, to the spectator's ear, sounds like mockery has the same effect upon Elvira. For her the words are a relief, for it is the improbable she wants, and she wants to believe it just because it is improbable. If we now let Don Giovanni and Elvira come together, we have the choice of letting either Don Giovanni or Elvira be the stronger. If he is the stronger, her appearance on the scene loses all its point. She demands proof to be cruelly convinced. He is gallant enough not to withhold it. But naturally, she is not convinced and demands a new proof, for demanding a new proof is an alleviation, and the uncertainty is a relief. She then becomes but one witness more to the exploits of Don Giovanni. But we could also imagine Elvira as the stronger. It rarely happens, but we would do it out of gallantry to the sex. She stands, then, in her full beauty still, for though she has wept, the tears have not quenched the luster in her eye, and though she has sorrowed, the sorrow has not wasted her youthful vitality, and though she has fretted, her fretting has not gnawed away the vitality of her beauty, and though her cheek has become pale, the expression has become for that reason all the more soulful, and though she does not glide with the lightness of childlike innocence, she steps forward with the energetic firmness of womanly passion. This is how she confronts Don Giovanni. She has loved him more than the whole world, more than the blessedness of her own soul. She has lavished everything upon him, even her honor, and he was unfaithful. Now she knows only one passion, it is hate. Only one thought, it is revenge. Thus she is as great as Don Giovanni. For seducing all girls is the male equivalent of the woman's letting herself be seduced once with all her soul and now hating, or if you will, loving her seducer with an energy no spouse possesses. This is how she confronts him. She does not lack the courage to dare to have at him. She does not fight for moral principles, she fights for her love, a love she does not base upon respect. She does not fight to be his mate, she fights for her love, and this is not satisfied with a contrite faithfulness, it demands revenge. For love of him she has thrown away her blessedness. And if it were offered her once more she would throw it away again in order to avenge herself. Such a figure cannot fail to make an impression upon Don Giovanni. He knows what pleasure lies in sucking in the finest and most fragrant flower of first youth. He knows it is only a moment, and he knows what follows. He has seen these pale figures often enough wither so quickly that one can almost see it happening. But here a miracle has taken place, the laws of life's ordinary course are broken. He has seduced the young girl, but her life is not extinguished. Her beauty has not faded. She is transformed and is more beautiful than ever. He cannot deny it, she captivates him more than any girl has captivated him, more than Elvira herself has done. For the innocent nun was still, in spite of all her beauty, a girl like many others, his infatuation with her an adventure like many another. But this girl is the only one of her kind. This girl is armed, she does not conceal a dagger in her breast, but she has an armor, 18 not visible, for her hatred is not satisfied with speeches and declamations, but unseen, and it is her hatred. Don Giovanni's passion is aroused, she must be his once more, but not so. Yes, if it were a girl who knew his baseness, who hated him although she had not been deceived by him, then Don Giovanni would have won. But this girl he cannot win, all his seduction is powerless. Had the voice been more ingratiating than his own, the approach more insidious than his own, he still would not have moved her. Had the angels prayed for him, had the Mother of God been willing to be bridesmaid at the wedding, still it would have been in vain. She will turn, not away from him, as even, in the underworld, Dido turned away from Aeneas who had deceived her, but towards him, even more coldly than Dido. 19 But this encounter of Elvira with Don Giovanni is only a moment of transition. She walks across the stage, the curtain falls, but we, dear Simperanachromonoi, we steal after, for only now does she really become Elvira. As long as she is in the presence of Don Giovanni she is beside herself. When she comes to herself it is time to think the paradox. Thinking a contradiction, in spite of all the assurances of modern philosophy and the foolhardy courage of its young adherents, must always involve great difficulty. 20 A young girl may well be forgiven for finding it hard, and yet this is the task that is set for her, to think that the one she loves was a deceiver. This she has in common with Marie Beaumarchais, and yet there is a difference between the way in which they each come to the paradox. The fact which Marie had to go on was in itself so dialectical that reflection had straightway to grasp hold of it with all its appetitive urgency. In Elvira's case the factual proof of Don Giovanni's deception seems so evident that it is not easy to see how reflection can get hold of it. It therefore attacks the matter from another angle. Elvira has lost everything, and yet her whole life lies before her and her soul demands a pittance to live on. Here two possibilities present themselves, either to observe ethical and religious categories or to preserve her love for Giovanni. If she does the former she falls outside our interest. We gladly let her retire to a Magdalene institution, 21 or wherever else she wants. This, however, will probably strike her as difficult, for to make it possible she must first despair. She has already known the religious once, and a second time it makes great demands. The religious is, altogether, a dangerous power to have anything to do with. It is jealous of itself and will not be ridiculed. When she chose the convent her proud soul may have found a rich satisfaction in it, for say what you will, no girl makes so brilliant a match as she who gives herself in marriage to heaven. Now, however, as a penitent she must return in repentance and contrition. Moreover, there is always the question of whether she can find a priest who can preach the gospel of repentance and contrition with the same pith as Don Giovanni preached the glad tidings of pleasure. In order, then, to save herself from this despair she must hold on to Don Giovanni's love, something she finds so much the easier seeing she does after all still love him. Any third possibility is unthinkable. To be able to seek comfort in the love of another would be more frightful still than the most frightful of all. So she must love Don Giovanni for her own sake. Self-defense bids her do so. And this is the spur of reflection which forces her to gaze at this paradox of whether she can love him although he deceived her. Whenever despair would take hold of her, she takes refuge in the memory of Don Giovanni's love, and in order properly to come to terms with this refuge she is tempted to think that he is no deceiver, even though she does this in many ways, for a woman's dialectic is remarkable, and only someone who has had the opportunity to observe it can emulate it. Whereas even the greatest dialectician who has loved could speculate himself silly trying to produce it. So Elvira cannot bring Don Giovanni to light, and now she has to find her way out of her entanglement alone. She must come to herself. She has changed her environment, and so the support that might perhaps have helped to bring her sorrow into the open is also removed. Her new circle knows nothing of her earlier life, suspects nothing, for there is nothing peculiar or noteworthy in her appearance, no marks of grief, no signposts saying here there is sorrow. She can control her every expression, for this is indeed something the loss of her honor can teach her. And even though she sets no great store by people's judgments, she is at least able to avoid their condolences. So everything is in order, and she can reckon fairly safely on going through life without awakening any suspicion in the minds of the inquisitive rabble, which as a rule is as dim-witted as it is inquisitive. She is in legal and undisputed possession of her sorrow, and it is only if she is unlucky enough to fall foul of a professional dealer in contraband 22 that she need fear any more penetrating search. What is going on inside her? Does she sorrow? Indeed she does. But how are we to describe this sorrow? I would call it an anxiety about how to support life, for people's lives consist not of food and drink alone, the soul too needs nourishment. She is young and yet her life's supply is exhausted, but it does not follow that she dies. Every day she is in this respect anxious for the morrow. She cannot stop loving him, and yet he deceived her, but if he deceived her, then her love has lost its power to sustain. Yes, had he not deceived her, had a higher power torn him away, then she would have been as well supplied as any girl could wish, for the memory of Don Giovanni amounted to considerably more than many a living husband. But if she gives up her love she is reduced to beggary, she will have to return to the convent in shame and dishonor. Yes, if even that could buy back his love. So she lives on. This, the present day, it seems to her she can still last out, she still has some left over to live on. But the day after, she fears for that. Then she ponders over and over again, she grasps at every expedient yet finds none, and so she can never sorrow consistently and soundly because she is always trying to find out how to sorrow. Forget him, that's what I want, tear his image from my heart, ransack myself like a consuming fire, and every thought that belongs to him shall be incinerated. Only then will I be saved. It is self-defense, and if I do not tear out every thought of him, even the remotest, I am done for. Only thus can I protect myself. Myself, what is this self of mine? Wretchedness and misery. To my first love I was unfaithful, and am I now to try to make up for it by being unfaithful to my second? No, I will hate him. Only so can I find rest and occupation. I will weave a garland of curses out of all that reminds me of him, and for every kiss I say, "A curse on you!" and for every embrace, 10 curses on you! And for every time he swore that he loved me I shall swear that I will hate him. This will be my work, my task, to this I shall dedicate myself. At the convent I am used to repeating my rosary, and so I shall be a nun after all, praying early and late. Or should I be content that he once loved me? Maybe I should be a sensible girl who didn't throw him away in proud contempt, now that I know he is a deceiver. Perhaps I ought to be a good housewife who knows how to be frugal and make a little go as far as possible. No, I will hate him, for that is the only way I can tear myself away from him and prove to myself that I am not in need of him. But am I not in his debt when I hate him? Am I not then living at his expense? For what else is it that feeds my hate except my love of him? He was no deceiver, he had no idea what a woman can suffer. If he had, he would not have left me. He was a man, sufficient unto himself. Is that a consolation for me? Certainly, for my suffering and torment show me how happy I have been, so happy that he has no conception of it. So why do I complain? A man is not like a woman, not as happy as she when she is happy, not as unhappy as she when she is boundlessly unhappy because her happiness knew no bounds. Did he deceive me? No. Had he promised me anything? No. My Giovanni was no suitor, he was a wretched poultry thief. A nun does not degrade herself for the likes of that. He did not ask for my hand, he stretched out his own. I grasped it. He looked at me, I was his. He opened his arms, I belonged to him. I went with him, I twined myself around him like a plant, I rested my head upon his breast and gazed into that omnipotent countenance with which he conquered the world, and yet which rested on me as if for him I were the whole world. Like a child at the breast I sucked abundance, wealth and bliss. Can I ask for more? Was I not his? Was he not mine? And if he was not, was I any the less his? When the gods roamed the earth and fell in love with women, were they faithful to their loved ones? Yet no one thinks of saying that they deceived them. And why not? Because they will have it that a girl should be proud of having been loved by a god. And what are all the gods of Olympus compared to my Giovanni? And should I not be proud? Should I degrade him? Should I insult him in my thoughts? Let them force him into the narrow, miserable laws that apply to ordinary men? No, I will be proud that he has loved me. He was greater than the gods, and I will honor him by making myself nothing. I will love him because he belonged to me, love him because he left me, and still I am constantly his and will treasure what he squanders. No, I cannot think of him. Every time my thoughts approach that hiding place in my soul where his memory dwells, it is as if I committed a sin. I feel an anguish, an inexpressible anguish, an anguish like that I felt in the convent when I sat in my solitary cell waiting for him, terrified of the thought of the prioress's stern contempt, the convent's terrible punishment, my crime against God. And yet wasn't this anguish part of it? What would my love for him have been without it? After all, he was not consecrated to me, we had not received the blessing of the church, the bells had not tolled for us, the hymn had not been sung, and yet what were all the music and festivity of the church? What power could it have to prepossess me compared with my anguish? But then he came, and the discord of my anguish resolved itself into the harmony of the most blissful security, and only sweet tremblings luxuriantly moved my soul. Am I then to fear this anguish? Does it not remind me of him? Does it not announce his coming? If I could remember him without the anguish, it would not be him I remembered. He comes, he invites quiet, he is master of spirits which would tear me from him. I am his, blessed in him. If I were to imagine someone in distress at sea, unconcerned for his own life, remaining on board because there was something he wanted to save and could not because he was at a loss what it was he should save, I would have a picture of Elvira. She is in distress at sea. Her destruction is approaching, but that does not concern her, she does not notice, she is at a loss what it is she is to save. 3. Margareta. We know this girl from Goethe's Faust. A young, commonplace girl, not, like Elvira, destined for the convent, yet brought up in the fear of the Lord, even if her soul was too childlike to feel the gravity of it, as Goethe so incomparably says, half sport of childhood, half God within thee. 23. What we especially love in this girl is the delightful simplicity and humility of her pure soul. Straightway, the first time she sees Faust, she feels too inferior to be loved by him, and it is not out of curiosity to learn whether Faust loves her that she plucks the petals of the daisy, but from humility because she feels herself too unworthy to make a choice, and therefore bows to the oracle myth of a mysterious power. Yes, lovely Margareta. Goethe has told us how you plucked the petals and recited the words, he loves me not. Poor Margareta, you can just carry on this occupation, only changing the words, he deceived me not. You can cultivate a little plot of ground with flowers of this kind, and you will have employment for the rest of your life. It has been pointed out how remarkable it is that, while the Don Juan legend tells of 1,003 seductions in Spain alone, the story of Faust tells of only one girl seduced. 24. It is worth bearing this observation in mind, since it will be important for what follows. It will help us to determine the special nature of Margareta's reflective sorrow. At first glance it might seem that the only difference between Elvira and Margareta was that between two distinct individuals who have had the same experience, but the difference is far more essential than that, though based not so much upon the difference in their feminine natures as in the essential difference to be found between a Don Juan and a Faust. There must be a difference from the beginning between an Elvira and a Margreta, inasmuch as a girl who is to have an effect on a Faust must differ in essentials from one who has an effect on a Don Juan. Yes, even if I imagine that the same girl occupied the attentions of both, the one would still be attracted by something different from the other. This difference, at the beginning present only as a possibility, will, by being brought into relation with a Faust or a Don Juan, develop into something completely actual. Certainly Faust is a reproduction of Don Juan, but precisely his being a reproduction makes him, even in that stage of his life when he can be called a Don Juan, differ essentially from the latter. For to reproduce another stage means not just to become that stage, but to become it with all the elements of the preceding stage within one. Therefore, even if what he desires is the same as a Don Juan, still he desires it in a different manner. But in order for him to desire it in a different manner, it must also be present in a different manner. There are elements in him which make his method different, just as there are also elements in Margreta which make another method necessary. His method depends in turn upon his liking, and that differs from Don Juan's even if there is an essential similarity between them. People usually think there is great wisdom in pointing out that Faust ends up becoming a Don Juan, yet it says very little, for the question is in what sense he becomes one. Like Don Juan, Faust is a demonic figure, but at a higher level. The sensual only becomes important for him after he has lost the whole world, but awareness of this loss is not erased, it is constantly there, and therefore what he seeks in the sensual is not so much pleasure as distraction. His doubting soul finds nothing it can rest in, and now he grasps for love, not because he believes in it but because it has an element of presenthood in which there is rest for a moment, and a striving which distracts and diverts his attention from the nothingness of doubt. Hence his enjoyment does not have the cheerfulness that distinguishes a Don Juan. His countenance is not smiling, his brow is not unclouded, and happiness is not his companion. Young girls do not dance into his embrace, he attracts them through fear. What he seeks is not just sensual pleasure, what he desires is the immediacy of spirit. As the shades of the underworld, when they got hold of someone living, sucked the blood from him and lived as long as this blood warmed and nourished them, so Faust seeks an immediate life that can renew and strengthen him. And where better can this be found than in a young girl, and how more perfectly can he imbibe it than in the embrace of love? As the Middle Ages tell of sorcerers who knew how to prepare an elixir for the renewal of youth, and used the heart of an innocent child for that purpose, so his enervated soul needs this strengthening potion, the only thing that for a moment can satisfy him. His sick soul needs what one might call a young heart's first green shoots, and with what else am I to compare an innocent feminine soul's first youth? To call it a bloom would be to say too little, for it is more, it is a blossoming. The good health of hope and faith and trust sprouts forth and blossoms in rich variety, and gentle yearnings move the delicate shoots, and dreams cast their shadow on its fruitfulness. This is how it affects a Faust. It beckons his restless soul like an island of peace in the tranquil sea. That it is transient no one knows better than Faust. He believes in it as little as he believes in anything else. But that it exists, of that he convinces himself in love's embrace. Only the fullness of innocence and childlikeness can for a moment refresh him. In Goethe's Faust, Mephistopheles lets Faust see Margreta in a mirror. His eye finds pleasure in beholding her, but it is not after all her beauty he desires, although he accepts that too. What he desires is the pure, untroubled, rich, immediate happiness of a woman's soul, yet he desires this not spiritually but sensually. In a sense, then, he does desire like Don Juan, but still he desires quite differently. Here perhaps one or another privatdocent, 25 convinced he has been a Faust, since otherwise he could never have become privatdocent, will remark that Faust requires intellectual development and culture in the woman who is to attract him. Perhaps a considerable number of privatdocents will find this an excellent remark, and their respective wives and sweethearts will nod in assent. However, it completely misses the mark, for Faust would desire nothing less. A so-called cultured woman would belong within the same relativity as himself, and this, notwithstanding, would have no significance at all for him, would simply be nothing. With her crumb of culture she might perhaps tempt this old magister of doubt to take her out on the river, where she would then soon despair. An innocent young girl, on the other hand, belongs within another relativity, and is therefore, in a sense, nothing as against Faust, yet in another sense tremendously much, since she is immediacy. Only in this immediacy is she an object of his desire, and that is why I said that he desires immediacy not spiritually but sensually. All this Goethe has seen to perfection, and so Margareta is a commonplace little girl, a girl one might almost be tempted to call insignificant. Now, since it is important for Margareta's sorrow, we shall consider a little more closely the effect Faust must have had upon her. The individual traits Goethe has emphasized are naturally of great value, yet I believe that for the sake of completeness we must imagine a little modification. In her innocent simplicity, Margareta soon notices that with Faust all is not as it should be in respect of his faith. In Goethe this is brought out in a little catechism scene, 26, which is undeniably an excellent invention by the poet. The question now is what consequences this examination can have on their relation to each other. Faust appears as the doubter, and for want of further evidence it seems that Goethe intended to let Faust remain a doubter also in Margareta's eyes. He has done his best to keep her mind off all such inquiries and to fix it solely on the reality of love. But, on the one hand, I think Faust would find that difficult once the issue had been raised, and on the other, I believe it is incorrect psychologically. It is not for Faust's sake that I shall dwell further on this point but for Margareta's, for if he has not revealed himself to her as a doubter her sorrow contains an additional element. Faust is a doubter then, but he is no vain dupe who merely wants to feel his own importance by doubting what others believe. His doubt has an objective ground in himself. Let that much be said in Faust's favor. On the other hand, the moment he wants to implicate others in his doubt, an impure passion can easily become mixed up in it. As soon as the doubt is made to implicate others, an envy is involved that takes pleasure in depriving them of what they take to be certainties. But for this passion of envy to be aroused in the doubter, there must be some question of an opposition on the part of the individual concerned. Where either no such question can arise or it would be inapposite to imagine it, the temptation ceases. This latter is the case with a young girl. Confronted with her, a doubter always finds himself in difficulties. Depriving her of her faith is no task for him. On the contrary, he feels it is only faith that makes her the great thing she is. He feels himself humbled, for there is a natural demand in her that he should be her protector inasmuch as she herself has become hesitant. Yes, a poor wretch of a doubter, a conceited smatterer, might perhaps find satisfaction in depriving a young girl of her faith and pleasure in frightening women and children, since he cannot terrify men. But this is not true of Faust. He is too big for that. We may well agree with Goethe, then, that Faust betrays his doubt a first time, but on the other hand I hardly think it will happen to him a second time. This is of great importance for our understanding of Margareta. Faust readily sees that Margareta's entire significance depends on her innocent simplicity. Take this away and she is nothing in herself, nothing to him. So this has to be preserved. He is a doubter, but as such has within himself all it takes to conceive positively of faith, for otherwise he is a poor doubter. What he lacks is the final conclusion, and it is this that makes all the components of his outlook negative. She, on the contrary, has the conclusion. She has childlikeness and innocence. Nothing is therefore easier than for him to equip her. His experience has taught him often enough that what he propounded as doubt seemed to others to be positive truth. So now he finds his happiness in enriching her with the rich content of a view of life. He brings out all the finery of immediate faith. He delights in adorning her with it because it looks well on her, and she thereby becomes more beautiful in his eyes. From this he also derives the advantage that her soul clings more and more closely to his. Really, she doesn't understand him at all. She clings to him like a child, for what is doubt to him is for her unfailing truth. But while he thus builds up her faith, at the same time he undermines it, for in the end he becomes for her an object of faith, a god and not a man. Except that I must try to avert a misunderstanding. It might seem that I make Faust out to be a contemptible hypocrite. This is not at all the case. It is Gretchen herself who has brought the matter up. With half an eye he surveys the glory she thinks she possesses and sees that it cannot withstand his doubt, but he does not have it in his heart to destroy it, and now his conduct is even motivated by a certain kindliness. Her love gives her meaning for him, and yet she remains almost a child. He descends to her childlike level, and finds his joy in seeing how she makes everything her own. For Margretta's future, however, this has the most sorrowful consequences. Had Faust revealed himself to her as a doubter, she might perhaps later have been able to save her faith. She would then in all humility have known that his high-flown and daring thoughts were not for her. She would have kept hold of what she had. But now, on the contrary, she owes him the content of her faith, and yet she realizes, seeing he has abandoned her, that he has not believed in it himself. As long as he was with her, she did not discover the doubt. Now that he is gone, everything is changed for her, and she sees doubt everywhere, a doubt she cannot control, since she always associates it with the circumstance that Faust himself has been unable to master it. What it is about Faust that captivates Margretta, according to Goethe, is not the seductive talent of a Don Juan but his immense superiority. Therefore, as she so touchingly puts it, she simply cannot understand what Faust finds in her. 27. Her first impression of him is altogether overwhelming. Over against him she becomes nothing at all. She belongs to him, therefore, not in the same sense as Elvira belongs to Don Juan, for that still expresses an independent existence in relation to the latter, but she altogether disappears in him. Nor does she break with heaven to belong to him, for that would give her a claim on him. Imperceptibly, without the remotest reflection, he becomes her all. But just as she is thus nothing from the beginning, so, if I may put it in this way, she becomes less and less the more she is convinced of his almost divine superiority. She is nothing and exists only in him. What Goethe has somewhere said about Hamlet, 28, that in relation to his body his soul was an acorn planted in a flower pot which finally shatters the vessel, is true of Margretta's love. Faust is too great for her, and her love must end by splitting her soul apart. And the moment for this cannot be long awaiting, for Faust no doubt feels she cannot remain in this immediacy. But then he does not carry her up into the higher regions of the spirit, for it is from these that he is fleeing. He desires her sensually and abandons her. So Faust has abandoned Margretta. Her loss is so terrible that her circle itself forgets for a moment what it usually finds so hard to forget, that she has been dishonored. She reclines in a total impotence in which she is unable even to think of her loss. The strength even to conceive her misfortune is taken from her. Were this condition to continue, it would be impossible for reflective sorrow to occur. Yet, little by little, the consolations she can derive from her environment will bring her to herself, give her thought a jolt that sets it in motion again. But once it is mobilized, it is clear that she is incapable of holding on to a single one of its considerations. She listens to her thoughts as though they were not addressed to her, and not a word of them halts or accelerates the unrest in her mind. Her problem is the same as Elvira's, to believe that Faust was a deceiver. But it is even more difficult because she is far more profoundly influenced by Faust. He wasn't just a deceiver, but he was indeed a hypocrite. She has not surrendered anything for him, but she owes him everything, and to some extent she still possesses this everything, except that it now proves to be a deception. But then is what he said less true because he himself did not believe it? Not at all, and yet that is how it is for her, for it was through him that she believed it. It might seem more difficult for reflection to be mobilized in Margretta. What stops it is her feeling that she was absolutely nothing. Yet there is a tremendous dialectical elasticity in this feeling. Were she able to hold on to the thought that she was, in the strictest sense of the word, absolutely nothing, reflection would be excluded. She would then not have been deceived, for when you are nothing there is no relation, and where there is no relation there can be no question of a deception. So far she is at rest. This thought cannot be kept hold of, however, but immediately veers to its opposite. That she was nothing is merely the expression of the fact that all the finite differences of love are negated, and is therefore precisely the expression of her love's absolute validity, and in that in turn lies her absolute justification. His conduct, then, is not just a deception but an absolute deception, because her love was absolute. And here again she will not rest, for since he has been everything to her she will not be able to hold on even to this thought except through him. But she cannot think it through him, because he was a deceiver. As her environment now becomes increasingly alien to her, so begins the inner movement. She has not merely loved Faust with all her soul, he was her vital force. It was through him she came into being. The effect of this is that while her soul will not be less agitated in its mood than in Elvira's, the individual moods will be less agitated. She is on the way to having a fundamental mood, and the individual mood is like a bubble rising from the depths, without the strength to maintain itself nor yet displaced by another bubble but dissolved in the general mood that she is nothing. This fundamental mood is again a state that is felt, which does not express itself in any individual outburst. It is inexpressible, and the attempt the individual mood makes to give it life, to raise it up, is in vain. The total mood therefore constantly resounds in the particular mood, creating its resonance in the form of impotence and vapidity. The individual mood is expressed, but it does not soothe, it does not ease, it is a false sigh which frustrates, and not the healthy exercise of a normal sigh. Nor is the individual mood full-toned and energetic, for that her utterance is too troubled. Can I forget him? Can the brook, however far it flows, forget its source, forget its headspring, cut itself off from it? Then it would have to cease flowing. Can the arrow, however swiftly it flies, forget the bowstring? Then its flight would have to halt. Can the raindrop, however far it falls, forget the sky from which it fell? Then it would have to dissolve. Can I become another? Can I be born again of a mother who is not my mother? Can I forget him? Then I would have to cease to be. Can I remember him? Can my memory call him forth, now, when he has vanished, I who am myself merely my memory of him? This faded, nebulous picture, is it the Faust I worshipped? I remember his words, but I do not possess the harp in his voice. I remember his speeches, but my breast is too weak to give them content. They ring out meaninglessly for deaf ears. Faust, oh Faust! Come back, satisfy the hungry, clothe the naked, restore the faint, visit the lonely. Well, I know that my love had no meaning for you, but neither did I demand that. My love laid itself humbly at your feet, my sigh was a prayer, my kiss a thank-offering, my embrace an act of adoration. Is that why you forsake me? Did you not know it beforehand? Or is it not a reason to love me that I love you, that my soul expires when you are not with me? God in heaven, forgive me for having loved a man more than you, yet I do so still. I know it is a sin that I speak thus to you. Eternal love, oh! Let your mercy sustain me. Do not reject me. Give him back to me. Incline his heart once more to me. Have pity on me, oh pity! That I pray thus again. Can I curse him, then? What am I, that I should be so bold? Can the earthen vessel presume against the potter? What was I? Nothing. The clay in his hand, a rib from which he made me. What was I? A lowly plant, and he bent down to me, he caused me to grow. He was everything to me, my God, the origin of my mind, the nourishment of my soul. Can I sorrow? No, no! Sorrow broods like a night mist over my soul. Oh! Come back, I will give you up, never demand to belong to you, just sit with me, look at me, that I might gain strength to sigh, speak to me, speak of yourself, as though you were a stranger. I will forget that it is you, speak, that the tears may burst forth. Am I then absolutely nothing, unable even to weep without him? Where shall I find rest and peace? The thoughts rise up in my soul, the one against the other, the one confounding the other. When you were with me, they obeyed your beck and call, I played with them as a child, I wove garlands with them and placed them on my head, I let them flutter loose like my hair in the wind. Now they coil themselves terrifyingly about me, like snakes they twine about and crush my anguished soul. And I am a mother! A living creature demands nourishment of me. Can the hungry satisfy the hungry, the faint slake the thirst of the thirsty? Am I to become a murderer, then? Oh! Faust, come back, save the child in the womb, even if you will not save the mother. Thus is she moved, not by moods but in her mood. But the individual mood does not relieve her, because it dissolves in the total mood she cannot annul. Yes, if Faust had been taken from her, then Margareta would not have looked for relief. Her lot would still have been enviable in her eyes, but she is deceived. She lacks what might be called the situation of sorrow, for she is not able to sorrow alone. Yes, if, like a poor Florine in the fairy tale, 29, she could find access to some grotto of echoes, from which she knew that every sigh, every complaint, was heard by the loved one, she would not, like Florine, spend only 3 nights there, she would stay there day and night. But in Faust's palace there is no echo grotto, and he has no ear in her heart. I have, perhaps, already held your attention for too long, dear Simperanachromonoi. The more so since, however much I have spoken, nothing visible has appeared before you. Yet the reason for this lies not in the deceptiveness of my presentation, but in the matter itself and in sorrow's cunning. When the favorable occasion is offered, the hidden reveals itself. This we have in our power, and in farewell we shall let these 3 brides of sorrow come together, let them embrace one another in a unison of sorrow, let them form a group before us, a tabernacle where the voice of sorrow does not become silent, where the sigh does not cease, because they themselves watch more scrupulously and faithfully than Vestal virgins over the observance of the holy rites. Ought we to interrupt them in this occupation? Should we wish them their loss restored? Would that be a gain for them? Have they not already received a higher consecration? And this consecration will unite them, and cast a beauty upon their union, and bring them relief in their union. For only someone who has been bitten by snakes knows what the victim of a snake bite suffers.